スカークの行方か。手がかりはあるのかな。
それが師匠は謎めいた人で、
どんな人物かがわからないことにはな。
そうだな。そういえば俺が卒業した日、3つの質問をしていいと言われた。まずはずっと不思議だったんだけど、なんで俺を弟子にしてくれたの？
お前があれを呼び覚ましたからだ。私が教えた武芸が将来役に立つだろう。もちろん生きて帰るにはもっと強くならなければならないが。
すでにいろいろ習っただろ。どうやってもっと強くなればいいんだよ。
まだ基礎だけだ。弓の扱いもまだ荒い。形ある武器を完全に極めれば次のステージに行けるだろう。全てを手中の刃と化し、神羅万象を自在に操るのだ。そうすれば師匠のようにさらなる力を追い求められる。
分かった。じゃあ最後の質問だ。師匠はなんでいつもそんな顔してるの？強くなるって楽しいことじゃないの？師匠？
それで師匠は何と？
深淵を離れるとき、師匠が最後にこう言ったのが聞こえた。いつか滅びゆく星々を越えていけば、お前にも私の見ている世界が見えるようになるだろう。
テイワットでは世界の外から来た世界の運命を変える者を降臨者と呼ぶ。だがお前にその資格はない。教会を開いたのは俺だからだ。お前はただの密航者だ。
If your long journey makes you drift too far away, and if the dust and time still weigh you down, pulling you astray, if passing years change you somehow, let not this simple life must still be there with you.
見て、流れ星だ。どこに落ちたんだろう。
俺に勝ちたければ俺の歩いた道をたどってみるがいい。
Please not that I stay to wait. Please not that I stay to see.
だがそこにお前は属さない。お前の家もない。
私、アリスよ。旅の人、おしゃべりしましょう。
その剣誰に習った？あいつはどこだ？師匠、今日こそ両手を使ってよ。
Welcome to the final day of the AstraNox Invitational. Today, I'm your host Binzu, and I'm joined by my co-caster KevinZ.
Hello everyone, it's me, KevinZ. It's so fun to be here. It's the final day. I can't wait to see the final matches of the tournament.
Yeah, and we both played in the tournament, so it's gonna be even better to see what decks the finalists brought and what we will get to see and the top level plays here.
Yeah, but before moving on, let's go over the sponsor of this tournament. First and foremost, this tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We would like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin GeniusinvokationTcg TCG card is now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul.
Yeah, I can't wait to play with Kokomi, so I'm gonna have a blast if I get them.
Yeah, personally, my favorite card is probably Sarah, and she's already out, but I mean, there's bound to be some good characters you can pair her with among the new cards, right?
Yeah, but let's go to the event itself. First and foremost, we have the Prince Regional, where 16 of our top EU, NA and Asia players competed until 3 made it to the knockout stage, while in the Frontier Regional, 48 of the top CN players competed for 9 spots. But what is the elimination stage?
Yeah, in the elimination stage, the 12 remaining players who made it through will compete in a double elimination knockout bracket, and right now only 3 players remain. And this is the stage where placements of the players will be decided.
Yeah, a lot of on the line right now. So we will see what the rules are for this match. It's gonna be a best of 5 conquest mode. Both players have submitted 4 decks, but they can't overlap any characters, so that's already a difficulty. And they get to ban one of the opponent's decks, while the 3 remaining decks of each player battled out, and you can't actually play a deck that you won with twice, so you have to win with each one of them a bit, and yeah, it's a bit difficult if you have a weak link.
For sure, if you have a deck you're uncomfortable with, you don't want to be that person who loses 3 times in a row of the same deck.
Yeah, but it seems to be the last day, right?
Yeah, this is the last day of the tournament. There's nothing after today. If you want to watch any previous matches, then you can check them out on the GITCG channel. And if you want to watch the JP cast, you can check them out on YouTube on Atoki or Omori Mato's channel. And if you want to watch the CN cast, you can go on Bilibili to check them out.
Yeah, a lot of places to watch them, but let's see what they're competing for, because there are prizes on the line. We are already at the top 3, so the 3rd place already receives 960 yuan, the 2nd will receive a whopping 1280 yuan, and the 1st place will get 3200 yuan. But not only that, based on the placements, they will also get some of the amazing products of the TCG game in real life, so maybe they will actually get to play with those cards they've been playing with the whole tournament. Look at those. Those are some great cards we want to see. And maybe we actually have the bracket ready, because I believe it's time to meet our players. We already have one waiting.
Yeah, we see here the losers bracket finals. We have Terry versus Papaya Tofu. And in the winner's side, we have Ollie Crane. But before we head into the grand finals, we'll have a show match between Toby and CJR.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great show match, and it already has a twist on it, so you can be certain that this will be a match to watch.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very, very special show match that you probably don't want to miss.
Yeah, and the other matches you also don't want to miss. Both of them, the highest level of TCG we have available right now, probably. So we really don't want to miss any of these matches, and we will see what next day will actually bring.
Yeah. One thing to talk about, Fire Tofu came all the way from the losers bracket, right? They were on the losers bracket and clawed their way all the way into the losers finals.
Yeah, and it seems that Papaya Tofu's favorite deck seems to be the Herald Chiori Navia that we saw a bit ago until Herald got nerfed, I believe. Or was it until Chiori got nerfed? I can't really remember.
And we see that Papaya Tofu's turn result runner-up in the Mars Cup, the Hayu Kwaibao Cup, and the Moon Talk Cup. 3-time runner-up. That feels a bit like a curse, but perhaps this is their tournament.
Yeah, but having made it so many times to be runner-up is nothing to like. To actually get runner-up, you have to beat so many other players, and then maybe you get unlucky in the finals a few times. That's just heartbreaking often.
Yeah. And here we have Teru's deck. It's a stall deck. Barbara, Rina, and Wisely is their favorite deck. I mean, I know a lot of people like stall. They seem to be one of those people.
Yeah, and they actually made it to be the champion in version 5.1. And then also top 4 in 5.5. That's also quite insane. So
Yeah, very nice, very nice. And GITCG, I love, brings me pure joy. Just happy to play some good GITCG. I like that.
yeah, it's always nice to see them enjoying the game, and they actually started to play from 3.3, so really early player. So love to see that.
Truly old school player here.
Yeah, there are not that many old school players left, so it's always nice to see someone that stuck from the very beginning. Maybe they took a break, but always came back to play some more Genius Invocation.
Alright then, here we have the decks, and nothing too particular stands out here. It's like, I would say these decks are fairly standard. We see Teru with the Bennett over Torin, which is what most people would expect. And
Yeah.
Papaya Tofu is sticking with their Fischl in their Kachina list.
Yeah, we've seen it perform quite well, so they seem to do it, and maybe their deck lists are a bit different, but I think probably are gonna be pretty much the same with their mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this Fischl tech with the Kachina deck, I feel like I'm a bit sold on it. It actually looks pretty good in the mirror. So if you can get the mirror with the Kachina mirror with Fischl, I feel like they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, but let's see what they are gonna ban, because if one of them bans the Kachina, they might not even play a mirror, so maybe that's even out of the question.
I mean, I feel like it's very possible for Teru to ban Kachina. You don't really want to face Kachina with Bennett, in my opinion. So, let's wait and see. Oh! I mean, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, already banned Kachina. I mean, it's to be expected if you really don't want to face it with Bennett and you have a losing side when you face the mirror. So it's kind of Nice to see.
Oh.
And the Bennett got banned.
Why Tofu bans the Bennett? Yeah, I mean, if you knew your Kachina was getting banned, that was for possibly the best ban you could have made, right? I'm pretty sure you're not too comfortable with your free slow decks against Bennett.
Yeah, without a way to pressure Bennett that early, you really don't want to face it that often, and you're just rather going up against maybe Kachina and Zhongli.
Alrighty here. Oh, they choose to pick Zhongli first. I mean, let's see what Terry picks up. It's Kachina.
Honestly, not that surprising, since most often Zhongli or Kachina gets picked first. It could have also ended in the Kachina mirror, in the Zhongli mirror.
Oh, this is a very peculiar list here. 1 Gamblers, 1 Navia talent. That's not what you typically see in a Kachina list.
Yeah, it seems to lean more on the Kachina side of things and trying to maybe get something with the Golden Trooper award, so we will see.
Put in the Mao instead, which most people haven't run in this tournament.
Yeah, they also have a lot of free swaps with 2 Dawn Wineries and 2 Senior Heart out, so they are probably going to try and go for the Lini skill, Kachina skill, and then swap back at the end of the turn.
Yeah. I'm just slightly worried about their, the amount of cards they can draw into, right? Like, since they cut Gamblers and they cut Navia talent, I feel like they cut down a significant portion of their free cards. So, if you weaken your draw, or the cards you can draw into like that, it makes your draw cards feel that much less consistent.
Yeah, you really don't want to draw into Dawn Winery, or like even some of the dice cards that are only used for Kachina, you really don't want to draw into at the end of the game.
Yeah. Oh, Zhongli here. Pretty standard list, I would say. You see some of their own spice here with the library. Yeah, I like me some dice fixing, and of course they have Cogs, like 1 energy card, typically standard, either Cogs or I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, and Extreme. It's probably trying to get a bit of an upper hand in matchups where you have the maybe Bennett or like combo decks, but they decided to ban it anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically Extreme opens up a lot of options, and most players seem to like either Extreme or Yumka in their deck, or that potential steal against some key cards the opponent might have.
Yeah, but actually getting to get those stolen is often maybe not that likely, but it can actually happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard, right? It can be pretty hard to have, because you need the card in hand, they need to have the right card in their hand, and you need to just get lucky because you don't even have the information that they have the card in hand. And the worst thing is that you may just help them out by letting them draw more cards.
Seeing Extreme help your opponent out is, as a viewing experience, always pretty good, because sometimes you see someone completely have dead cards in hand, and then somehow the opponent helps them by playing some cards. So
Going into match here, let's see the mulligan.
yeah,
Kachina talent at the start with a Woven. I feel like this is a pretty good opener for Teriri. Probably Tofu has the Chiori talent and Opera, which is also pretty good.
Yeah,
Ooh.
decides to maul the opera.
Oh, that. I mean, if you already have guaranteed talents, I feel like Opera is a pretty good key. I'm
Yeah,
a bit
and
surprised by that.
yeah, and now actually they have Storm Terror as well, so the Arcane card is gonna be probably used at a later turn, and it's just gonna sit in the hand.
They decided to start Chiori, which a bit interesting actually. I wonder if they're going to do like Chiori skill. Ooh, double swap. Alright, that also works.
Yeah, they don't seem to have a good way to float the dice. The best way other than double swapping would probably be double skill. So
No, I mean this makes sense with their hand, right? You have no other way of spending the dice. Oh, but
yeah,
on Teriri's side though, look at their dice. They have to tune 2. Or skill again?
they're gonna skill. Maybe hoping that they can get Zhongli down to low HP early, so this way that he can actually just deny the Zhongli talent value.
If they end on Chiori, you do get Zhongli but below 7. Well, and that's what they do. I mean, Woven, Tune 1, skill, into Covenant.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge for them.
Maybe a bit of a mistake from Fayatofu, perhaps should have just ended on Signora instead.
Yeah, they probably thought that the Kachina didn't have any actions, or maybe mulled away the Covenant. But now it's gonna come back, and this is gonna be pretty huge, since we don't see any healing food in Zhongli's reach, so we will see what's gonna happen then.
Double technique. And next round, you don't even have a way to pressure the Kashina, right? So Kashina can just keep skilling and using technique, and how do you respond? Pretty commanding lead for Teriri, I would say, in this match already.
Yeah, skilling on Chiori does no damage, and if you would want to do damage, you would need something, but they're actually not going to skill again. Just gonna equip Gamblers, and I'm just gonna pass here.
I'm a bit surprised by that. It's like, you take 1 more damage because you were fairly safe anyway. But maybe they have a plan in mind. Who knows?
Yeah, Gambler's equipping is also a pretty big commitment already.
That's true. What if you don't get a kill on Kachina? You never know how the match turns out.
Oh, drawing for 1 already.
Oh,
and
so
getting
for 1.
extreme.
I mean, the value of extreme here is practically non-existent. So, most likely won't see it here.
Yeah. So they probably hoped for maybe some food, or maybe even some way to get some dice, but
yeah, some kind of way to get into food, like either more draw or just a hot spring, or honestly, you'd probably even take soup at this point just to heal Zhongli. You're very desperate for any kind of heal. Let's see, you're thinking pretty hard about this. Probably thinking about going to Signora, but I think it's kinda unavoidable that Zhongli goes below 7.
yeah, going to Senora and then just doing 2 actions on her feels really weak right now.
I mean, you not getting Chiori skill up is also a huge loss in value. So most likely we'll just see the Chiori skill, but let's see here.
Yeah, and we actually see that the Kachina drew the Boar Princess, so they're gonna get a few more dice.
Maybe that was the reason they didn't technique again for the Boar Princess.
Yeah. Actually going to Signora, so they really
you
don't want to lose the HP.
Now you get to play the Boar. And you get the dice. Normally you wouldn't be able to get this dice with, or you wouldn't be able to get both dice with 4 and use them nicely, but now they can do it pretty nicely without having to worry.
Yes, so what is Zhongli gonna do now, since they can't really get Zhongli to stay above the HP threshold, really? They quick swap back.
Quick swap back, probably planning to just end the round on Chiori and to maintain the 7 HP on Zhongli. But I mean,
They're
you
probably
lose an
gonna
action
swap
by
back.
doing this. Also, they
Yeah.
did not get the damage toll, which is definitely the one they wanted to see here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge loss.
Basically -2 damage for this round, and so since you don't have another action, this spot looks very difficult, very difficult.
Yeah, you will be able to deal 6 damage end phase, but just that is quite low on damage from Zhongli normally. You really wanted the second Chiori skill, most likely.
Okay, let's see what they do here. Most likely just technique on winery.
Yeah,
But
the
then there's
question is
also the
where to
question,
swap.
Yeah, who do you end on? If you go Lini does die. If you go Navia will die start of next round.
Yeah, you can think about just trying to sweep with Kachina next round. You have gamblers on her, so that is not out of the possibility.
You do have gamblers, and the opponent's entire team is very low on HP. Let's see here.
Yeah, maybe they're also thinking about just swapping off without just trying to get like some dice to tune for next round, but
Ball winery.
hey, gonna play it now.
I mean, it definitely has to be the technique, right? You're always techniquing. They're just thinking very deeply about who to end on.
Yeah, they have the time to just think, and it looks like they probably decided.
Navia or Lini here, let's see, and they end on Lini. Okay. I mean, with Lini, you get 1 draw as well during the end phase.
Yeah. The question for them is now, do they decide to go Navia or do they decide to go Kachina?
I expect Navia here since you have the
Yeah.
Dawn Winery. You want to keep the Kachina as safe as possible.
There is healing food for Zhongli, but it's not actually that insane for them.
Yeah,
Although
perhaps
it is gonna get a bit.
perhaps 1 round too late, right? We had it last round with skill swap skill. And it felt a lot better, but this round, like, we've already lost a lot of value by not being able to do that Signora skill.
Yeah, at least our dice are pretty good this turn. As good as we can hope to, so... But There's always this Kachina on right now 9 HP, and with gamblers, you have a bullet in hand even.
There's seen a bullet, yeah. The question is if
That's
you
kind of-
actually want to Signora skill here though. On the Navia. But if you do that, you most likely just won't have any way to threaten the Kachina.
需要定制服务吗？
So
Yeah,
yeah.
swapping to Chiori.
Right, swap Chiori, swap Kachina. And I mean it's probably just Chiori skill, right? But here's the problem now, is like you can drop the bullets. Dropping the
Yeah.
bullets here seems very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's 1 dice, and you actually get the dice back since you have gamblers, and or you even get Geo Resonance to protect from some oncoming damage.
And here you either have to give up the double gambler's kill, which is what they do here. And then they have to go up against a lot of dice. Perhaps too much dice to deal with.
Yeah, the only good thing going for them right now is that they have the soup in hand. And
But they decide to swap.
yeah,
Okay.
they probably want to deny the Zhongli some value of skilling and some extra dice.
Yeah, force
So-
the opponent to either skill into Navia or have to use a dice to swap to Zhongli.
就当是散心了。
Yeah,
And this one dice actually matters quite a bit.
we're gonna see a Navia skill now, maybe, or is it just gonna be swapping back to Kachina?
I think the Navia skill is... Yeah, the Navia skill is probably fine. Pretty likely, I would say. Because Kachina can basically guarantee kill Signora when you go back with the off-field piercing damage. And what are your options here? You can 5 cost with soup. Five cost with soup, but then you just slacked out 1 dice to an action, which you would have had otherwise.
Yeah.
The woven. Alright, swap back
Actually,
to
gonna
Signora.
swap back.
I mean, surely now
But-
you go Kachina.
Now, yeah. Now the Kachina swap is probably coming through. And I don't know if Zhongli will survive that.
Yeah, I don't
Since
know
now
if they
you
have any way.
actually-
Do they have any way to answer that? Oh, drops the Georas as well.
That's very interesting.
I mean, I think it plays around double surfing buddies, which actually, yeah, it does play around double surfing buddies, technically. So
Yeah, they probably think, hey, I do have the advantage here, and it's so big that I can play around anything, so...
yeah, why take the risk if you have the answer against everything? But do they have the answer against everything? Here's the question, though. They can technique again and then skill. But the skill is more or less useless. Oh, or technique again, what am I saying? Yeah,
Yes. Now the Zhongli is at 2 HP and we need healing again.
I'm
So-
unsure what healing you can even draw to get out of this spot here. You need a lot of healing, like Geores plus Offspring is 8 HP. Oh well, that is not the healing we're looking for.
Yeah, and
Unfortunately.
Navia talent and a bullet on top
good
of
dice
that
as
for your
well.
opponent. That's really rough.
I mean, 2 HP on this Zhongli. The only sustain you have is the skill.
The question is, how do you try and survive this round? Do you hope that your opponent really has no usable dice, and does it even save you?
If the opponent had no usables, you'd still need GRS probably. It's the only way you can play. Afraid the opponent just doesn't have the right dice. Potentially, you could maybe try to steal the opponent's GRS, but those odds doesn't seem that likely either. I mean, just
Yeah,
let's see here.
Yeah, they saw already one GRS used, so. Oh, they're
Doing
gonna
sustain.
actually extreme.
Extreme. Okay, and they see nothing from the opponent's hand. 1 bullet.
固若金汤。
And just 5 costs. Alright. I mean, you know the opponent's entire hand now. So,
Yeah.
at 3, you probably know you have it in the bag.
You're
Cross
really
the
not
ball
scared anymore.
To get a Woven, it's not the GRS we needed. Not that GRS would have been enough anyway. And here they're tuning for the Kashina burst. And that's
Yeah.
gonna be game 1.
让你看到
Yeah, that was a pretty convincing win, although at the end it's always a bit of a struggle to kill Zhongli, but you have enough damage, so...
I mean,
It was
after
a
the
convincing-
extreme, you had to feel pretty good about it, knowing that knowing your opponent's entire hand. There's no unknowns, only the bullets.
Yeah, that's always something good when you play against it. You know what your opponent will have, so... Now we will actually see what they decide to play for game 2 probably soon. And looking at it, now that the Kachina deck is out, do you think there's any deck that you're more willing to play into the opposing lineup?
I mean, there's a Zhongli on both sides. There's a Uki Venti, Utalis on both sides. It's not like there's not much you can. There's not a lot of favorable matchup, I would say. Like it looks pretty even on both sides. So
Yeah, the question is, do you want to play the clearing deck early, or do you want to maybe get in late with it and try and win later with it? So there's always the matchup fishing, where do you want to try and get your favorable matchup pretty early, or hope that you sweep the opponent with your other decks?
I mean, I do think among the decks Teriri has, Zhongli is probably the one with the better matchups here, slightly. But it probably doesn't matter too much whichever deck Teriri picks. I'm just worried a bit for Papaya Tofu. This Florin list looks a bit hard to get it to win against these two decks. Probably the better chances are against Zhongli, I would say.
Yeah, so maybe then they will actually try to queue it first, since they maybe expect Teriri to play the Zhongli, but they probably both thinking quite hard on which decks to bring now.
Alright, let's see here. Which decks will they pick? You know, I probably expect both of them to queue up Zhongli, if I had to say. What do you think?
Yeah, it's often seen that when you lose with a deck, you often queue it again, so I would think that this would happen.
And it is Zhongli for Viatofu again. Let's see what Terry has. And they're bringing out the Hu Tao. Alright. Any particular thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, yeah, we saw a lot of these matchups already, and we can't always see that sometimes Zhongli gets under the 7 HP mark with some good damage, but often it came down to one of the characters getting sniped by Hu Tao burst, so I think I would expect to see that a lot of the times. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely up to Hu Tao, and you definitely need Rightful in this matchup. It gains a lot of stacks just from the summons as well. So I think that would be the key, just opening very good round 1, getting your mouse and Rightful for sure. That's the key.
Yeah. And in some other lists, we actually saw Calc's arts, and this Hu Tao list doesn't have it, so there's not the surprise factor of Hu Tao somehow getting some surprises. That's actually pretty good for the Zhongli player often, since they might be a bit more safe against just some surprise damage.
Yeah. Oh! Yeah, and we've already seen this Zhongli list. Again, they have library. Maybe they can do some fun stuff with this extreme. Probably not. I think Hu Tao lists they don't have any, they have multiples of all of the key cards they want to play, so unless they take out this extreme, probably won't be too impactful.
Yeah, and Zhongli can't actually use that much of the cards Hu Tao plays either. It's probably the food engine that they can play, but the rest of the stuff is kind of not really good for them. Although, it would be pretty funny to see a Rightful Zhongli there.
You just steal the Rightful and play on your own Zhongli, who knows? Maybe that comes up. Maybe that does come up. I mean, other than that, I would say this Adeptus here is one of the better cards in this matchup. Having the Adeptus just gives you that reach to snipe that Hu Tao, right? Without the Hu Tao, I mean, Kuki Tao can't really do what they want anymore, and no way to play without Hu Tao alive.
Yeah, I would be very scared to swap to Hu Tao often, since when you swap to Hu Tao, and she already often has burst up since she often just skills, just getting the Hu Tao sniped from so much HP, especially with surfing buddies, you can never know what will hit you.
Surfing buddies, Calcs, Adeptus, definitely a lot you have to be wary of if you're playing Hu Tao here. So maybe that's Papaya Tofu's way to victory, just using their tech cards to get a snipe on that Hu Tao.
Yeah, but maybe actually sometimes you can't play around all these tech cards, so we'll see if they might leave themselves vulnerable to 1 or 2 Adeptus fast swaps or something, because they might be in a somewhat losing situation.
I mean, Mulligan here, definitely the most important part of this matchup as well. So important for so many decks. Both of them really want to open the right cards. A lot of draw, a lot of extra dice as well. And some of those key cards Rightful for Hu Tao and the talents for Zhongli.
Opera going in. We already see the 2 dice cuts for Zhongli, so
Yeah, Storm Terror
Hey.
plus Golden Troop. Second Storm Terror Opera. What is this opener? This is unbelievable opener from Zhongli.
yeah, this is kind of a dream opener.
I don't know if Terry has this level of opener here. 2 combat. Papaya Tofu's godlike opener. But we'll see here.
Yeah, and-
most likely for Papaya Tofu start Zhongli, right?
Yeah, and they get both talents just from playing 2 Storm Terrors. They just need a bit of dice, and they actually got it quite easily.
I mean, the dice requirements with double Storm Terror plus Opera is not even that high, so as long as you get good enough, you're probably fine.
Yeah, and we don't see the rightful reward in the hand yet, so
Strat. Okay, with this hand that Terry has, you're supposed to veteran here first before Timaeus. That way
Yeah.
you can use up all your dice nicely.
yeah, getting all the dice out of there is pretty important, and you even have to gild it to
Yeah.
use next round.
Oh, and that's exactly what they do. Very nice catch there. I feel like a lot of people would just do the veteran or do the Timaeus first, then play the veteran, and they have 2 dice remaining that they can't use up. So very well
Yeah.
played there.
And then sometimes you just draw like not a good card from Timaeus, and it seems kind of sad. And they even got Dunya to
Oh.
get rewarded.
Yeah, even more rewarded by drawing the Dunya Sword. That, I mean, rewarded for doing the right play. It's like what we like to see.
Yeah,
Alright,
thinking
here,
about
thinking.
just swapping.
Yeah, problem. I mean, there's a lot to think about. Do you swap to Venti or do you swap to Hu Tao here?
Yeah,
You know the opponent will most likely swap off of Zhongli, so the big argument to go Hu Tao and then Venti. Or perhaps you just go Venti and then Hu Tao.
yeah, decides to go Hu Tao here. Probably just thinking, hey, they're gonna swap, so might as well. And we see this support space already, like 2 of the Storm Terror and Opera. That's 3 dice that you can actually use now.
Terry got the rightful. I mean, both players here with very good openers. For sure. This is very, very good rolls for both of them.
Oh yeah. The rightful actually balancing it out quite nicely, so if they actually didn't get the rightful, it probably would have been a bit more one-sided, but like this, it's really good.
Yeah, even got the Shudong in the back discounted with some 2-cost foods. A lot of value in their hand.
Yeah, the one thing to now see is that Zhongli actually didn't get the dice that are as well, but they got 2 cryo to go with the Giori talent, so maybe they will swap to Signora after.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate dice. Probably would have liked to have more Geo so you could do the double Giori skill and then also Signora skill. I mean, that would have been something else, but now a lot harder to go for. You would have to tune 2 or tune 3 even.
Yeah, we see the Gilded already equipped. They probably are a bit scared of Extreme.
I think the Gila is to deny the Opera, just making the dice
That-
requirements slightly harder.
That is true. They probably won't win the war after, but right now they actually do win it.
So for one, into countdown. Honestly, countdown here doesn't seems pretty good. Into double Mao.
Wow.
That is amazing. That is absolutely
They
amazing.
actually got almost all the dice cards they could have wished for. They got 2 Storm Terror, 2 Mao.
It's so good you can't even use all of them. That's how good it is.
Yeah.
I mean, next round you're gonna be able to play double Mao plus food. Alright, here, let's see. Swap Venti, perhaps? Or will they NA? If you NA, you can't. Actually, you can go back Cookie, or you can go to Venti and skill because of the veteran on Cookie. If you NA here.
Yeah, and you will get the Blood Blossom, so it's gonna be a lot of damage. But the damage is gonna be on Shiori, so they probably want damage on Shiori anyway right now, since she's gonna be the one that sets up all of those Geo summons.
They're probably thinking about Shiori skill again. I mean, there's a world where you go Shiori skill again here. Because if the opponent doesn't have fast swap, you don't get swirled. As long as you end on Signora.
Yeah, but we see the fast swap in hand, and that will be a lot of damage on Shiori. So they play around it and just go Signora right now.
Probably see the Venti swap in response.
Yeah, they don't need to use the fast swap now then, since they will get a guaranteed swirl.
You do need to tune one here though, because you got one Electro. Let's see what they tune. You also get 2 draws from Gilded here,
Yeah,
which is very
Gilded
nice.
is so much value.
Nothing you really want to tune here though. Shudong. Don't want to tune that. You don't want to tune Maiden because it's good drawn next round. Adeptus is good. Like every card here is very good. So
Yeah.
if I had to say, I think Maiden or Macarons are the worst ones.
Yeah, Macrons you have 2 of in the deck, I believe.
Oh.
They
decide to not swirl.
To food. They probably want to end first here because of the Signora status, and they want to, and they know they can get the swirl next round.
Yeah, that has to be the reason why. And it does make sense. It does make sense.
Yeah, the only
You
thing
know the
they're
pro-
really losing is Blood Blossom. But yeah.
Alright, let's see here.
Yeah, they're thinking about surfing buddies, so that would give them 1 more crystallize, so 1 more damage, 1 more shield.
But you also don't want to surfing bodies and get rid of your damage toll faster. Probably just hold it off for now.
And you actually kill Venti anyway, so
Oh, I didn't realize that.
yeah. They probably needed to... They have resistance to actually keep Venti alive, but it might have been they maybe miscalculated it or think that Venti is actually not that important for them right now.
I mean, you're behind by a decent amount of HP, so let's see if they can make up for that with just Hu Tao. Got Mao. That's very good.
Yeah, probably a burst here, although it would lose a lot of HP and you will lose that on the burst right now, but you will gain a lot of stacks back. And now we'll probably just see with double Mao a lot of dice generated.
I mean, double Mao soup here. Look for Providence. Could do that. It's soup and wait, let me get the... I do not believe that was Providence. Yes.
No, they
that was
picked healing.
I do not believe they have Providence though.
Yeah, but they get 2 draw from the mouse, so their hand is full of food.
Alright, I mean, probably just skill here. Keep up the damage with your summons, looking for the follow-up though.
Yeah, the follow-up duel is gonna be great.
And they do get it. I mean, there's just so many actions. You can go back Zhongli. The 5 call. Oh, you don't even have another action. If you Zhongli 5 calls. Wait, you do because of GT. Never mind. Never mind. That is so many actions.
Yeah, for 1 dice.
5 calls for 1 die.
That is quite insane. You probably do just 5 cost here.
Yeah, you can basically just lock out the opponent here by just forcing a kill on one of their units, which is most likely going to be Kuki, and then just have Zhongli burst ready for next round. So you can Zhongli burst the Hu Tao. Probably just seals the deal, but let's see here what to do. Thinking a lot about it.
安如磐石。
5 calls. That's a lot of damage on the Kuki already. And now onto Teriri. I mean, at this point, your options look pretty scarce.
Yeah, I don't believe that the right for reward is at 2 stacks right now. Because if it is, you can actually try and kill Zhongli here.
Even if it was, I don't think you have enough to kill Zhongli, which is like, it's 5 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3, so only up to 12 damage. Decisive skill here, you don't take the piercing because you're below 5. But honestly, some would argue that taking the piercing here was better.
It probably doesn't matter in the end here because you probably won't do another action on Hu Tao right now to burst, so you can't really convert it.
Sides to NA here.
Yeah, getting the Zhongli burst is really good.
If you cannot end on Hu Tao, so you probably just have to. You can food and then burst on Cookie here for some damage.
Yeah, but it's looking quite rough. You weren't able to kill any character, and
yeah, you didn't kill anyone, and there's four summons on Zhongli's side. It's basically a ticking timer here for Teriri. They're doing their best to sustain, but there's just so much damage.
yeah,
So much damage.
when Zhongli has so many actions to get the summons up every time, and here even did a Zhongli normal attack as well, you don't really have that much.
Fast swap. Are they going Hu Tao here? Unfortunately, there shouldn't really be that much you can do on Hu Tao besides ending. Besides the soup, they get Providence. I
would
don't
believe
think that
they're
was Providence.
probably going for, yeah, the damage reduction rather.
Going for a damage reduction. Okay. I mean, ending on Signora here probably makes a lot of sense.
It does. The question is, how does Hu Tao actually survive this onslaught? Since
I mean, you managed to live this round. What about the next round? Next round looks pretty tough. I mean, the summons are still there. And you already used up a lot of your food. And your Day of Resistance. There's only so many resources left in your deck.
Yeah, and swapping off Hu Tao right now wouldn't even kill the Signora, so it's quite a shame.
You can either stay on Hu Tao here or you can swap, but staying on Hu Tao is risky. There's a good chance you just straight up die if you stay here. Even if you burst. Like Zhongli burst by itself is already 5, and then the follow-up doll is 2. So 7 damage. If you get Fury, that's another 2. You can Surfing Bodies, and if you don't hit the follow-up doll, that's also another 2. It's definitely a very scary spot here for Teriri.
Yeah, and the main problem also is that even if you survive somehow these actions, since they have so many actions with 8 dice, Mao and everything, you need to survive end phase as well, and it's just so much.
Okay, burst, and you're on 11 dice. Papaya Tofu, technically, if they find both Fury from the soup and use the surfing buddies and don't hit the follow-up doll, they can kill the Hu Tower right here.
Yeah, but the question is if they go for it, since yes, it's an instant win, but you're probably thinking you're way in the lead right now, so you might not even want to gamble it away.
也好，
But
If you have a guaranteed win, why do you have to take the risk of just throwing it away? Well, I'm pretty sure it's still a good line to go for. Worst case, you just don't hit Fury, and then you just don't go for it. Or perhaps you just, no matter what, you're probably playing a food, so I would expect the soup here to come down.
yes, you do want the Mao value, and the food value is just really good anyway.
Oh, I don't see Providence, but I do believe
Oh,
one
this
of them
is Fury.
Yeah, I do believe one of them was Fury.
So we have a 66% chance to win the game right now, probably.
I mean, the game state is quite clear, so I feel like there's a decent chance they might just take the 66 for a guaranteed win. 66% chance for a guaranteed win does not sound bad. Getting the Hu Tao kill here most certainly just wins them the game. Thinking hard about it, still thinking.
Yeah, I would believe since they took the Fury, they will actually go for it. But
寄收并蓄，
actually not.
This is just 5 costs. Okay, plays it safe. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's safe, right? You can just go.
Yeah. Opponent is forced to swap off Fu Tao anyway, so you will be fine.
Oh, but you do have to be careful here. If you go Chiori, they can actually Cookie Burst and kill your Chiori here with the Adeptus. And I don't know. Could this perhaps be a comeback? It looks so dominant for Zhongli, but now I'm not so sure anymore.
给我安分点。
10 HP on
It is
Cookie.
first.
就当是散心了。
Treasure? I don't believe the treasure is any useful at this point in the game. But that's a huge Cookie Burst right there. It's only Zhongli left. It's only Zhongli left, then we can always Hu Tao Burst the Zhongli.
Yeah, and we have the artifact to buff our damage by another 2, so
Plus a potential soup. That's a lot of potential damage you can get.
yeah, +4 just out of nowhere.
+4. And then the Overload and the Rightful. That's 13 damage right there. I expect to see the Underwater Tune, but instead they've decided to play it.
Yeah, decided that they really want the underwater over the damage there, but we will actually see if that will be fine for them, since underwater is not really something you often want to draw, I guess.
Unfortunately, the surfing buddies are not useful anymore. completely dead without any summons to use them on.
And we only healed 2 HP since we only have 1 summon as well, so a lot of the cards in the hand are kind of dead right now.
Okay, wait. I mean, you can cookie NA, and then if they want to live, they have to 5 cost. They have to 5 cost. But then maybe that's fine. How much dice do we have?
Only 8 dice on the side of Zhongli right now. We really need to 5 cost here, but...
Wait, we used the Fury on Cookie NA, I guess. Yeah, that way we don't have to use the food on Hu Tao. Right, this is coming down to the wire here. And they 5 cost, okay. So we can live the Emblem Burst here.
Yeah, but Maidens heals up so much. It's actually crazy that over the game it heals up so much. And we decide to not emblem.
Thinks the healing is more important here. The thing is, you're always getting bursted next round. So you would need to live. Theory believes they can live through next round even while petrified. And honestly, they might be able to with how much healing they have. They have the macarons, and then they also have Maiden next round. I actually think they have it.
Yeah, that's Macrons plus Maidens is 6 HP healing, so that's gonna be crazy.
Right here.
And we actually see the Zhongli NA, so if we Macrons now, we would only get 2 iterations of the rightful proc, so we wouldn't actually get to our breakpoint in time. Maybe we will see Liban actually, just to maybe draw the treasure.
I mean, with treasure and then potentially another healing card, would it be possible?
Yeah, the question is, do you play Macrons or do you play Liban here? You can only proc one of them.
They've already used a soup. How much healings would they have? They already used an MMR as well.
I believe they used both soup already. One was on Hu Tao and one was on Cookie.
Didn't they also already use the other macarons? I think it's better to play Liban then, so you can guarantee or be more likely to draw into a treasure.
Yeah, now they actually didn't get a treasure, so we'll have to see if maybe Zhongli will get the damage through. But with 4 healing, it's a question of, can Zhongli without talent actually do 13 damage in a round? I don't think so.
I mean, you can burst normal here, but that is not good enough. This might be checkmate for Papaya Tofu. They unable to kill here. Zhongli just dies to Hu Tao's burst next round.
Yeah, this Hu Tao deck is really good at making what seems like kind of lost games come back really fast, and it's often
for
just
sure.
a little bit of damage that is missing for your opponent, but that's often the difference.
This game looked so doomed, like at the start with how well the Zhongli rolled, but I mean now it's a completely different story. With Zhongli here being on the ropes, trying to see if there are any lines they can take to kill the Hu Tao this round.
Yeah, they're taking their time, seeing if they have any line and calculating it through and through to maybe get the win. Maybe pray that the opponent maybe doesn't have emblem, but
Yeah, perhaps that is your best strategy here. Pray the opponent doesn't have a food, a treasure, or emblem here, and just 5 cost for next round. That possibly was your only line, but of course we know that they have emblem.
yeah.
They decide to first here, and unfortunately 2 normals will not be enough to take out Hu Tao. Very well played by Teriri.
And even we see in the hand the extreme that could in theory snatch the emblem, but even then it doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough to lower the damage a bit. It would be the same as just 5 costing, and that is probably not enough.
I mean 5 cost here, right? But technically this does let you live the 1 burst with emblem. But I mean unfortunately I just don't think you have enough damage if you do live.
Yeah. We see the Adeptus top deck now, so maybe they were just a bit unlucky that they didn't get Adeptus last turn, because with Adeptus, it would have been a different story.
It's just a little bit too late, right? If you had it last round, you get 3 more damage, and then you would actually have enough, barely enough, to kill the Hu Tao. But that is not what happened, and Teriri takes game 2 as well. Up 2-0.
There was some great wins there, and now only Zhongli is left, and we might just see a mirror now.
If they bring Zhongli again, then it has to be a mirror, right? Teriri has no other options but to play Zhongli in this spot.
Yeah. Papaya Tofu now has the option which decks they want to try to beat this one Zhongli deck first. Maybe they're going for some comfortable, but maybe they're just sticking with Zhongli and saying, hey, I want the mirror over, and we will see what happens.
I mean, no matter what, you have to get all your decks, all your 3 decks through Zhongli here, so the order more or less does not matter, other than your mental comfort, I guess. So
yeah,
it can be any deck here.
Yeah, the mental is what's probably gonna decide most of it right now, because being up 2-0 is already a really good feeling, and being down 0-2 is quite devastating often, but you have to pull through and actually get it done. So maybe getting a win on a comfortable matchup is the way to go here.
I mean, maybe Papaya Tofu opts to play Hu Tao this time.
Yeah.
Maybe get the reverse matchup.
Yeah, we saw the matchup go for Hu Tao one time, so might see the matchup go in the same direction then. Okay.
I mean, no matter what matchup Papaya Tofu decides to play, I'm pretty sure getting 3 straight wins against Zhongli is gonna be tough no matter what, because Zhongli just has so many options and a lot of potential to high roll, right? It has so many powerful cards. And if you just draw enough of the powerful cards, it's very hard for the opponent to win.
Yeah, and
yeah, Papaya Tofu's list here.
Yeah. We see like a few difference, like we see the Maripede and the Extreme instead of Timaeus and Artifacts, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, decided to cut Timaeus and favor some of the other cards.
Yeah, maybe decided that in the most cases they don't even equip the artifacts that often when it's like a 3-cost or maidens or something. Although we saw maidens really good there.
The deck pick is in and it's Corinne against Zhongli. I mean, this matchup is... I feel like this matchup is slightly Zhongli favored. But we'll have to wait and see how it goes in the actual match. And here we have the list, the Wagner list. Certainly an uncommon pick.
Yeah, it's quite a bit more aggressive than other lists, since you actually also have Unseen Razor to generate some more dice.
I personally like the Wagner pick here. You get to run Wagner, which is a 2-cost, right? And you have a lot of 3-cost in your deck. So getting a 2-cost in there for the round 8 you want to do round 1 is really, really nice. And you also get to run Dinyasard, which is just another power card that adds so many of your good cards into your hand.
Yeah, often you were quite reliant on Golden House to open, and you needed to get Golden House to actually use up the dice effectively, but with Wagner you actually get to play something like Junior-Side Wagner or just Wagner, and you basically just have a 3-cost for your next turn.
Oh, and here we have Kiriri's Zhongli list. I mean, it's pretty standard, right? Nothing that sticks out particularly. They do run 1 Yumkasar, which, I mean, people generally tend to play either 1 Yumkasaurus or 1 Extreme, so not too surprising, even if I personally don't really like Yumkasaurus that much.
Yeah, they probably have it in there for some of the matchups where you mirror, like Zhong Lemur. They just want to steal them talents and maybe get a free win off it.
One thing to point out though, there are no energy cards, no Adeptus, so the amount of damage threat they can dish out is significantly less than Papaya Tofu's list.
Yeah, so the Clarind actually will have it quite a lot easier, since they don't have to fear some Chiori Burst or even some like Calx lines.
Yeah, no Calx Adeptus Burst with some surfing buddies. I mean, you can reach some disgusting levels of damage with all those cards. like more than 10. But if you don't have to play around those cards, then definitely a lot easier to just switch into Chlorine and tank those hits.
Yeah, tank those hits and heal back up to really not letting the Zhongli do all that much damage to everything.
One key part in this matchup is that if you let your opponent end on Chlorine, it'll be very easy for them. If they get to end first, if they get to end on Chlorine, they can tank your hits much more easily and comfortably. But if you can somehow backload your damage enough with your Chiori summons and just swap around, so they're forced to end on someone else, well, that's how you make progress and eventually deal enough damage to win the game.
Yeah, we'll see how the game plays out, and if both players actually get to do their game plan, or maybe just not get the dice on cards they need. Since both decks are quite known to often just get don't get the cards they want and have to go for alternative lines.
For sure, very reliant on their action cards to function. Especially the draw. I mean, you play draw cards just because you want to see very, very specific cards. So the draw cards can also feel very hit or miss in these decks.
Yeah. And I think we just saw the Yumkasaurus Keep.
Yumkasaurus Keep.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Unsure of how effective Yumkasaurus will be here, but I mean, let's see. If you can steal some good equipments, then perhaps it's worth to keep.
Yeah. Maybe in the long run, even stealing the TOTM, since there are only 2 TOTMs and no other artifacts, that might actually be something they could do, but then again, Papaya Tofu probably knows that there is Yumkasaurus and they want to equip TOTM anyway as soon as they draw it.
I just don't know how you'll fit your own game plan with what you want to do. Or they don't even get Zhongli talent. Oh, so we see it. They actually miss with their draw cards here. Now they're probably forced into going Chiori and using Chiori talent.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here. Using the one swap of Sing already and then needing to float one dice with Yumka is not one of the good openers.
I mean, if Papaya Tofu does lose this match, this is the final game for Papaya Tofu. It is match point. They only needs to win one more game to win the entire set. And if that does happen, Papaya Tofu is out of the tournament.
Yes, so a lot of pressure on them right now, but they opened quite well.
Papaya Tofu's opener here is definitely phenomenal.
Yeah, only thing missing is probably a TOTM. And we're gonna see a Yumka for 2, actually.
Wow.
That's quite unusual.
That is unusual and not even that bad for Papaya Tofu here, with how good their hand is, with the double Dunyasard. Oh man. Oh no, I mean, he probably feels good about the Yumka to steal the weapon, but there's a second Wagner in the hand, we would just add another weapon.
Yeah, and they just used 2 Yumkas, and if you look at it, another of the Loremaster skills actually will bring Zhongli below the 7 HP threshold. So they need to swap off now.
Wow, this looks very good for Papaya Tofu. The opponent basically used their entire round 1 just for Yumka, which didn't
they
really disrupt the
ended-
opponent much at all.
They also ended on Zhongli. And now they even draw a weapon again, so...
I mean,
good
this
part-
is absolutely not what you want to see happening here if you're Teriri.
Yeah. The good part for Tiriri is that they probably got the best weapon. They got 2 dice per round weapon, but does it even matter? Your opponent has 2 mouse in hand with a food and a weapon, so they're gonna play the 2 mouse for free, and it's gonna be a really strong turn.
I mean, yeah, the only thing missing here is a TOTM. But if the opponent isn't even doing a lot of damage, is the TOTM even really necessary?
Yeah,
So
I
this
can
is just
see.
such a commanding spot here.
Yeah, I could have seen the double Mao and Minty Meatrals being played already, just to see if they get some Pyro dice. But
Yeah.
now they can probably still swap to Florint, and this Wagner is actually gonna draw Sapwood, so with Golden House, that's an extra 2 dice they can generate out of thin air next turn.
Yeah. And also, I mean, Corinne, despite being a normal attacker generally, does have quite heavy dice requirements, so definitely could have done the double Mao plus MMR first, but maybe they have other plans that they want to do this round. Or perhaps just doesn't want to show their hand.
Yeah, not showing their hand, often really good, just so the opponent can't play around it too often. And maybe they want their opponent to maybe miscalculate all of the damage they can do.
And we see the double Mao. Ooh, that decides to actually keep the Wagner.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised by that, because you could
Yeah.
play your second Wagner for free.
Yeah, I would imagine that. But maybe they draw like a second Golden House, but then again, you probably still want to play the Wagner.
I mean, there's Unseen, right? That's
Yeah.
with an Unseen, technically this Wagner here can get some value. Alright, MMR, and
There's
there's a
actually a
lot of
Paradise.
damage here.
Yeah. Not the best dice anymore, but you have a lot of dice to tune, so you can tune just your cards in hand.
I mean, you can afford to tune. Honestly, you don't even need a second Wagner at this point.
Yeah.
You can probably tune it. You can probably tune Golden House as well. And even one of the draw cards.
And we see actually Zhongli not even getting something like dice reduction or something. They just took the heal.
I mean, I'm sure they were looking very hard for exactly Providence. So they could either skill again or use a free cost card in their hand. We see Theory thinking here. They have one dice left they can use. Maybe they want to swap, but you don't really
Just
want to swap
ending and
anyone
then-
here.
This is looking rough. You don't have Zhongli talent active, and it wouldn't even be active. That's your main problem.
Decide to... They're tuning for Lore Master skill here, okay. Yeah, this splits Signora. And you also make them end on Chiori, so they don't get any GT value. Alright. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you don't really want to do any actions on Clorinde anyway, since you get the value of the heal, but
Yeah,
you
just,
could have maybe
just retain
done
the
one
bond of
more.
life, right?
Yeah. And now you just denied your opponent all the value they just generated. It was like all of the value that you could have had just flew away.
I mean, they hot spring Zhongli, and they do have the Storm Terror for the talent. But if the opponent just goes Clorinde, then you just tank the
Yeah.
hit and put them back down below 7.
Yeah, I would believe there would be some sort of maybe Lotus swap, or maybe you just swap anyway, since you will heal a lot of health this turn, but Lotus swap is probably more likely.
Perhaps they have resistance as well, if they want to end on Clorinde. I'm not sure if they do want to end on Clorinde though. Yeah, only 2 Electro here is very tough as well.
Yeah.
May even be worth using Extreme at some point this round.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
they already
could
got loaded. At this point, the only thing to think about is whether to Extreme or just swap Clorinde.
Yeah, it is kind of obvious to look at that the opponent probably wants to Zhongli talent, and they draw it anyway.
I just draw into the talent. Oh, okay,
But-
good presence of mind there. Just use the the surfing bodies for the opponent's summons, so they lose one of their summons before Zhongli 5 costs, and they actually lost the follow-up though.
Yeah, that's a huge loss of damage. And now the Zhongli talent doesn't even do that well.
Well, to Signora, they want Signora to die here, so yeah, free swap back to Zhongli. And that actually will keep Zhongli above 7 HP. But I mean, at this
Yeah.
point, without the follow-up though, how good even is that?
固若金汤。
Only 2 summons on the board.
Yeah, that's gonna be just 4 damage in phase normally, but with that, they don't even get it.
Oh, Toon 1? Interesting.
Are they thinking about using the technique right now to just drop Zhongli below the HP threshold again?
Tuned again?
That is very interesting. Maybe they thought they had the burst ready, but
Yeah, I think they thought they had the burst.
yeah,
Choosing skill here. Or
uh,
that was a
no, it's
normal attack, never mind.
They thought they had the burst ready, but they forgot that the technique actually loses them 1 energy. So you can often forget that, yeah, you actually lose a bunch of energy just for the technique, since 2 damage reduction per turn is quite enough.
5 Electro, 4 5 tofu here. That is exactly what you see here with a small hand. And Terir, on the other hand, they have 3 draw cards and 2 golden hearts, which are completely useless for them right now.
Yeah. We'll
See, both-
see. They probably take the damage.
There's the follow-up doll as well that they could take. But to get value with the follow-up doll, you have to go Zhongli, which I don't think they are too happy about doing. So we do just see the damage dolls, which, yeah, I agree with that play for sure.
Yeah. Now, it's gonna be damage. Or is it the damage reduction?
No, I believe that is Fury.
I think it's Fury, yes.
Yeah, I do believe that's Fury. I mean, 6 damage, Fury, that's Fury for sure.
Yes.
And
So
much HP.
they actually will be able to lock the Zhongli out of there.
I mean, you can't swap, but what else can you do? If you're not swapping, you have to stay on Fury. So, burst skill. Eventually, this Zhongli is gonna get put down below 7 as well. And Tofu
Yeah.
also has a full HPC Queen and Lore Master left on the field to tank the summons if need be.
Yeah, and the Zhongli won't even get below 7 probably, but just die from the technique. They don't have any healing they find. Zhongli will just tip over.
It's already 8 damage on this technique. Yeah. So, I mean, let's see here. Carry 6 dice. Decides to count down. They only have 1 action remaining after that countdown. And they didn't draw into any food. Well, technically they do have Sing, but we need healing right now.
Yeah, you can only do like an action and GRS. Otherwise, you might want to strategize to fish for some food and pray.
I mean, with Mao here, I'm pretty sure both hot springs are still left in deck, so perhaps. Okay, but it decides to just skill instead. There is the option of using Woven here. Right, we don't Woven, so we should probably just NA here. And then end on Sea Queen.
Yeah, and now Zhongli actually has to take action and it's gonna be a lot of damage with Chlorine skill and then technique.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Zhongli, I think it's just too much HP from the opponent and too much damage to deal with. So we'll just have to wait and see here. Teriri. Think about what options they have. They do have a lot of cards in hand with 2 Wovens and a GRS. surfing bodies as well. But still no hot spring.
Yeah, tuning to probably 5 cost here.
I mean, with Clarin, you can skill into technique for an absurd amount of damage. I think it reaches up to 17 after you get hit here. I do think one of them is Fury. I mean, 11 dice to 3 dice. And a huge technique waiting in the back.
Yeah, just trying to find something. It is 5 healing, so that's a lot, but it's just probably not enough.
See hot spring now, but it's just too late. Honestly, even if you drew it earlier, probably just too much of a deficit. But 3 dice here. We'll see a normal, or perhaps just end with a Liven. There's also the GRS. Alright, normal, playing out their cards. Technique is 12 damage here, so you just need the tiniest amount of chip after the technique. And Viatopu takes game 3. Alright. So, actually, so far, Zhongli has not been doing great. The player who picks Zhongli just loses the game. Yeah. Very, very interesting to see that everyone who picks Zhongli has lost so far. I've 3 back-to-back losses for Zhongli.
Yeah, and Zhongli is one of the decks that a lot of people actually play. So Zhongli and Kachina is, I think, are the 2 most popular decks.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe we'll just have the right call against Zhongli here. It certainly looks like it by how Terir and Paitofu has completely just bullied the Zhongli deck so far. Even when the Zhongli opens incredibly well, we saw that game 2, right? Paitofu had an insane opener with Zhongli, and still somehow Terir pulls out on top for Tao. Is Zhongli bad?
To be fair, Zhongli and Kachina both have incredible targets on their back since everyone knows they're gonna be brought, so people will try and find good plays and good ways to beat them. So
I mean,
I'm not
Terir
surprised
decides
they try.
Yeah, Terir decides to play Zhongli, maybe as expected, and Paitofu here can pick between Zhongli and Hu Tao. If they pick Hu Tao and they win, Zhongli will be 4-4-4 in terms of losing. So
Yeah.
Or they could pick the Zhongli and keep the maybe more comfortable matchup in the back.
Yeah.
But
Although it doesn't seem as comfortable as a matchup, since we saw that Hu Tao did feel a bit cornered quite a bit.
I definitely felt cornered there. But if this match is anything to go by, the Zhongli just isn't that good. So, I don't know, maybe the momentum makes them... Oh! Alright, we will see the Zhongli mirror.
Yeah, so Zhongli will have at least one win now. But it's gonna be the mirror.
At least one win, yeah. Okay, but in this matchup, I think it's really just about the opener again. Opener is so crucial for so many of these decks, and in the Zhongli mirror, you just want to have more actions than the opponent. You just want to get your summons out, both your talents, and just outvalue the opponent. That is the name of the game.
Yeah, and we see that we have the extreme on Papaya Tofu's side, and there's the Yumka on the other side, so they probably will try to steal the other's talents, but we will see if the other person even allows it.
Don't know how useful Extreme would be to steal talents in the mirror, because you don't get to use your own talents. At least at the start, if you decide to try to steal the opponents. But at least Yunkathor does let you steal the opponent's cards and still do your Zhongli talent or Chiori talent, depending on which line you want to go for.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. You could Extreme and Chiori talent, but yeah, that uses up your whole round, and you would actually have to ruin your mulligan quite hard for it.
Yeah, and you also need to, you wouldn't even have your own Chiori talent in hand, you must get the opponent's Chiori talent somehow, or use their stove to get your Chiori talent there. That's another downside of using Extreme, is that you won't have any of your own cards remaining. I mean, typically in this matchup, I feel like you want to mull really hard for Storm Terror, and we see double Storm Terror for Teriri here.
And
Storm Terror on both sides.
yeah, and Teriri actually saw both Storm Terrors before mulligan the cards away, so they actually did mull away their
stove,
like,
yeah,
their
because you don't need to
stove,
keep it.
so
Wow, I'm surprised they started on Zhongli though. I think since you have Sing and Storm Terror, starting on Chiori is just so much more clean here. Ooh. I only get the
drawing
Mao,
off the
no
Mao.
Opera. No GT. Or even a Woven.
that is quite interesting. Tuning away the Storm Terror.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of value. I mean Storm Terror is, it's one talent, like it's one draw, and then in the long term it'll also be one dice. It also reduces your dice requirements. So very interesting.
Yeah. I could actually see that we might see a Yumka to steal the Chiori talent here.
Yeah,
They
Yumka
might
pass.
want to try and Yumka pass, but They would expose their own Zhongli quite a bit.
That is certainly an option if they, but you don't. I'm pretty sure it's not known that Papaya Tofu has the Chiori talent in hand for Teriri.
Yes.
No guarantees
It
there
would-
whatsoever.
Yeah, it would be a gamble. In this case, it would pay off quite big.
I mean, alternatively, they could just strat or they just swap.
Yeah. They decide to cook the Yumka, so they will probably go for a steal.
Okay, let's see what cards they draw. Really want to see some easy to play cards here, like GT, although not the surfing buddies.
They will probably play Soup to protect the Zhongli first and the Golden Trooper reward, but the third card, we will have to see what they will play.
Maybe they just tune surfing buddies or strat.
Yeah, Surfing Buddies might be a good tune, just because both sides will have a lot of summons anyway.
What is that? Is that Fury?
I believe that is.
Oh, they can just straight up kill with 5 costs. Wait, they can't! Wait. It's a huge miscalculation.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought... Oh, no. They thought they could kill with the 5 costs. But they must have forgotten about surfing buddies actually also proccing the opponent's summon. Wow.
Yeah. That will actually alter the game quite a bit, since now there won't be any Chiori talent for you to
Teriri.
play. Yeah.
Yeah, Teriri just does not have enough dice to use the Chiori talent. It's quite a big blunder.
And
I wonder
your
if...
Zhongli is on 6 HP. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this turned around real fast. Now it looked like Papaya Tofu is in a commanding lead. They even have enough to do a 6 kill here. Tune the strat, play the strat. If you're really lucky, you can strategize into 2 Geowovens, or Geowoven plus Soup. I mean, that was a very, very big misplay. Now, Papaya Tofu. Just look at the board. We're up basically one entire roll, a lot of damage, and our Zhongli is still above 7 HP.
Yeah, they probably got a bit too excited there and thought, hey, they can win a game right there on the spot, but then miscalculated and just probably got themselves in a worse situation a bit.
Get the Chiori talent now, but without the Zhongli talent active, the efficiency here is just way lower. And there's no way to heal up Zhongli. Our only cards left are Mao and Sing, and if we play the Sing, even if we draw the Hot Spring, we cannot play it on Zhongli.
Yeah, everyone getting saturated is really bad for us right now. You might want to do it anyway, but it just feels rough to stare down probably the whole cast of summons.
I think NA here for Polite Tofu is somewhat reasonable. Let's see.
Yeah, the good thing that keeps Terry in the game right now is that Papaya Tofu doesn't have all of the cards to actually generate the dice. So they couldn't extend their lead pretty much further by maybe having Golden Troop Reward or something.
Wait, they can kill Shiori here with the second surfing buddies into Shiori burst, but only if they hit that 1 in 2, right? 2 out of 4. Wait, actually 2 out of 3, but yeah, you need to hit one of your Chiori dolls with surfing buddies, and you can kill here. And they lose the 3 out of 4. Also, wait, that didn't even work because you die. Oh no, it's the same mistake again. Wait, it's the same mistake again. Wait. No. Oh no. I mean, evidently that's an easy mistake to make because, I don't know, I got fooled by it twice.
Yeah, but the good thing is Chiori will die end phase, so you have that going for you.
And for Fire Tofu here, right? Surely you just Chiori skill. Oh, countdown. Into double Opera GT, okay.
Yeah, the thing is, Opera will get blocked next turn when Shiori is dead. And the Yumka, actually, the one equip cost makes a difference.
Yeah, Yumka the dying the Opera. And maybe that's what it's best used for. I mean, there's not even that much reason to play Opera in that case. Good Juras here. Your Shuri will still die, but do block 3 damage. Or it's actually just only 2 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, soup into healing.
Into damage reduction.
Soothing, yeah. Soothing is also 2 HP onto Signora.
And now Chiori is dead on both fields and only 2 summons remain.
Problem for Teria here though is still their Zhongli is at 6 HP, that is below 7, so you don't have talent active. Oh, but they did get the hot spring.
Yeah, Hot Spring, such a crucial draw here. Actually allowing them to get the talent back in it, and they're only down, or like only, by 5 HP.
5 HP is a big deficit though, especially considering the hand size difference here. Terry is definitely still on the back foot, but that hot string definitely gave him a glimmer of hope.
And those two Opera are dead in Papaya Tofu's hand, so it's looking still quite grim for Terry, but I think they clawed their way back into the game somehow a bit. It's not looking as grim as maybe 1 or 2 turns before.
Yeah, I mean, but what do you do here though? You can't really swap to Zhongli, you have to stay on Signora. You only have 2 Cryo. Oh! Or we can go to Zhongli with the fast swap, but... it's a bit risky, because you could get put down below 7 again. But unfortunately, Papaya Tofu does not have the cards needed to do that.
They actually could Calx Adeptus.
You could Calx Adeptus, that's true.
They actually will Calx Adeptus, and
they got a Pyro as well, so you can just keep the Pyro and then skill afterwards. And I mean, this spot looks really good for Papaya Tofu.
And the healing that brought Zhongli back is gone already again. And now Zhongli needs to swap off again. Or burst. But... yeah. He's still here.
What do you see here? Nothing useful. Like we just got a bunch of defensive ones.
With 2 HP healing, Signora sadly dies in end phase, I believe. What are they gonna do now?
Not a lot of options here, right? You can attack, but no matter what, your Signora will die end phase. Leaving only your 4 HP Zhongli is just too big of a HP deficit.
Yeah. It's gonna be 5 HP, but even that, it's just gonna tank 1 hit.
Yeah, and the end phase here, I do believe, leave it to me, Zhongli does seal the game. I'm going to dice rolls here, real quick. You even see Papaya Tofu getting good dice and Teriri getting not as good dice, but in the end it's not matter, as Papaya Tofu will end the game here with the 5 cost.
And with that, we are going to a game 5.
And we do see Zhongli get its first victory of today.
Yeah.
Against Zhongli.
Yeah, and now it's Hu Tao versus Zhongli once again. We started earlier, and Hu Tao came out victorious. Now, will we see it again?
I mean, I don't know. If I'm Terry here, I would be very, very, very nervous and scared. Because you were up 2-0 before, it was looking very comfortable, like an easy 3-0 sweep. And Papaya Tofu brought it back 2-2. I just don't know, like this has to be a very, very, very tough spot for Kiryu here. They need to lock in for this last match. or else they're out.
Yeah, one unlucky start and either one of these people could have a really bad time, so we'll need to see if both of them actually roll good and if they will be able to pilot it so they can win.
And this is Papaya Tofu. They do have the Cox Arts, which was used before to snipe a Zhongli. Perhaps this is the secret tech that Papaya Tofu has against Zhongli with Hu Tao, the Cox Arts.
Yeah, they definitely seem to run a lot more of these cards to disrupt their opponent and make them think twice. They have the Calx Arts and they have the Fortress of Meripede, so your opponent really has to think twice about actually using all of the cards they have in their hand.
Yeah, you can't really play event cards however you want when there's a Meripede, right? And the Meripede is basically always online with the amount of instances of damage you do with your summons. And there's a lot of event cards that are very, very key for Zhongli, right? There's the GRS, Hot Spring, to like all the food is very important. And then like the wovens are important as well. So just a lot of important cards to use knife.
Yeah, there is so much. Both decks really have just their deck full of important cards they need to get, so it's gonna be great to see. And I don't think Terry can actually yoink that much from the Hu Tao deck. They would need
probably.
to really luck out.
Not really that much. Honestly, the best thing to steal with Yumkasor is probably the Extreme. And with Extreme plus Yumkasor, you can perhaps just steal enough resources from the Hu Tao list to take them out. But other than that, one other thing I want to point out is this list does not really have too much threat, right? There's no energy cards anywhere to threaten the Zhongli burst or the Chiori burst. Yeah. And you also don't have Adeptus, so significantly less reach.
Yeah, it is kind of just a tame build. I feel like this list is trying to go for like the consistent Zhongli, and they probably think that, hey, if I just have my consistent Zhongli list, I will win by just having better buttons than the opponent. But we've seen that a lot of the times you actually need some sort of reach or some sort of uncertainty for your opponent often.
Yeah, you need some kind of closing power to end those games. Alright, so between Teriri and Papaya Tofu here, who do you think has a better chance of winning?
So, from what we've seen, it's probably the Hu Tao deck, especially when Teriri doesn't run all of these insane cards to actually threaten, but we'll see from the opener and maybe even more.
Well, Teriri here, they got Storm Terror, but they also have really draw cards, perhaps a bit too much for their liking.
Yeah, and we see Papaya Tofu keeping the weapon and some strategize to maybe get some more cards and even the Arcane.
Keeping the Arcane. Very interesting. I mean, you do have choices here. Do you want to play Storm Terror or not? I do think you want to play the Storm Terror because the card is simply that good, and then you can just put Liven on 2. Float 2 dice with Liven. Oh, but you decide to play Sing instead. Alright.
Yeah, saying probably gonna tune Yumkasaurus. Oh no, they're actually tuning. They're keeping the Yumkasaurus. That's quite interesting.
Maybe believe they can steal some important cards later in the game, or use Yumkasaurus as some kind of turn stall, which is something you can use Yumka for. Turn stalling against Hu Tao is very valuable. You don't have to switch into any crucial characters when you don't want to.
Yeah, especially with the calcs there to threaten you, you really don't want to swap just random to Zhongli or maybe to your other characters. Especially when there's only 2 left, you really don't want to swap. And we see a full ramp here, which is quite interesting. They will get the cookie to 4 HP, so they don't need to pay the 2 piercing damage.
Yeah, do just get skill for free. But I mean, their hand right now is not what you call ideal. Not enough draw, right? We have this Shudong, but we also don't really have any food. Like, we can play this Adeptus, but it doesn't really do anything right now without any burst.
Yeah, and we didn't get any companion to proc our second Dunyazard. So that front is also quite lacking now. We actually have a lot of things we want to get now.
I mean, for Teru here, you can... I do believe they should skill again on Chiori, just to get as much value as possible with your summons and Zhongli talent. You could 5-1, but... I just think it's better to get your summons out on the field as fast as possible. But maybe they're just going to Liven and take it slower.
Yeah, livening to just to make sure that they really don't run out of cards and maybe just not get overwhelmed by getting an unlucky round. Keeping your options open.
I mean, for Fire Tofu here, what can you do? You can go Venti, skill, and then don't have any other way to use up your dice. It's looking pretty tough.
Yeah, and if you just look at it, the Hu Tao also doesn't have much. She will get the burst at some point, but that will likely be it.
Yeah, I mean, without any food, your rifle doesn't really stack as fast. You really want to see some macarons, mouse, those kind of cards as soon as possible here.
Macarons is actually such a huge upside for Hu Tao since you get so many instances of healing and damage taken. You're gonna stack so fast.
Oh, they went Sig here. Going for 6 skill instead. Or just a Liven. Still that option.
They probably saw that, hey, I don't need to give them the spoil right now, and I can use my Chiori. So they're just getting all the value here.
A lot of damage coming down onto Venti here. Okay, strat into Liven. That's a companion for Dunyazard as well as more draw with the strat. So that's exactly what you want to see right now.
Yeah, you really want to see that. The strat needs to draw something good, but right now you're just happy you saw at least a companion and some more draw.
These dice though, they're not really what you want to see. Oh, and those draws are absolutely not what you want to see.
Yeah, you really don't want to extreme. If you extreme, you give your opponent quite a lot of information if you try it, and you can't really lose all that tempo right now. Using 4 dice in a position where you don't have anything is probably not optimal.
Yeah, playing extreme from behind is very difficult because you'll just be out of dice and the opponent just gets to do whatever they want with the remaining dice they have. Also, having to tune this Leave It To Me and Adeptus, you could give them to the opponent, but no matter what, you will lose them. Let's see here. I mean, do you even have better options than Extreme? Oh, you can't even Extreme on Venti. You would have to go to Hu Tao just to Extreme. And you have to go to Hu Tao regardless, probably. Because it's the only way to use up your dice right now.
Probably trying to go for some Hu Tao burst or something. Just trying to get the stacks going and use up all the value you actually have.
I think the Extreme is pretty likely to come down, but who knows, we'll see. They do seem to be thinking about it, otherwise they probably would reject the skill. Or the burst. Or perhaps they're just thinking about what to tune.
Yeah, I mean, tuning anything right here is also not a great choice you have to do. Tuning I haven't lost yet. We'll see if they will go for the burst or if they will try an extreme.
The good thing is that the opponent does have some barely useful cards to Extreme here. Which is good for Papaya Tofu. When we do see the Extreme, so we get to proc our mouse with the Hot Spring. And there's another Liven as well, and a Strat, and a Leave It To Me. And the GTs.
Yeah.
A lot of usable cards here.
A lot of usable cards. And actually, you have a food now to proc your mouse.
I mean, now probably just swap off, right, and proc the Liven. But we'll see. Perhaps they just use the burst instead. Okay. Macarons is pretty good. And oh, we can't even use the Merupeed, right? If we wanna proc Liven. This is a bit awkward.
Yeah.
So
We're just gonna get Hu Tao really up there.
I mean, if we want to live it, we always swap off anyway, so it's not a big deal. Oh, are you just going to burst here? Yeah, I think this does make sense. Nerfy is actually like a really good card in this matchup. You're basically guaranteed to proc it.
Yeah, the only question is, would they actually... Oh, they're just gonna swap off, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna swap off.
Yeah.
And on, I don't know, Venti or Cookie. At this point, both of them are rather not very useful for Fire Tofu here.
调音完成。
Probably just see a GT end.
Yeah, the question is, where are you going?
Probably just on the Zhongli. But we'll see.
Yeah.
And at this point, right, Venti's going to die. Cookie is really low. Question is just how to finish off this Hu Tao. That's
Yeah,
what
but
Terire has to think about here.
there's also the question for Hu Tao of how are we gonna get any application on the Zhongli. You actually need to go through with just bursts of Hu Tao without Electro.
Pass, and you could GT. But do you want to GT is the question. If you're going Cookie after Venti dies, then there's no point. This probably does mean they're going Cookie. Which is understandable, because if you go Hu Tao is pretty likely to die.
Yeah, now a question becomes, how do you do this on Chiori?
I personally think for Teriri, just going for burst into Chiori skill, this is a perfectly fine line. And then next round you just have a big burst, or a Zhongli skill.
Yeah, there's always the option of killing here with the surfing buddies, yeah. Now you at least eliminated one factor from the Hu Tao deck, so they can't really swap stall or like swap at all. But now you somehow need to kill this Hu Tao, and this Hu Tao is quite strong.
I do not think any of those are Providence, and I do think Providence is the one we were looking for. The right one is Serenity. I think the left one is Fury? And then like, I don't know, Inspiration in the middle? Oh, well, that was Inspiration, it was the middle one.
They actually didn't get the +1 damage.
And they have another... They will have another shot at it, right? I don't know if Hu Tao can get burst here.
I wouldn't also be surprised if we see a swap to Signora right now.
Maybe. But I think the second choice skill is more likely. Oh, never mind. Alright then, so what do we want to do against Signora? If we burst them, they get to burst us for 8 plus 2. So that's a lot of damage.
And so we're taking the low approach.
I don't hate the idea of... I'm not gonna say I don't hate the idea of Gear's Pass, but... maybe I do. Yeah, Gear's Passing doesn't seem as good as I just think perhaps Gear's skill again was better. Back with more damage. Because now, like, they can get more value from their Hu Tao burst. And, I mean, you should probably expect them to have a lot of healing food in their hand as well, which they can just play. And, I mean, the food wouldn't be useful if they're already at 11 HP. Neither would the burst.
Yeah, you actually kill the Signora with any action, so...
Problem is, if you kill Signora here, you will take 4 damage from the summons, plus the 1 from the sheer cold, putting it at 6.
Yeah,
And then
maybe...
Zhongli can 5 cost then and just take you out. Yumka.
Are they trying to pass on 4 dice here?
Hey.
But then again, that leaves the Signora to burst for 6 damage, and then they have... Oh no, they actually don't, because they flip, right?
Yeah, they're just gonna kill Signora start of next round if they pass here. But is there a difference to just bursting now? I guess you would get 1 more heal, but you would also be at way less energy. And the problem is still the fact that Zhongli just does so much damage start of next round. No matter what line you go for.
And without burst, you actually don't have any way to threaten the Zhongli to go under the 7 HP.
You burst here, you go up 12, you then go down to 8. That's barely enough to live. The Zhongli skill. Zhongli 5 cost. And the problem is that you can't heal out of the normal attack afterwards. So this could be the end of the game here. Terry's
Yeah,
auto
it's-
move.
Yeah. It's
Up to end
definitely gonna
here.
come down to next turn. So next turn it's more than likely to end.
I mean, it is possible that the Zhongli player breaks horribly, but I mean, the
That is
dice requirements
true.
are not even high. Yeah, they have GT plus Storm Terror. That's a very cheap Zhongli 5 cost there. Unless they go Chiori? No, they do go Zhongli. Okay. Surfing buddies plus soup.
Surfing
I
buddies.
think that,
Yeah.
and that doesn't guarantee it already, because you can get rid of your own follow-up though. Or you can miss Fury, but Hu Tao also doesn't have much in the way of healing here. Only macarons, which wouldn't put Hu Tao out of the range of the normal attack after the skill. Well, let's see what Terry does here.
Yeah, there's a good chance they will just burn surfing buddies and then use the food just to see what they get, and a lot of the outcomes are really good for them.
You could also 5 calls first and then surfing buddies after that, and burn the soup instead.
That is true.
Alright. Is that Fury? I do
I
believe that is the
that is-
Fury.
yeah, that is the Fury.
And that will be enough to take out the Hu Tao with the follow-up though. And that's it.
Yeah.
Terry
That's
takes
it.
it.
Congratulations! That was some crazy matches. Wow. 5 games. That is quite exhausting for the players, I bet.
Yeah, a close 3-2 victory by Teriri. I was very close, right? Papaya Tofu brought it back from a 0-2 spot, took 2 wins, and brought it all the way back to 2-2, but Teriri managed to pull through in the end, right? Very good job by Teriri.
Yeah, we saw the nurse getting, I think, to both players, and then it was probably, both of them were probably very nervous at this last game, and they still managed to play on this level and bring it home. So
I mean, still, like,
congrats to both of them.
I'm especially surprised by the game 2. I feel like Papaya Tofu had such a good role, but Teriri still managed to
Yes.
somehow clutch it back and turn around with Hu Tao in that spot.
Yeah, we saw like a dream opener where you actually probably there's like only a little bit you could improve. It was like a 90% perfect opener, and even though you had to play against that and probably already thought to yourself, oh no, what am I gonna do against this onslaught on so much? It's still playing and finding your probably one way out is very impressive.
Yeah. But with Terry winning the losers bracket finals, there's only the grand finals remaining. And we will have Ollie Cray in the winner's side up against Teriri on the loser's side. This is a rematch from the winner's finals bracket.
Yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be one of the matches of all time. But between that, don't go away, because we actually have a very, very special show match for you. And it's for the first time ever in Global, we will have actually a real life Genius Invocation TCG match for you. And it's gonna be one of our actual tournament organizers, CGRs, versus Toby. So you really don't want to miss that. It's gonna be such a fun time to see them play with the TCG cards we all love, and it's gonna be great.
Yes, you don't want to miss out on that. Stay tuned, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, we will see you then.
Hmm. スカークの行方か。手がかりはあるのかな。
それが師匠は謎めいた人で、
どんな人物かがわからないことにはな。
そうだな。そういえば俺が卒業した日、3つの質問をしていいと言われた。まずはずっと不思議だったんだけど、なんで俺を弟子にしてくれたの？
お前があれを呼び覚ましたからだ。私が教えた武芸が将来役に立つだろう。もちろん生きて帰るにはもっと強くならなければならないが。
すでにいろいろ習っただろ。どうやってもっと強くなればいいんだよ。
まだ基礎だけだ。弓の扱いもまだ荒い。形ある武器を完全に極めれば次のステージに行けるだろう。全てを手中の刃と化し、神羅万象を自在に操るのだ。そうすれば師匠のようにさらなる力を追い求められる。
分かった。じゃあ最後の質問だ。師匠はなんでいつもそんな顔してるの？強くなるって楽しいことじゃないの？師匠？
それで師匠は何と？
深淵を離れるとき、師匠が最後にこう言ったのが聞こえた。いつか滅びゆく星々を越えていけば、お前にも私の見ている世界が見えるようになるだろう。
テイワットでは世界の外から来た世界の運命を変える者を降臨者と呼ぶ。だがお前にその資格はない。教会を開いたのは俺だからな。お前はただの密航者だ。
If a long journey makes you drift too far away, and if the dust and tempting weigh you down, pulling you astray, if passing years change you somehow, let not this simple line still be there with you.
見て、流れ星だ。どこに落ちたんだろう。
俺に勝ちたければ俺の歩いた道をたどってみるがいい。
Please know that I stay to wait. Please know that I stay to see.
だがそこにお前は属すな。お前の家もない。
私アリスよ。旅の人おしゃべりしましょう。
その件誰に習った？あいつはどこだ？師匠、今日こそ両手を使ってよ。
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラントに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたら、いつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空、星々よ、静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女祭で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。風神様のお告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの権能を持っている。
極悪鬼スルトロッ
敬意などとうの昔に消え去った貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
Nodcry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frostmoon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights.
And welcome back to the AstraNox. Welcome, I am Binzu, here together with my co-caster KevinZ.
Hello guys, we're back.
Yeah, and we are gonna have a great match now. We will have the physical card game, so I'm very excited to see that.
But before we get into that, let's go over the sponsor of this tournament. First and foremost, this tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin Invocation TCG card is now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul.
Yeah, we will see what the cards look like, and maybe it's time to play some too then. Because I heard it looks pretty fun, so I want to try and get some people to play with me as well.
I mean, yeah, these cards, we're going to get to see them in action right here in this show match.
Yeah,
so,
and we'll see what decks they will decide to showcase to us.
Yeah, very exciting. The physical CCG, if you don't know, it doesn't have all of the cards we have in the game. It's very different. It's very old school, if you like the old school playstyle, right? But in like 3.3, now it's more like 3.7, I guess. Very similar to that.
A lot of the cards just got introduced over time now, and maybe we will have a lot more later, but for now it's 2 sets, so very limited.
Yeah, I think like normal summon strategies like Mona is probably a top character, I think. I think GITCG is pretty good as well. So it's a much slower format and like a more balanced format. A lot of the characters feel a lot closer in power.
Yeah, when I saw some games being played, and I saw a lot of decks just use weapons as their engines, that's how you like know that the game is pretty like slow and pretty like lower power. A lot of the weapons, like the sacrificial weapons, are quite good there, so a lot of people use them.
Yeah, it's like a very old school thing. We used to run a lot of sacrificial weapons back in the day in stuff like Pyrokek.
Yeah, just 1 damage and 1 dice in such a power format can already do so much. It can change a lot of breakpoints, and often you just really feel the difference of people getting the weapons, but it's not as much of a power difference to today when someone gets a talent, for example, and someone doesn't. So it's quite fun.
Alright, well, let's introduce the players here. First off, Tabi. Tabi was the 3.8 Hayu Kuaibao Cup champion and a runner-up for the 4.6 Resonance Cup.
Yeah, and they actually have quite an old deck with Pyro Kitching as their favorite deck, and they started playing in 3.3, so that's so old school. Maybe they played even with Agent before.
Very old school player, probably very familiar with, or very at home with the physical card game meta, I would say.
Yeah.
And not being shut up by my opponent is a victory, so that sounds like they don't enjoy playing against Stall, but I mean, that's fine, right? We all have different decks we like.
Yeah, there's always, depending on your deck, the one certain matchup you really don't like playing against, and some people just really hate the matchup they don't go good against.
And here we have CJR, Prince Cup Pacific top 8, runner-up for the Season 3 Cat's Tail Gathering, and 7th place, champion of the 7th Senroku Cup as well.
Yeah, and they seem to like Stall, so it's quite the fight between those two, I feel.
Please be proud of all that is unreal.
They seem to be a chef show, so they might have some cooking in store for us.
Alright, here we have the decks. Tabi with a pretty standard Mona EC list. They do have Venti, one of the new cards, in the upcoming sets.
Yeah, and they have 1 Capricious and 2 Saxoids. That's the dice that's gonna stay together with Mao. And otherwise, you just see a lot of old school cards.
Yeah, this really does look like a 3.7 list, or 3.3 list even, excluding the Mao. But Mao, I mean, buff Mao is basically the GOAT at this point. Possibly the best card in the physical TCG card game.
And you see Timmy again. Like, remembering Timmy is... wow, like... usually you're like really happy when you draw Timmy on turn 1, and then...
yeah. And CGR's list, on the other hand, we have 2 Electro Baiju. Yeah, I mean, we got... I think Baiju is a pretty strong character in this meta, because Baiju's skills are a very high value in this environment compared to a lot of other characters.
Yeah, a lot of value, and right now there's not a lot of stuff that is really that insanely threatening to you. A lot of people are playing these Swirl EC decks, so you really don't need to fear that Baiju is gonna get killed turn like 1.5.
Okay, here you go. We're going into the match, and this is it. This is physical TCG.
Yeah, there we see the coin flip. And we see both players deciding their starting character, I believe.
Yeah, Mona from Tabi, very expected, and Baiju from CJR. Also quite expected.
Yeah.
Could have been Sarah as well.
Yeah, probably wants to sacrifice Sarah HP a bit more than Baiju. And we see the mulligan. We're gonna mulligan 2 on Tabi's side. I'm gonna shuffle them back into the deck. Yeah, let them cut.
Let the opponent cut the deck. Yeah. Oh, I believe that was a Sack Sword in Tabi's hand. should be pretty good in this
Yeah,
matchup.
that's pretty good. And we see actually the dice rolling in the physical TCG. It's actually public information what your opponent has. So you will get to see that your opponent maybe doesn't have the best dice. So you can play
Yeah,
around
if they
that.
have, if you have bad dice, you know they have bad dice.
Yeah. Equipping hard. Oh, Seed Runner.
See, Rana, I mean, that's already a good start. Basically gets to play this Rana for free. And that's gonna be a +1 dice every round, if you, as long as you skill.
Oh, strategize. Drawing 2 cards. That is pretty good.
Oh, you see a teammate as well.
Yeah, Timmy round 1 is great.
Pizza. Oh, are we Mona skill ramp then? Seems like the line they're trying to go for here.
Yeah, the 2-round duration on the pizza. Double Liben Timmy pass.
Double live, okay, doesn't even use the Mona skill.
Yeah. Normally in the decks you Mona skill, but I can see that with the kitchen there, you don't need to Mona skill round 1. You can go for the EC swirl. But often you still want to Mona skill. Also, they denied the card. So
yeah, forgot to put the Baiju summon on the board earlier, but does it here with the Sarah summon.
in the middle, under the HP bar, we actually see the energy of the characters, I believe. So Sarah and Baiju have 1 energy right now.
Yeah, and at the top of these token-like things, you can see the HP. And then Mona here, taken. I believe Mona is at 9 right now, but she should be at less than that. She should be at 4 with after the pizza. Yes, there you go.
Yes. And we attach the Sarah Crow Feather buff. And now maybe it's cube time.
And on cube for the damage buff. And we can also do cube skill into another skill because of the Rana we have. So a very good start here from CGR.
I believe, CGR doesn't roll Electro. Is that 0 Electro? That looks quite unlucky there. Maybe that's Omni dice they have, but...
It seems to be 1 Omni, I believe, but a lot of unusable and 2 Dendro.
Oh no, I believe it's 4 Omni dice.
Oh, that is 4 Omni? Oh, I mean, if that's 4 Omni, then that's very, very good.
Yeah. Wait, we see the Sealy being played, and so many Omni dice actually on the side of Toby.
I'm expecting the Mona skill here. And we do see some dice getting used. Sealy goes to 1. And the Mona summon.
Yeah, and you have the 1 damage reduction for Mona.
Cube skill puts Mona down to 1 HP.
Actually,
Oh,
actually
never
swap
mind.
to
Swap.
Baizhi.
I definitely expected the cube skill. Maybe it's not 3 Omni Dice then. Right, Tavi here. Believe CGR swapped to play around the Venti Swirl, but now probably just goes to Kiching, perhaps with Sack Sword. Also, yeah, they used the wrong Mona card.
There
The
we
other one
see-
is for the burst, I believe.
Yeah, and there's actually like a card for every single summon and effect, so it's so good. Okay, Kaching skill without the sword. And you get Stiletto in hand.
Baizhi skill
believe
here.
That was Baizhi skill, yeah. With the
Baizhi
Quicken.
skill probably just goes to Sarah again and Sarah skills again afterwards. Very good loop. The double summon is very strong in the physical TCG, just a lot of value. Tavi
Oh,
is
yeah.
running out of dice for this round as well. Let's see.
Yeah. Actually, looking at your hand in the physical TCG is so much more important because you might oversee like a lot of things there. We see a Leave It to Me there.
Oh, is that the tuning pile?
Right. And
tuning
I
pile
think it's
also-
the discard pile, yeah. So you see what your opponent is tuning.
That is also very big.
Yeah, that's very important to know. And it might actually open up so many different ways to maybe have your mind games with your opponent. Like when you tune a sack weapon or something, and you want your opponent to think you don't have another one. Might come in handy, but
Thinking pretty hard here about what to do. Yeah, I mean just summoning on Baizhi and Sarah is pretty hard to deal with.
yeah, it's so much damage and healing.
Leave it to me.
Oh, leave it to me.
Into the Venti. Yeah, and then you get your guaranteed swirl here.
Yeah, thinking about tuning Paimon.
At this point in the game, right, you're already round 2. And you're gonna go into round 3. Paimon's not really that valuable on round 3.
Yeah. And
the
nowadays
Seaweed will proc here.
Yeah. And that's also why they tune on Kaching, because they needed to get rid of some cards. But they might actually still overdraw.
Yeah, I mean, you draw one more on Timmy as well. How many cards is that? That looks like 8, right? 8 cards.
Yeah, now going back to Sarah. Probably gonna skill there. Yeah, and then we see the Venti with 2 charges. So 2 free swaps.
This is for usable. Quicken leaves the field, we get the Sarah summon, but Quicken will soon return during the end phase.
Yeah, there's only one instance where Quicken did not apply to the damage there, so very efficient usage of the reaction.
I do believe CJR is a hit here, but Toppy also has a Timmy. They have a big hand. Unfortunately, a big hand is not as valuable in this type of meta, where you don't have as many useful cards to play.
Yeah, you don't have stuff like War Princess that gives you like 2 dice or something. Like Wovens are the only real way to get 3 dice really quick.
Otherwise, you have to rely on long-term value cards like Mao or elemental artifacts, weapons, cards like that. Alright, Quicken back on field.
Yeah,
Sarah,
and we see. Yeah, and we actually see the stiletto through the back of the card, so actually seeing that stiletto is still in hand is also quite good.
I mean, it's practically open knowledge anyway, because you see your opponent's discard pile, right? So if they
Yes.
tune it, you would know if they tune it.
It just sometimes it happened during the earlier days that someone tuned stiletto, so that can't go under your radar right now.
Yeah, and you just wouldn't know. And you also know if they have the dice for stiletto, so possibly a big nerf to Kiching.
And then we see a burn. They burned the Timmy.
Yeah, they burned 1 card. They burned TV off of their Timmy. It goes back to Mona.
Tara is about to do big damage.
If you can skill again, you could possibly even burst.
Yeah, but the question is if you want to burst, but if you go to Baiju and then burst there too, it would be huge.
Okay, load this onto Baiju. We
That's-
swap over to Baiju. Is that potentially Baiju burst?
Yeah, I would believe it is.
I'm looking at the dice. I don't think our dice are very good, right?
Yeah, but I do think we have a few cards to tune, so...
Okay, it gets hit and Heart draws 1 card. Hydro onto Baiju.
Yeah, and I will leave now, the burst is coming. Oh, Storm Terror, right.
Oh, Storm Terror Burst. You get to add Electro Hypostasis talent to your hand.
Yeah, then showing, hey, there's the talent. And
of course,
I got
after
it.
going through your deck, you have to shuffle it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I do like the card packs they have there. It's really nice. I think one of them is the level like 10 or something card pack. And it really gives quite a good feeling there.
Discard Seed here for the Dendro dice, and then Storm Terror. You only need 3 Dendro with that to Binzu first.
And 1 shield.
Alright, we go over to Kaching. We still have 6 dice, so we can do 2 actions on Kaching here. That's a lot of damage, and this Kaching skill will take out Binzu, who is only at 3 HP.
Yeah, so much damage coming down. And the cube is still waiting for the turn.
Cube is still healthy at 6 HP. And there's a talent in the back to heal off that cube if need be. Ooh. Oh, decides to play the Calx art. Has 3 energy onto Kaching. And probably, most likely, most definitely, a Kaching burst coming down.
Yeah. It's gonna be a Kaching burst and then...
Tune 2. Tune
You're
the
doing so
stiletto.
much damage.
Oh, we only need to tune 1. Tune 1. Kaching burst. Binzu is dead. Sarah goes down to 3 HP. And Cube goes down to 2 HP. A lot of damage here.
Yeah. And now Binzu will proc, so... The burst actually doing quite a bit of work now.
Alright, now Binzu burst, right? Procs.
Yeah, the cube went back to 3 HP and did a little bit of damage. Yeah, now the marker that Binzu is dead. And let's see.
Liven for 2 dice, I believe. Or is it 3 dice? Oh, we have 3 dice remaining?
I believe they tuned yet. Yeah, we... Yeah.
Or was it the Electro Woven? Yeah, okay.
Oh, that
I'm
could be. Well, we will see what Toby will do here. Hash the Kaching. Going back to full HP.
Last fight. Yeah, 10 HPs. That's quite a lot. Like, the HP deficit here is quite big. But, I mean, there's a Binzu burst. Electro Cube. With talent in hand, there's definitely ways to bring this back.
Yeah. Here we don't really have these follow-up attacks or something, or like low dice skills, so you need to do a lot of dice to actually do the actions.
Okay, pass turn, pass turn. Cube goes down to 3, which is a very important breakpoint here, because even with the 1 shield, Kaching will proc its revive. Definitely need to play a food card here, or else it'll be very tough for CJR.
But you do have like 12 effective dice, so let's see what you'll be able to do with them.
Oh, decides to reroll animal as well. That's a lot of usables for Toddy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, not that many for CGRs.
It draws 2 from Livon, gains 2 Omni. I mean, they need a food card. Otherwise, they just have to play a Talon straight up here. Which is not what we want to do for sure. Library to fix dice.
And
I believe we fixed nothing.
yeah. That doesn't look good. Well, let's see how I will get this turn done.
I do not think there is a food card in the hand for CJR.
Oh, are we? Did we go for a normal attack here?
I do think that was a normal attack.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's not really what you want to see. Normal attack, then probably going to tell afterwards if you get hit by Kaching here.
Yeah. They're probably trying to bait out the attacks, and since Kaching can't really get the cube down to low HP.
Check Mao, Lotus.
Oh, Adeptus.
Adds Adeptus into the hand.
Yeah. Not a lot of energy, but it's good to know that the opponent didn't draw like another healing food, probably.
Also good to know for sure. You know for sure the opponent has Adeptus, you can always play around it.
Yeah. Just not letting characters build up energy for free.
And here we see the revive getting procced. Or did it get procced? Yeah, it got procced, right?
I believe it got procced, and
this is just the healing from the Baishu status, yeah.
Yeah. And now I believe it's talent time, but
I mean, as
what
to the
dice?
entire reason we normaled.
Yeah.
And remove the revive, but we're bringing it right back. Back up to 5 HP here. Very, very difficult to do progress against this cube when revive, when the talent basically just trades with 3 entire actions, right? Like, it's not like you can do 5 damage in 1 hit. So
Yeah, this
and you
entire
also regain
turn.
revive.
Yeah, this entire turn just got practically mitigated by the cube revive. Yeah, that's
So let's
really
see
not what you want to see.
Let's see what Tavi has here.
Swap Mona, yes. Are we just gonna see RPS now?
That's this. You need to tune 1 more after that, and then you can use elemental skill. Probably not the talent. Talent seems like the best card in CGR's hand right now.
And now so much damage coming down. Mona on 1 HP, but
1 HP, yeah.
the breakpoints are dealt with pretty good here. Oh, there's even an icon for the cube skill.
Okay, tune Shiminawa, or Capricious rather. Or Rehydro. Just use that for Mona skill, presumably. Alright.
And now second phase of RPS.
That's paper taking down Mona. 2-2.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I
on both
believe
sides.
the last hit wouldn't be able to take Venti down, but Toby thinking about if they want to switch to Kitching or Venti.
That Crow Feather should be removed, I think.
Yes.
So shouldn't be able to kill the Venti here without any quicken. Alright, they're thinking about who to go to. Do you decide to go Venti?
And I haven't lost yet. And we know they have the Adeptus in hand.
Slash remaining Lotus. Last hit of RPS. Just trades with the Lotus, so Venti's still at 4 HP.
Yeah.
Swap Sarah.
Sarah on 1 HP now? Yeah.
With Hydro. Okay. CGR really wants to see food here. Down to the wire. One, two Electro. Both players looking for Electro here. And that's 5 usable for CGR, 6 usable for Tavi.
Yeah, they're probably gonna need it.
Venti skill.
Yes, getting the
Sarah.
Hydra over.
Yeah, and Sarah is down now.
Yeah, they didn't have
Oh.
gamblers, sadly, so no extra dice there.
The problem is you can't cube RPS, I believe. Because you will... There's the threat of the Sweet Madame, right?
There is... Yeah.
I believe there's one Sweet Madame in Taobei's list. And I do not think they've used it yet.
I believe they did, but I might...
Oh, they did? Okay, then...
I know they showed it in their hand at some point, but I think they used it.
Okay, if they use it, then we actually have no way of doing free actions here to threaten the cube.
Yeah, we're probably gonna like Adeptus Burst or something.
But if we RPS on cube, then we actually enable Ivan's Loss yet for Tabi,
Yes,
and then
that
they
is
actually
true.
can do. So what are you supposed to do here? Five dice. Oh, I think they already normal. Yeah, I think they already normal. Or was it RPS?
I believe
Yeah.
it was a normal, since they don't have the RPS.
Yeah, they don't have the RPS card on the field. Tune the Stiletto.
And Cube revised procs again.
Venti Summon goes to Hydro. I wonder if there's a marker for that. Blue dice. Alright. I like that, I like that. Oh, there we go. It was an RPS.
Well, it seems to be an RPS, so...
Yeah, it just didn't put on the prepare skill token. Okay, Mao Egg.
Oh, they have...
Oh no, it's a Sweet Madame. They do have a Sweet Madame, and that will be enough to win the game, I believe.
Oh, showing they have no food left in the deck.
Wait, but they use Adeptus already. No, what am I saying? They already used Adeptus. So they don't have enough to... Oh.
CGRs... Oh, they got Quicken. There was actually still Dendro on the kitchen, so...
CGR 3 dice remaining.
Are they just gonna burst on Cube and win the game with that?
You can't. You die end phase, right? To the
Right.
summon first.
Right. So you have to
So you
keep
need
talent
some-
again.
Yeah, you need some kind of food, and that haven't lost yet. Or you can cube talent, but I don't think. I mean, cube talent is not enough by itself.
Yeah, cube talent would mean you still need to get Lotus next round.
I mean, yeah. Okay, CGR thinking. Playstyle haven't lost yet.
Yeah.
Gains 1 Omni.
Is one off another RPS.
But you have to keep talent here.
Cube talent.
You can use the artifact and then keep talent, but it reveals more of your hand. But technically this is better. Also, I don't know if Lotus actually makes any difference because we can just NA with Keqing into the skill, which should be enough to win. Just keep the Hydra Aura onto the cube, so your skill can always beat Lotus.
Well, you do heal for 3 HP with the cube talent.
Yeah, you go up to 4, but you also take 2 from the Venti summon here.
Yeah, that is true, yes. Yes.
So I think Tabi does have this in the bag. But who knows, maybe there's something we're missing here. Both cube talents are already used. Leave it to me and Woven, those are not the cards you need here in this spot.
Yeah, and I believe Toby has way more than enough cards to actually just go for the normal attack and skill. Oh,
Okay, it plays egg just to be extra safe.
Yeah.
You do have 2 mouths, so this is basically 0 cost, dice neutral. And you haven't Island lost yet as well, so you even have 3 actions. Even if CGR somehow would survive 2 actions, you have the 3rd action. Okay, there we go, skill.
So they went for skill, so a Lotus would actually help a lot here.
Yeah, Lotus would let you live 1 more action, but Tabi does have them lost yet, so he would actually be able to do a 3rd action on the Venti.
Yeah, I haven't lost yet in so many decks back in the days.
Yeah, we see it again in the physical TCG. One of the better cards that you can play. Just because it gives you that 1 dice.
Yeah, 1 dice, 1 energy. It was so powerful, but nowadays not many people play it.
Yeah, right now in current TCG, it's just more focused on opening well, but there we go. We see the match is over. Tabi comes out on top and beats CJR.
Yeah, congratulations. That was such a good match. Like, honestly, if you played it during the early days, this is so much of what some decks looked like, with like some mid-range versus mid-range decks, and you can do so much, and you actually had so many options every time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the old patches, right? Matches did tend to be fairly close. You didn't know who would win until fairly late into the game, because of how close the numbers are for each character. And also this mid-range playstyle that you just do a bunch of skills and use boot cards to just keep yourself healthy. That's also something that we only saw back in the old patches, and we see again in the physical TCG.
Yeah. It's gonna be a blast to see if we will have more of that. Maybe more physical TCG tournaments or something.
But if you enjoyed the match with the real life physical cards and you want to play this for yourself, do know that the sponsor of this tournament is first and foremost ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin Invocation TCG card is now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards with the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul.
Yeah, but don't go away yet, because we have the grand finale coming up next. 3 weeks of tournaments have come to this one moment, and we will be finally able to crown the AstraNox International Champion. Yeah, we will see who it will be between Ollie Crane and Tiriri. Can't wait for the finals, and everyone's gonna watch it, and I hope this will be a great match.
Yeah, stay tuned, because I'm sure the grand finals will be the spectacle of the entire tournament.
Yeah, and have fun there.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラットに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたらいつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空、星々よ静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の助罪で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。風神様のお告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの剣能を持っている？
するとロッチ
経緯などとうの昔に消え去った貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
テリワットでは世界の外から来た世界の運命を変える者を降臨者と呼ぶ。だがお前にその資格はない。教会を開いたのは俺だからな。お前はただの密航者。
If a long journey makes you drift too far away, and if the dust and time still weigh you down, pulling you astray, if passing years change you somehow, let not this simple life must still be there with you.
見て、流れ星だ。どこに落ちたんだろう。
俺に勝ちたければ俺の歩いた道をたどってみるがいい。
Please know that I stay to wait. Please know that I stay to see.
だがそこにお前は属さない。お前の家もない。
私アリスよ。旅の人おしゃべりしましょう。
その剣誰に習った？あいつはどこだ？
師匠、今日こそ両手を使ってよ。
本当にいいの？このまま始めて。いいの。これぞリアリティよ。どこのポートで取ってきたポータフートリップ？発酵ジュースの海？全国の発酵ジュースに謝りなさい。
発酵ジュース、ごめんなさい。
ちょっとヒルチャールの盾よりも硬いじゃない。またフライヤーをほったらかしにしてたわね。あなたは一体何様なの？
俺は鳥頭のフライドフィッシュです。
サバナ、なぜこんな生地に？フリュイロータス入りだなんて花と実が大雨に降られたみたい。失敗しすぎてマルコットスを使い切ってしまって、それしかなかったの。まあまるっきりダメってわけじゃないわ。 水分が多いから他のお花や果実の香りが薄れちゃうのよ。かといって乾かすと食感が台無しになる。だから遠心機で旨味を抽出して生成すれば。新鮮でまるで雨上がりの虹のよう。草や湖が見えるみたい。フリュイロータスの風味が完全に溶け合ってて最高。早くレシピを完成させなきゃ。今日の授業はここまで。やっと。あ、明日はこのデザートを再現してみましょう。たったの43工程。簡単よね。
どう？フォンテーヌグルメ編のイントロとしては悪くないでしょ？
リアリティは置いといて確かに印象深いわね。ただエスコフィエさんが主演なのはいいけど途中までが少し強烈すぎるんじゃない？いくら盛り上げるためとはいえ。
こんなの普段の半分の半分もいかないわよ。
誰か悪口でも言った？
Nod cry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand finals of AstraNox Invitational GITCG International Tournament. Yo, what's up everybody? It's your boy Ark. I'll be your host for today, and with me is my partner and my co-caster in this grand finals, Sumi.
What's up, chat?
Alright, so oh boy, I'm very excited. Are you excited?
I'm definitely excited. Absolutely.
Oh man. Alright, so now we are at the grand finals, but first and foremost, this tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin Genius Invocation TCG card is now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul.
Yes, and the AstraNox Invitational, we are at the final stages of it right now, but just in case you're not quite familiar with what it is, AstraNox is a global tournament where 16 players are slotted into group stages, where they eventually battle each other out until they only about 16 or so make it to the elimination stage. No, 12 players, my bad. I can't even read the graphic today. Damn, I'm too excited for the games. Only 12 make it to the elimination stage, where they will play in best of 5 conquest format, and then in the grand finals, which we'll see later today, it will be instead best of 7 conquest format. In case you're unfamiliar with what conquest means, it means players will need to bring decks featuring 3 unique character cards and 30 action cards for a total of 12 characters, and they will not be able to repeat characters during those decks. During Conquest, they will get to ban one of their opponent's decks, and they need to play out with their remaining 3. They will play with all 3 decks until they win with all 3 decks, and if you win with the deck, you may no longer play it for the rest of the series. So the players need to be super careful with what they bring, because they need to be able to win with all of their decks.
That is correct. So again, we are now in the grand finale, right? This is pretty much the last series that we're gonna see for the entire tournament. So in this grand finals, we're gonna have a best of 7 conquest band format with 5 decks and 15 unique characters. Again, no repeating characters, right? So there will be 5 decks with 1 band, still 1 band. So yeah, if you're able to win with 4 decks, then you're pretty much declared the champion of this whole tournament.
And just in case, here is the calendar. I mean, there's not much to look at. We're already on the final day already. So if you missed out on the previous days, tough luck, but you can find the VODs on the relevant channels, so it's not all bad. But with that though, on to the exciting part. What are the prizes we got from it?
Alright. So as for the prizes, right? So we are now down to top 2, right? 2 players left remaining in this tournament, and whoever wins in this big tournament will get to win 3,200 Chinese yuan, and alongside with that there will be physical TCG cards as well, right? From our sponsor, ShiningSoul. Very lovely. And again, for those who don't know, 3,200 yuan, if you converted that to USD, that is 450 USD. So that is pretty big money.
That's pretty good. Also, can we just look at the cards? They're so pretty. But yeah, yesterday we eliminated down to 4 players. Today, only 3 remain. We're going to go to the losers brackets first with Teruri versus Papaya Tofu, where they will play the last best of 5 conquest of our tournament. And then the winner of that game will go on to face Ollie Crane in a best of 7, hopefully a heater match. And with the additional decks that these players are forced to bring, maybe we see something unique. You know, maybe some burning action going on. Maybe Arlecchino gets brought in. Maybe Jalonin gets brought out or something. There's so many cool decks that I want to see, but we don't have that many opportunities to see players bring it out.
Yeah, I really want to see Emily Burning coming out this time around in this grand finals, because again, right, like if you guys see my bingo recently in my social media accounts and all that, then I'm so close, right, in getting the perfect bingo. Like I just need this Emily Burning coming out, because for those who don't know, Emily Burning right now is pretty good, but then again, it's an aggro deck, right? So if you don't get the, you know, good dice from Emily Burning, then you might as well kind of like grief yourself. So
yeah,
we shall see, right?
We'll
the
see,
5 decks we're gonna see
fix,
later.
Though. Dice of Cringe easy fix. 3.3 days, bestest, and toss-up. And speaking of toss-up, let's toss it up to our player graphics here. First up, we have Teriri. I'll let you handle this one, Ark.
Alright, so Terry, again, right, who is the winner a while ago in the losers bracket, able to beat Tofu, and yeah, now Terry will face Ollie Crane in this grand finals, right? So again, let's talk about their achievements. So they pretty much won, right? Champion in version 5.1 in a Chinese tournament community, and in version 5.5, also top 4 in Resonance Cup. They also started playing GITCG since 3.3, right? The very early days in GITCG. And also, he says that GITCG I love brings me pure joy.
Terry's gonna need that joy to hopefully bring him through this match. I saw some of the dicey cringe that happened yesterday. It was kind of tough, honestly. But that's okay. Yeah. Terry made it through the upper brackets. This is his second chance, but he'll need to make the most of it because his opponent is no easy cookie. Who do we got next? It's Ollie Crane. Favorite deck, Shen has Superkin deck, calling themselves the Villain. Also has a lot of accomplishments behind their back. A day 1 player, just like Teruri, but they've also won championships of their own, like the Resonance Cup, as well as the Skyfrost Nail Cup. And at the end there, it's a bit hard to read because it goes off the bracket, but it's a cool copy pasta. Dice of Cringe, brick hand, go top right. Real, the Tenga mentality right there.
Yes, yeah, the words to live by. Oh man, like we've been like, I mean, this is pretty much goes to everyone, right? Like we have these moments where we have bad dice, we have bad cards in our hand. Like we have no choice but to just top right and go next.
Go next. There were moments yesterday that I was like, yeah, though, this guy should go next. Like, I know it's their last life, their tournament life potentially on the line, but the situation looks so bad. That's like, yeah, no, just top right. I don't want to see this play out.
Oh,
But they did
man,
manage
yeah.
to pull it back sometimes, though, which I guess separates the players from me. I got that quitter mentality in me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. So, we're about to see the decks here for a few minutes. Alright, here we go. So, 5 decks, guys. 5 decks with 1 ban, and here we go! Woo!
Ooh, Ollie Crane's bringing some spicy sauce. No burning, unfortunately. No Shilonen or Arlecchino, but that's fine. I'm curious about how the Sayu deck plays out. This looks like the Herald Claymore deck all the way back last year, like 4.3 during the Prince Cups. Very popular deck, appearing at like the later half of Prince Cup Pacific. Going for a Mirror Maiden Eula variation. This is quite curious. As well as Lyra Armory, you can see right above Xiao, Yelan, Shenhe, like an aggro deck using equips. Haven't seen that deck in a while. It was very, like a specific counterpick to the meta at the time, so I'm curious why Ollie Crane decides to bring this back.
Yeah, I'm very interested about that pick, especially that Sayu deck with Eula instead of Chongyun. But yeah, look at Terry's side, right? I feel like these 5 decks are pretty much the top 5 of the top 5 decks in the current meta right now. Like you have the Bennett, you have the Clorand, you have the Huta, and of course Chiyo Zhongli and Tachinavia.
Oh, Teruri going over for Electro Hypostasis this time instead of Herald. I think last time this deck was brought out, it was with Abyss Herald. Not using for any of the other deck, so just decided to swap out the character for some reason. Wonder what the reasoning is.
I think they want to play safe this time around and go serious because this is the grand finale. I think both of these players want to go very serious this time around. So let's see, right? So we're about to see the bans, and there you go. I mean, of course, at this point, I'm not surprised. Yeah, Kachina is broken, so might as well ban Kachina.
Kachinavia is like the generically strongest deck of the meta. It's like all the way back in like the first Prince Cup. Everyone just banned Shenhe Superconduct when they had the chance.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the strongest deck just generically. It's good into everything more or less. Like I don't think it has a less than 45%, 55 matchup odds. So just getting rid of that, it makes sense. Teruri going over for the Clean deck right off the bat. They chose to bring this down to the later stages last time. Fortune didn't quite go their way, and Holy Crane going straight for Lyra Armory.
Oh, now this is gonna be a very interesting matchup because again, we haven't seen this Lyra Armory aggro deck for such a long time. So seeing it returning to this meta is gonna be very interesting. So I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Not only is it returning, it's returning with some adjustments coming in. Bring the standard weapon package as usual, right? Like the double Wagner and then the Master Zhang in there as well. But there is a Xiao talent in this deck. That was not there before. This is a completely new thing. Only a 1 of as well. Not running anything to help draw it out either, like a Stove God. And also bringing over the Mystique Soup and Sing Your Heart Out. Classic, that's a staple in every deck now. They're just the new Lotus Crisps, Adeptus Temptations of the era. Everything else, though, is your standard Lyra Armory package.
Yeah, like with these new foods, right, that we see right now, these are like the best foods that we can play right now. Like the Mystic Soup, with a lot of effect we can gamble with, and also Sing Your Heart Out. It is 3 cost though, it is expensive, but the amount of value that you can get from it is actually crazy compared to the rest of the foods.
Especially turn 1 as well. Like, Lyra Armory is perfectly fine to just skill once on Yelan or Shenhe turn 1 and then use 6 dice to ramp. You know, it's because you gotta draw your weapons to get the value out of it. So, Sing Your Heart Out is really nice in that regard. I think old Lyra Armory used to like to run Countdown to the Show, but it's because Sing Your Heart Out doesn't need aligned dice, it's probably a lot easier to fit in decks.
For sure, yeah. So, like, okay, now let's see what Terry has to do with these deck lists with the Clorand. So, is it gonna be a little bit different? Probably not, right?
Looks like what was brought yesterday.
Probably not.
Don't think anything changed from what I remember.
Yeah, I don't think anything changed.
Standard.
Yeah, very standard. I mean, there is NSC. I think most people, or rather in the global side, I think most players prefer Minty Mitros over NSC. But sometimes, I mean, NSC is really nice, right? Because it's 0 cost and you have double Chef Mao. It basically just give you 2 random dice, which is very nice. But then again, with Minty Mitros, it's basically like with Chef Mao, it could basically give you +3 dice if you're able to get full value out of Minty Mitros. But then again, NSC is quite nice, but yeah, Like, we all have our own preferences, right? Like, there are players out there who decides to bring in NSC or Minty rolls, right? I mean, they're pretty much like have the same effect, kind of, but yeah, not that big of a deal anyway. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in the grand finale, AstraNox Invitational. So here we go.
I wonder who got first, but back onto the thing you're talking about earlier, I think Minty Meat Rolls has the potential to get more value, but it also has more burden on your setup as well, because it costs 1 dice to play, and then it also has 3 uses instead of just 1, so you need to have more dice in your pocket if you want to commit to a Minty. It's a higher commitment, higher reward card. Looks like you're keeping 3 Dendro, looking to equip the Tenacity of the Lilith turn 1. The rest of the dice likely go into Ramp and maybe an Eremite skill. Ollie Crane does go first. So starting off on a Shenhe, double Dungeon start coming out during a Wagner as well. No Golden House though. Has 2. Shoot, I forgot the name of the spear. Not Sapwood Blade.
Oh, there's Wagner and Lewy Resonance. Oh, that's a good
ramp turn 1.
Oh, yep. God. I mean, most likely Cherry here will go for the same ramp 8 as well, because knowing how Cloran works, I think it's better you just ramp 8 as well.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
so
you
you
are playing an aggro deck, yeah.
Huge top deck. Okay.
Oh, I just noticed that. What do you call this? The arcane from Ollie Crane. I forgot the full name. It was Fresh Wind of Freedom. There you go. I remember now. Yeah, look at the Fresh Wind of Freedom arcane legend from Ollie Crane. It was at Luster Skin. Very nice, actually. Very, very nice.
Terry has a Lustrous Dun and Mao.
Dude, look at the weapons at Ollie Crane's hand. That is a lot of weapons. In fact, that's all the weapons, actually. All 5 of them.
Has 1 more Moon Piercer. Wait, no, that is all of them. He just equipped Moon Piercer on Shenhe. Yeah, no, that's literally every single weapon in his deck right there in his hand.
Yep.
Good news, though, he has the weapon he wants. In this situation, this is Moon Piercer. Bad news, the rest of his hand... Sorry, because he has all the weapons, like, half of his hand is a brick, because you can't really re-equip a weapon without losing some value.
Yeah. So, again, for those who don't know, right, what Fresh Wind of Freedom does is that it's an arcane legend, right? So, you play it, right? You're about to kill someone, you play it, and it's still your turn again. So you get to act again when you kill someone. So that's how this card works. For those who don't know, so there you go.
Fun fact as well, Freshwind has some pretty funny interactions with things like Surfing Buddies and Yai Miko Ultimate, where if you use Surfing Buddies and get an elimination, you can just use your character's skill twice in succession without needing to eliminate a character, because you already got the elimination, which is really cool. There's a lot of niche interactions like this. Already has the Maiden down. To go with the Quills as well. This should be doing like 5 damage Shenhe skills. Ooh, dice not going in his favor. If he does a skill
there is Zhang
off, so might be sacrificing Shenhe here, which isn't ideal.
Wait, with Zhang you can play the weapon for 1 cost.
You can. Is it replace Moon Piercer? But then you're down to Moon Piercer for Xiao, which you kind of want as well.
But Gosu Yelan, no fast swap needed. I was like thinking, Ollie Crane could go for fast swap to Yelan and try freeze, Cloran here.
I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you want to keep this fast swap for later down the line in case if something happened, but yeah.
It is a one-off fast swap in the deck, so you do want to preserve it. But yeah, there's no reason to go for the fast swap into Cloren, because like if they swap off, that's fine. They're wasting dice and don't have that much threat anyways. But if they stay, you're getting the freeze regardless. So I think this is fine as well. 5 dice remaining could probably go to Eremite, get some nice damage down for the skill, and more importantly as well, set up for that burst. Getting the technique onto Cloren is quite good for this deck, because you are able to get overloads with her, with how much Electro she puts out. The unfortunate thing about Cloren decks is that it's kind of just like a Cloren base damage check versus the enemy HP. But with the help of the technique from Eremite, it helps close that gap a little, because now you're finally able to do reactions.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of Terry can do here, right, with Eremite. Like especially Ollie Crane. Like look at Ollie Crane's board right now. So there is 2 Electro applied onto them. So the overload here from Ermite can be spicy.
Absolutely. The burst next turn as well is setting up for success. It'll do a lot of damage over to Shenhe.
No,
A
wait,
really
actually,
important thing to keep note for Lyra Armory is just how much early value you are able to get from a Shenhe. Oh, I'm going to take the damage on her instead. If you're able to get good early damage with Shenhe, this deck is like kind of winning. If you can't, it doesn't feel the best.
I think Terry here can go for the burst line. You play Tada so that it will proc the passive from the Lord Master. You get 1 energy and you can just instantly go for burst, equip it already onto Clorand, and you can pretty much just chill
this
from there.
energy was already from the passive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Shenhe did Moonpiercer skill turn 1, right? You already got the energy from that, so I can't do it again. What cards did we get? Ooh. Unseen Razor, that's good. That's really good.
Unseen Razor with all of these weapons, that is really good. Yep.
Especially considering as well, next turn you're getting a free equip with Master Zhang as well. Because 2 weapons, 3 discounts 1. Should be a full discount as well. Wagner stack as well in the back pocket.
Mystic Soup onto Ermite here gets the healing effect, plus 2 HP. Very interesting. Now, round 3.
Don't know if I want to equip that though.
Okay, the dice is not bad, right? It's yeah, for both of these players, I think their dice is alright. Could have been improved, but this is alright.
Could be better.
Yeah. And now this is gonna be spicy turn for Ollie Crane.
I think personally from Ollie Crane, I think there was a misplay last turn. I much prefer taking the damage onto Yelan. I think Shenhe is more important in this deck. Because you're able to put out a lot more pressure, you're able to threaten more damage with the quills, you're able to threaten swirls with the quills as well. And I just feel like Yelan is so much less important than our Shenhe in play.
Right.
Not that Ollie Crane cares right now, not even going to go for the Shenhe play, not considering it right now, just slam on Xiao, which honestly, I'm down for. Charge up
like
to that
Xiao,
burst, no powers in play, but that's fine.
Xiao will deal a lot of damage here with the swirls, like... This is going to be a big turn for Ollie Crane. And again, Clorand is at 3 HP, but there is 4 Bot of Life and 2 shield points from Tenacity. So, and again, there is no fast swap.
Ooh, okay.
For Terry here. So I think Terry has to sacrifice Lord Master here so that he get to swap to Clorand for free and go sweep from there.
Lotus over on the Clorand. This is angling a swap, in my opinion, or stay on Lore Master as well. We know our opponent could potentially have Fresh Wind of Freedom in their hand.
Oh, yeah.
As you say, Ark, we're going to sacrifice Lore Master. But not before getting the burst out. I think that technique is super important. Fresh Wind coming out on Xiao. We'll get the reset. Just a simple normal attack. Not going to waste our aligned dice. Get a reset on the Gamblers. Back up to 6 dice. Who do we go to here? Burst right now on Xiao does, I think, 6 damage. So we can't go into Clorand. Clorand has exactly 6 with Lotus.
No, it's exactly like it's 5 damage.
It's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 5 because you don't have the +1 animal damage because you're not in the burst state already.
Yeah. So Clara will get to live here exactly at 1 HP. Whew, man, so close yet so far for Ollie Crane. But
overload as well. But no. But then does Yelan lethal?
No, you go to freeze with Yelan. Yep. Now you play the Unseen Razor, get the effect again from the what was the name again? King Squire, right? Or with Board Princess. Yeah, makes sense.
That's
I
smart.
like that.
I like that too.
Very nice.
Because like Shenhe in this situation, you're basically never going to swap to her again, right? So that Moonpiercer is not getting much value.
Yep.
I mean, it's not going to get value on... You can actually swap to Xiao. If our opponent goes Sijuin, I'm down to swap Xiao right here. We might be able to get a swirl as well. But you're not getting value the Moonpiercer on Shenhe, so you might as well use it for the extra dice. We get the freeze here, potentially threatening with a double freeze, or if they go over to Sijuin, swap over to Xiao and do a skill.
Yep, like Ollie Crane has fast swap here, so if like Terry has no choice here actually. Either way, like no matter what Terry does here, like Terry's Clorand will just die no matter what.
Yeah, you can't Tada to unfreeze because you just don't have enough HP.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What a turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Man, seeing this Limit Armory beating Clarant, I mean, to be fair, right? Aggro versus like stall, sometimes it just goes somewhere, I don't know. But man, yeah.
isn't like a true stall deck, so you're not actually able to sustain the early pressure from Lever Armory. But even then, Lever Armory did pretty well into a lot of the stall decks back in the day. Like, did really good against Double Dragon Magic and Crab, just because, yes, it's an aggro deck, so you need to get a bit lucky with how you roll, it's the dice especially. But it's a aggro deck with weapons, so even if you do not get to skill all the time, the weapons are compensating for that. And when you do roll well, when you do have the dice, as we see Ollie Crane have this match, it's just able to overwhelm a lot of the defensive tools the slower decks have, and especially Chlorine, which relies on her self-healing, but she's just been frozen half the time, so Terrari's just not able to utilize the sustain in this deck.
Exactly, and now there it is, there's the swap, and now Ollie Crane will just, oh, no fast swap, okay, I guess we're just chilling, right? No need
no need to rush it.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're pretty much winning here, so yeah.
I mean,
and now what do you do here?
Stay Sejuin and the swirl takes care of Chlorine, or they go Chlorine and Chlorine dies anyways. So like, why do we need to burn our fast wall? We can save that to get a freeze on the Sejuin if she, suddenly becomes a raid boss. Even going for the skill, that's the disrespect. I would have went for the burst, actually. It would have gave us more damage onto Sejuin, but that's fine.
And now with 2 dice, I mean, Terry can go for NSC play here onto Sejuin and go for normal attack, right? Gain 1 energy. You might as well equip the Lore Master technique as well, because again, right, everybody died. Sejuin is the only left alive. And yeah, there's nothing you can do here, unfortunately, and there it is.
So, technically not unwinnable for Terry. There's always the chance that our opponent DCs.
Okay.
Internet is always a win con. But yeah, no, I'd go next.
Yeah, just go next.
I'd go next.
Man, it's very rare recently that we get to see the top right, the concede. Because remember, I don't know if you watched the matches with Chamberlain, but dude, Chamberlain, if you guys watched it as well, like most of the time, if he knows that he's losing, he's just gonna concede and save that mental energy for next game.
I mean, there's also the thing as well where sometimes what looks like unwinnable, you can turn it around. We saw it yesterday, right? Ollie Crane was able to turn around a completely unwinnable Crab game into a sudden victory, and if it wasn't for that, it would be Ollie Crane in the lower brackets of Terraria. I mean, Terraria eventually made it back, but that's beside the point.
Yep. Now, Citrus skill comes down, that, like, I feel like normal attack would have been, like, I don't know, just how do you draw that bubble? But it doesn't matter, right? You just fast swap. That is fast swap, right? Fast swap into plunge with Xiao, and there it is. Ollie Crane takes game 1.
Honestly, for game 1, that wasn't really as intense as I thought it'd be for a grand final. Ollie Crane picked a great deck for this. Like, I think Ollie Crane did some strategizing, right? Looked at the decks Terry brought and is like, wait, Lever Armory kind of cooks versus everything, right? It's good against Hu Tao because it's a slower deck that Lever Armory can abuse with its earlier equip advantage. Chlorine is basically just a slower Lever Armory with more sustain. Bennett needs setup time, so Lever Armory cooks. And so does Churi Zhongli for some extent, although that one's a bit more iffy. And because you expect your opponent to like bring a Navia deck, a Kachi Navia, you just ban it, and suddenly Lever Armory just doesn't have bad matchups.
Yep, exactly. Man, it would be like absolute cinema if Ollie Crane just wins the grand finals with a lot of off-meta decks, if I do say so. Like with the Sayu and Eula, and then there's Keqing, like Keqing out of nowhere. This Chiro, the Zhongli.
Right, I didn't even notice that.
Oh man, that's funny actually. Keqing out of nowhere, like boom, just like that. Wait, you know what's the funny thing about that deck is that you can play Liwe Resonance with Keqing and Zhongli.
Yeah, you're right.
Ooh, some spicy cooking. Yeah, Ollie Crane is cooking this grand finals. What? It would be amazing if Ollie Crane beats all these meta decks from Terry and just flex with the off meta decks. Wow, that would be insane actually, but we'll see.
Ollie Crane's either on to something or Ollie Crane is on something. We'll figure that one out soon. I want to know how this Sayu deck is played. This one seems a bit iffy. I just feels like if you play Sayu, you need something to get like some sort of aura. Typically it's Mona or Herald because they're just able to get a lot of Hydro down. But like with Eula and Mirror Maiden, like I don't know, man. When Herald Claymore was popular back in Prince last year, you had two ways to apply Aura. You had Chongyun through his Frost Field, so you're able to use normal attacks to apply Cryo, or you would Herald with Prepare Skill, or Mona as well with the Fast Swap to guarantee Swirls. But with Eula and Mirror Maiden instead, it just feels so difficult to actually get Aura down and get Swirls.
Yeah.
Unless this is just like pure base damage test, equip Sayu, Wolf's Gravestone, and then just go at it.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, this deck is absolutely cooking. Like, I mean, sure, right, with Mirror Maiden, the thing is with Mirror Maiden is that she can apply debuff onto your opponent, which is annoying. So, like, this debuff is that when your opponent swaps, they have to spend one more die to swap to their deck if they want to. And that is annoying, right? But then again, there is no fast swap here. That's why Ollie Crane here, like in this deck list that right now we are seeing, there is 2 fast swap. So it would be great if Ollie Crane gets these double fast swaps early so that once you apply your elemental skill with Mirror Maiden and then you just fast swap to Sayu and keep the swirl going.
I guess the Mirror Maiden kind of gets your swirls because your opponent is disincentivized from swapping because then they gotta use extra dice. I guess that's one way to look at it. A lot of these the decks right now are heavily prone to disruption. Like, looking at Chiori Zhongli, right? The turn 1 of that deck is very specific. And just having 1 extra dice cost basically completely bricks the turn 1 unless you top deck the perfect hand with a Woven to help you get the extra dice back.
Yep. So now we're about to see both players picking their decks now. So Ollie Crane, okay, now this is gonna be interesting.
Ooh, it's a mirror.
Ooh, it's a mirror match. But the difference is that Ollie Crane has Keqing here and Terry has La Senora.
Honestly, I think with Chiori Zhongli, the last character very rarely matters. You pick Sid because you have the revive, so you can tank more damage at end phase. The Pyro Burst as well actually does a lot of damage. But there's also the slight advantage in the skill being able to give you maybe 1 extra Crystallize because it procs twice. But honestly, the last character in this deck very rarely matters. So I guess Ollie Crane's bringing in their favorite character, being Keqing, as we can tell from their profile.
Oh, that might be the reason, right? Bringing in Keqing because Ollie Crane loves Keqing. I mean, the fact that they have a profile picture of Keqing, so that is very nice. Oh, look at the cooking in this one. There is Sleepy Meditation, which is the Sit Lolly card that we see right there before the foods and stuff. And yeah, there is Calc's Art, right? We might be potentially see Calc's Art into Keqing Burst and deal like 10 damage across the board. Now that is something.
Calc's Arts into Keqing Burst, something I haven't seen in a very long time. I mean, like, this brings me back to like the Pyrokek days. You know, like back in 3.4 when I would play Ganyu Superconduct at 3.5 as well.
Man.
And then Ganyu Burst got nerfed and I got really sad.
Yeah, and now we got to finally see Keqing here in this official high-level competitive tournament. Now this is gonna be something. So let's see, right? The other cards as well. Okay, I think it's pretty much standard, right?
Yeah, it looks
pretty much standard. No Yumkasaurus, no extreme whatsoever, no stealing whatsoever. So now
I think Extreme and Zhongli is Cope. I'm just gonna say it. And this deck specifically, it's Cope because your game plan is, if you are able to get it off, it's stronger than basically every other deck. So there's no point trying to disrupt. Just play for your win con.
Yep, man, it would be crazy if we're gonna get to see Ollie Crane's Keqing Calc's Arts Burst. That's gonna be absolute cinema. Like 10 damage across the board, that would be insane. So now we get to see Terry's Chiori Zhongli deck list, right? So there is one Yumkasaurus, no extreme once again. And yeah, pretty much almost the same, I think. With the Ultimate Surfing Buddy.
Meditation is replaced with Countdown to the Show. I don't remember if Ollie Crane ran that. I'm pretty sure not. And there's also another card replaced for Yumkasaurus. Probably a food of some kind. Oh, it was the Calx. Yeah, Calx for Yumka and Sleep Meditation for Countdown.
Yeah. Okay, you know, I just realized just now, the reason why Ollie Crane decides to bring Sleepy Meditation is that, for those who don't know, there is this interaction, by the way. So you have this Kaching's Lightning Stiletto, right? And if you play Sleepy Meditation, your Lightning Stiletto can get discounted up to 1 Electro die.
Completely forgot what Sleep Meditation does. No one actually plays this card. Hold on, I'm gonna look at this up.
Alright, so again, right, so for those who don't know, Sleepy Meditation, if you play it and then you have like other cards that is not in your initial deck list, right, just like Lightning Stiletto. So if you play this and you have Lightning Stiletto, it basically just directly discounts your Lightning Stiletto to 1 Electro die, and it would be very easy to play Lightning Stiletto. So let's say you go to Chiori and you want to play like fast swap to Kaching and then attack with Elemental Skill, then that's how you do it. Alright, so here we go. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, in the grand finals of AstraNox Invitational. It is going to be Chiori, Zhongli Mirror, but the difference is that Ollie Crane has Kaching and Terry has La Senora. So here we go. Alright, the dice. Oh boy, no Geo for both of them. Alright, let's see the reroll now. Oh, still no Geo. But there's an extra though, I mean, sure.
Has Terry rerolled yet? I imagine not.
No, not yet, not yet.
What is
He has
Terry
yet to
thinking
reroll.
about? It's taking a long time to think. Oh, keeping some Pyro.
Pyro. Interesting. Oh, point for countdown. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Terry will definitely play countdown here.
I think
then
it's a countdown into Zhongli talent angle here.
So you count down first, and then if you still don't get the Zhongli talent, you definitely play the Stove God, the Arcane Legend.
Unlucky.
Yep, there it
Yeah, you
is.
gotta go for
So
it.
now you play the Arcane, get Zhongli talent, guaranteed, because you have Chiori's talent in your hand. So now you have both talents, and you're pretty much good to go.
Ollie Crane with no countdown has Storm Terrors and Stove God, so can also guarantee it. The unfortunate thing though is that Ollie Crane is going to be down a couple cards extra because it didn't get 5 GO and unfortunately doesn't have countdown to fix the dice.
Yeah, so now Ollie Crane has to discard a lot of cards here actually in order to play Zhongli talent. Actually, you only need to discard 2. So now what do you even discard here?
Well,
I think you have to discard
first, right? You play Opera first because that's
No, you
one
can't,
good
because
dice.
no, you cannot
Oh,
play
no, you
Opera
can't because your opponent has talent. You
Zhongli
can't.
talent. Yep, exactly. There you go. So yeah, you discard the Ultimate Surfing Buddy and unfortunately the Sleepy Meditation because again, you really want these cards, right? The Opera Class and the Hot Spring as well because again, you really want sustain in this deck, especially in this mirror
Going
match, of
for
course.
stiff. Honestly, Ollie just got going for a stiff. -1 uppercut value. Unlucky.
Oh wait, there is Yukasaurus though from Terry here. Wait a minute.
Yoink? Wait, and Terry knows that Ollie Crane used both of his like talent finders. Terry also goes
Exactly.
first. Terry talent is more expensive than the rest of Ollie Crane's deck.
Wait.
Oh no.
This might be the angle. Yep, I think they're going for it.
Geodice, hold on. Are you thinking
Unless
just 5 cost scaling again on Zhongli?
I wonder if they're just gonna ignore.
Okay.
No, I think they will do it. Yep, there
Yeah.
it is. It's already committed.
GG's
It's
for
being
next.
played.
Oh, you
Wow,
tune your own talents so they can't yoink it back. Genius.
Wait, that's insane
Why are
actually.
we
Now you
tuning our
play
entire
Chef
hand?
now and then get to yoink for 1 dice. Very nice actually. Lovely. And yeah, Terry just wins. Alright, go next. GG
Go
go
next.
next. Yep. Oh man.
Yoink goes huge.
Ollie Crane is having a bad day recently with bad
You know,
dice
Ollie
round
Crane
1.
had Sleepy Meditation. The play here, if we didn't tune Sleepy Meditation, was pray for Yoink, Yoink back.
Oh, true, yeah, you're right. That would be crazy actually. Man.
It was
Man,
tuned though,
imagine that.
unfortunately, so...
Oh my goodness, yeah.
We just cope and seethe.
It's just Ollie Crane's having a bad day right now. Man, bad dice round 1, and then round 2, your Chiori talent gets stolen. What's next? Round 3, you get another bad dice? Oh, I hope not. Alright, goes
Going
to
first,
Kaching,
Tiff.
of course.
Honestly, this
Oh,
really does just
man.
come down to going for a stiff.
And now, Ollie Crane's Opera Epiclese is pretty much dead right now. It's pretty much bricked because again, Terry has 9 equipment value total. So your Ollie Crane's Opera
It should be
Epiclese is
10.
pretty much so dead.
Yoink counts 2, I think.
Oh yeah,
So
so
10.
10. Yeah, right, correct. Yep. And
I
Ollie
mean, the
Crane only
good
has
news that
5.
Kuching generates infinite tuning fodder with Stiletto.
Hmm. So now, what do you do here? I think, yeah, just play Hot Spring +3, not bad, onto Zhongli. Alright. But again, yeah, Terry is currently on the lead, currently ahead in this situation, and oh man, Kaching down to 3 HP.
Hit by
Not a
quite a
good
lot.
sign.
No, it's
Also
fine.
Chiori as well.
We
Yeah.
still have a win con. Our opponent just needs to brick dice 2 rounds in a row.
Oh yeah.
The first round they fixed it
sure.
with the tuning fodder in their hand. The second round they're in trouble.
Oh, now Olicrane is getting some return of the luck lately with the nice
Okay.
dice, right? For Omni.
Bad
Very
news.
Nice.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
Terry didn't brick dice, so our win con is less effective than before. We still have probably one more turn though. We just need them to brick next turn, and then everything's okay.
Okay, Mystic Soup probably, yeah, it's going to be onto Chiori. Terry's probably looking for, I mean, there's a lot of options here, right? But most likely Terry's gonna try and fish out the -2 dice, which is the Providence effect. So,
I'm
and
down with
most
+2
likely,
damage as well. Because then you just
yeah,
normal attack and Keck is gone, right? You're down to 2 characters. It's very hard to spread
Sure.
damage amongst 2 characters, especially with summons.
Sure, yeah.
I'm down for the +2 damage.
But Terry's taking their time here. Most likely, I think they're gonna go for defensive route this time. Let's see it. Oh, it's the +1 max HP instead. Ooh, that's a bad roll.
Were the other ones really that bad? I feel like the +1 max HP is one of the lower value ones you can get from the Mystique Soup.
There's
Curious
probably
why.
Yeah. Okay, goes for another summon, right? So now, what if the play here is actually fast swap onto Zhongli, 5 cost, and no, wait a minute, you still have the follow up actually from Ollie Crane here, so potentially Ollie Crane can play Lightning Stiletto for two Electro.
No, I think we want to say that for Zhongli. We just tune Stiletto and skill here. We want to reduce the cost of Zhongli's skill more than we do Stiletto right
Sure,
now.
yeah,
'cause it's
alright,
more
there it
dice
is.
intensive.
But it costs 3 though, instead of 2, but there it is.
Fine. I think I'd
Kitchen's
rather like
energy is
preserve
climbing up.
that. Yeah, one off, but like, are you ever getting to that point? And also, with one character gone as well, the value of Keck Burst goes down quite a lot.
Yeah, able to deal 3 piercing damage onto Zhongli would have been really nice here. But then again, Terry has a hot spring for Zhongli here. Like, Terry can just heal back up Zhongli to max HP, 12 max HP, and you can, yeah, you're just chilling, I guess. Like,
If you hot
oh,
spring though,
man.
you don't. No, you do still have enough dice, but you need to tune literally your entire hand.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is that worth? I don't know. We could also just do a 3 cost skill. No, we're going for the full 5.
Yeah, full 5 just for the shield. Yep. And now, I guess you can play still Hot Spring here and get +5, but I mean, Zhongli's at 8 HP, right? So, I mean, Terry only just needs a +4. Well, actually, now you get to play for sure the Hot Spring here and get the +5 juicy HP. Yes, sir.
Well, this puts Ollie Crane in a bit of a rough spot. Okay, we do go to Chiori. This is...
And gets to end first as well, so yeah, that's a lot of damage from the summons thanks to Zhongli's talent. Oh man.
Chiori's gonna go down. Not now, but next turn, definitely. You wanted to... Ideally, if you were Ollie Crane, you wanted to keep Chiori alive for one more round of summons.
Oh.
But with not... But now with her so low, our opponent having turn power, that's not happening.
Is this enough? I feel like Terry can end the game here. You play the... Oh no, wait. So, Terry has Ultimate Surfing Buddy, so he can definitely play that. There is follow-up though, so wait a minute.
Ultimate Surfing Buddies would be enough to do 2 damage.
Yeah,
and
but
bring it down to a Zhongli.
okay, so you play Mystic Soup first, because here's the thing. If you play Ultimate Surfing Buddy, the Oli Crane summon will go off as well. So that will fall Terry's Zhongli's HP down to below 7. And you will not get the +1 damage from the talent. So yeah, so Terry has to play Mystic Soup here first and try fish for something. Okay, now you get to play the Ultimate Surfing Buddy now for sure, right?
The breakpoint was 5, not 7.
Yeah, it's 7 now.
5. Oh, it's 7? Okay.
Or yeah, it was 7. I think it was always 7. Yeah, it was always 7
for some reason. Oh wow, okay, that's a lot.
Yeah, so there it is, and yep. Now what do you do? At this point, Terry can actually go for another yoink, and then potentially go for normal attack, and yeah, that's GG.
Nothing Ollie Crane can do here. Not enough summons to heal with the Hot Spring of Clock either. Staring down the barrel of a meatball as well. All Terry needs to do is just next turn stall and Sig, and like it's GG's from there.
Yeah, actually, wait a minute. I feel like Terry cannot even go for the yoink or even NA with Zhongli here. Oh, just pass? Wow. Okay, just concede. All right, just go next.
No, in this situation, it's unwinnable. Our opponent has full energy while we still need to charge 1. We don't have the extra damage from talent. Our opponent is up a character and 2 summons as well. Teruri takes game number 2 through, admittedly, a bit of a high roll.
Yeah, like Olikray definitely had a bad game with that Chioi Zhongli. Like bad ties, is able to discard some of the good cards. It is quite sad. But man, Terry, the fact that Terry is able to steal Chiori's talent from Olikray with the Yumkasars, now that was something else.
Absolutely. I mean, great recognition as well from Teruri. We know our opponent just used both of their search options to get both talents. We know we have Turn Prow, and we know the talents cost the most in that deck. So, just yoink, and then it completely disrupted the game plan. Great job tuning the Cherry talent as well from Teruri's side, just in case our opponent die roll play of Sleepy Meditation into yoink back. And because they tuned that talent, there's nothing to steal.
Yep. That is actually very well played for Terry. So now both players are now tied to 1-1, and we're gonna go next to game number 3. Now, let's talk about predictions, because we haven't done some predictions, right, for game 1 and game 2. So let's talk about predictions for game number 3. So now both players are tied, right? So this next matchup, it could be very interesting. So I think Oli Cray will stick with Chioi Zhongli with Keqing, and most likely Terry will go for Hu Tao Overload.
Looking at these decks, Oli Crane's safest bet is definitely the Keqing deck. You just want to play your strongest decks right now to try to get as many wins as possible, and then once you get into your more difficult matchups, that's when you can start strategizing and try to snipe matchups in particular. Because once you do get to your weaker decks, matchups do become that much more important. It doesn't matter if you're at 3 out of 5 wins, if your remaining 2 decks just can't get the job done.
Exactly. So I mean, here's the thing, right? Oli Crane, Oli Crane is playing some spicy decks today with Sayu Eula, right, with Maiden, and then the Crab as well. I think we did talk about this, right, with Crab behind the scenes, right, Sumi, saying that this Crab kind of like fell off in the current meta. So do you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, honestly, I think Crab is just really hard to play right now. The reason Crab, at least for me, originally rose to prominence is because it countered a lot of what decks wanted to do back in the day. A lot of the decks back then were a lot slower, right? We think of Sayu Claymore, that was kind of a bad matchup for it, to be fair. Double Dragon Magic, a lot of stall and slower decks. But now it's not quite the case. Like Hu Tao, Clothine, even like these slower decks in the meta just have so much pressure now. It's very, very hard to buy the time to stack Crab because you don't have the same ramp as them. You need to equip a lot more on Crab than other decks, and because they get to attack you so much more, you don't get to stack your shields, and if you don't get to stack your shields, you don't get to do big Crab burst, and if you don't do big Crab burst, it's kind of impossible to win unless you snipe with Sino.
Exactly. I mean, here's the funny thing. Since when is the last time that we get to see Crab win in this elimination stage? Right? Because I think overall, in this entire tournament, I feel like the win rate for Crab is like below 50 or even below 40. But man, I would love to run some calculations here, right? But again, there's so many matches that have been going on recently. Like, yeah, like it's really hard to keep up with the win rates in all of these decks, right? But it would be great, right? At the end of this tournament, it would be actually really great to see all the matches, right? And just pretty much calculate the win rate from there and see which one is the best deck overall in this entire tournament.
I think Crab is a lot better in the early patches where players are experimenting with new character cards and then the lists are unoptimized. Crab is really good at punishing decks that don't have optimized damage, because if you play the deck correctly, you will heal more damage than they deal in a turn, and if players aren't playing optimal lines, if they aren't min-maxing their damage, Crab will just run them over. But like in the later patches such as now, when players have refined their deck list, it feels really difficult to play. And speaking of, Ollie Crane is going for Crab for game 2.
Wow, Crab here, very interesting. I wonder what Ollie Crane's trying to snipe for. Ooh, okay, so Terry's going for the it's the classic. It's the Claran versus Crab. Like, I think we've seen this yesterday actually. Fun fact.
We did.
Like, and how did it go actually? How did it go?
I remember Ollie Crane having a really bad time onto Crab and then somehow won.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure how the win happened, because that was the game that froze up for us, so I wasn't entirely sure what happened for Ollie Crane to win, but eventually was able to take it.
Oh yeah, no, I remember it now. So, I think yesterday, right, that Crab player was able to... Oh no, wait. Oh no, I remember now. Claran was able to yoink from Crab, and then the reverse extreme actually did happen, I remember now. And then, because of that reverse extreme, the Claran lose.
Yeah, there was some
I remember
really
it now,
weird extreme swapping shenanigans going on. Ollie was able to win eventually with Sino. Got Sino from 0 to 8 to 0 to like 8 stacks in the span of a single game, which is kind of impressive in its own right. Speaking of, here is Ollie Crane's Crab deck. It's a Crab list, alright. Like 4 shield artifacts, Golden Troop reward for Crab, Dino Talent, Crab Talent, Pyro Res, like the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same list that we saw from yesterday in the winner bracket final. So yeah, right? Like there is this one Woven, right? Which is very interesting. One Opera Epiclus as well. One Timaeus, right? One Timaeus and one Liben actually. Like very interesting one-off copies. Like, yeah, very interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Crab list, and a Crab list is a Crab list. It'll play it like Crab does.
Dude. Are we gonna see another game just like yesterday where there will be some sort of reverse extreme? Oh man. Because yeah, both players are bringing extreme, so oh boy.
I highly doubt the players are going to play extreme this time. It was like a very specific situation where Terry was trying to like deny a Sino Talent snipe or something, or maybe make their opponent deck out. But I doubt it's going to happen this time. I think Terry is just going to play like the more standard lines, because if Terry stuck to the standard lines, I think they would have come out on top, regardless. That being said though, anything can happen in a game. Players could take some weird, wacky lines I've never seen before and just come out regardless, looking like, smelling like roses, but I think Terry just sticks to standard lines. Clawline will do more damage than Crab can heal in a single turn. And it's going to be up to Ollie Crane to make something happen.
Yep, I mean, you'll never know. Anything can happen at this point. So, yeah, like, the fact that we did see some crazy plays yesterday in this exact matchup. So, like, it could be, like, there's a minor chance that we get to see the same thing again. But again, it all depends, right, on the card draws and the dice rolls as well. So we're gonna see this upcoming game, right? Game number 3. It's going to be Crab versus Claran, the tank and another tank, funny enough. And yeah, now we're just waiting for both players to start their match.
One I'd classify more as a drain tank, the other more of like a standard tank, but either way, it's gonna be like a battle of 1.5 carries, where Terrari is the 1 and Ollie Crane is the 1.5.
Yeah.
Because either Crab or Sino can become the win con. You just need to really commit to one.
So who do you think is gonna win in this matchup? I think I'm just gonna vote for Claran to win in this game 3.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
agree with you. I mean, last time Ollie Crane was able to get a victory, but I think Claran is just way more favorable in this matchup.
For sure, right? Like again, if you're able to get all the equipments, right, the weapon and the artifact as well, like Claran will just deal a lot of damage, for sure, with the bottom of life, elemental burst, and all of these normal attacks as well. And Crab will not be able to keep it up.
No, it's just so difficult for Crab because you don't have ramp, you don't really have dice generation. You can at most do like 2 skills, maybe 3 sometimes in a turn, which is 6 shield generation. Clochen could easily match that in 2 normal attacks, which for this is only 4 dice. Because you get the reduced normal attack cost when you are in your enhanced state. Wow, going for the turn 1 yoink.
Ooh. I mean, gets to yoink one of the weapons. I mean, sure,
It doesn't matter though.
It has one more. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, right now you have no choice but the equipment right now, or else it'll get stolen. So yeah, there you go. And now,
so depressed if we were Ollie Crane. By the way, I would be fuming.
Yep. And now what do you do? I guess you get to just pass, right? I mean, you have 0 dice. What can you do? Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
So very interesting, right? Like there's a golden troop onto Sino, so that's very nice to have in round 1, and also Crab talent as well, so that's pretty nice. But there is no tenacity or even General Ancient Helm onto Toma or Crab, so hopefully Ollie Crane will get those cards ASAP to get those shields going for Crab, because again, if you don't, then yeah, Crab will just sweep through the game.
One of the struggles that Ollie Crane had last match was just actually finding those shield artifacts. Crab, I don't think ever went above like 8 shield count, which is not good. Ideally, you want to be sitting like up above the 15 shield mark for Crab.
Yeah. All right, now Claran is already set it up, right? The weapon is there, the artifact is there. You're pretty much just lacking the technique from Lore Master, but that's pretty much just the bonus. I mean, again, it would be great if Terry gets it, but at this point, I think you're just gonna step on that gas and deal a lot of damage with Claran.
I agree.
Now.
Also, Terry just got a turn 2 equip on Cloakend. And I think this is the reason why a lot of the other equip decks fell out of the meta in favor of this one, right? Because Double Dragon Magic, it just feels like you're just searching your deck forever to find your Tula Tulas, to find your Veterans Visages and Nachashoseis and stuff. But like Cloakend, you slap the 2 things on her and then you're just ready. The other decks you need to ramp, you gotta prepare your dice, you gotta prepare like your orbs for Novelette. For Cloakend, you press skill and start normal attacking.
Well, to be fair, Terry did get these artifacts and equipments very early, so it's very quite lucky for Terry to able to get those equipments. And right now, then yeah, the fact that you're able to get these weapons like very early, and like now, Claran should just start go crazy with these Bond of Lights and everything.
Went for the Mystique Soup as well and got the Providence Effect. -2 dice cost, gets the skill for free, so didn't even need to spend extra dice on that. This Lo-Fi is going to start regenning so much dice as well.
And now Ollie Crane is on to Toma. Like, is it definitely, like, what do you do here? Like, it's definitely going to be Toma's skill, right? I mean, the fact that you have the Crab talent, so your elemental skill here with Toma and Crab will get +4, right? Because of the talent. And there it is. So 5 + 4, that's 9. And Ollie Crane has 4 dice left, so it's probably gonna be Timaeus, right? It's definitely gonna be guaranteed either General Ancient Helm or Tenacity, because there is another Golden Troop on your hand, so most likely that's gonna be the case.
Just get that shield stack and going even further. The skill on Toma as well, it also applies Pyro to Cloakend, which is pretty big. Next turn, all we need to do is top deck Fast Swap Pyro Res, and we win.
Yeah, not to mention there is Sino talent onto Ollie Crane's hand right now, so that is like +1 damage as well, so that is pretty nice. And yeah, swap stalling, right? Very classic. Ooh, okay. Gets the overload, that's fine. So that way you don't have to worry about it later. So yeah, there's the Timaeus coming down. General Ancient Helm onto Crab. Unfortunately, no Tenacity, so again, tenacity would have been great here because tenacity gives you +1 die every time your opponent attacks you, or in other words, every time you take damage. So yeah, it would be great. But again, unfortunately, no tenacity on site. But instead, there is General Ancient Helm.
Oh, second tenacity coming in for Teruri. Teruri's just high rolling this today.
Man, yeah.
Like, gets the high roll in the mirror, and then in this matchup as well, high rolls turn 2 equip.
Oh, but the dice though, it's not looking spicy. Almost got a rainbow dice for Terry here.
That's fine though, right? Because one of the great things about playing KevinZ is that just like Kachina, she has very, very little Electro dice requirements. You do need 2 to get the skill off, and then like 3 after that to normal attack, but like that's 3 Electro dice total, and then after that you can just keep tuning one by one and just keep normal attacking. There's no onus on you to do the skills.
Yep, exactly. So most likely Terry gonna discard 2 cards for getting 2 Electro dice, right? Because again, you're gonna scale with Quran and then followed up by 2 normal attacks, and then you can pretty much just wait for next round and pretty much repeat the cycle, right? You scale normal attack twice and then go next round, and then yeah, rinse and repeat pretty much.
Yeah, and here's like what makes KevinZ so threatening as a carry as well. Not only can you go in on her immediately, right? Like the speed at which she's able to become threatening is just so much faster than other equipped carries. But she's also fully equipped. She just heals the same amount of damage as you deal, and with Sejrine in this deck, is just able to passively out heal you as well. Because you'll get more max HP with more healing, and this Nasty will absorb a lot of the early damage, which means KevinZ can heal even more and stack more max HP. It's just a cycle that's brutal to deal with.
Yeah. So you see a while ago, right? Crane has a total of 10 HP. Imagine if Ollie Crane has Pyro Resonance. I feel like it would be enough, exactly enough actually, to take down Quran. Like you just fast swap to Cyno, Pyro Resonance, and boom. Yeah. But now I feel like Ollie Crane could have played that, countdown and try fish for that Pyro Resonance, but Ollie Crane doesn't do it. And
I think it is worth the fit. Oh wait.
Okay.
It is.
No, it's not. I mean, it is big damage, but again, like Quran will just heal those damage back up, like no problem at all. But then again, yeah.
I think
if your Quran is low, like how do you swap back to her? Now that is the question.
I think this is like to stall the turn, right? He overloads Terry off KevinZ, and now that you're threatening on Cyno, they can't swap back, at least until later.
Yeah.
This also gets you an extra stack onto Cyno, which means next turn he will hit the 4-stack mark, and at that point we transition to the Cyno carry. Screw Crab, put him on the back burner, Cyno is where it's at.
Lotus onto Quran, okay. Here's the thing.
Here.
Okay, goes back to Crab, and now, yeah, you just NA, and then hopefully you skill, right? Get the HP back, and then hopefully next round you'll go for burst, and then go for the skill again, so that you get to heal more with the Bond of Life. I think that's the only way.
Oh, Countdown drew Power Res. We should have went for it.
Dude! Yeah, imagine that, right? Imagine a while ago, like, where Ollie Crane has like 12 dice, I believe. Like, he could have played Countdown to fish for Pyresis, and if Ollie Crane does that, then he can actually just knock down Quran exactly 10 HP.
I do believe it would have been 9 damage, not 10, so it would still be 1 off.
I mean, you do have Cyno talent as well, so that's like +1 as well.
Because the math is right, 5 damage from skill plus overload, 6 from plus talent, and then 9.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's 9 damage.
So it is 1 off.
Yeah. Makes sense actually. Maybe I'm coping all along.
Well, now with Cyno at +4, it does change things.
Yep. So now there we go. Right. So at base, Cyno will deal 5 damage with elemental skill, and if there's overload, so that's 7.
My math is 11.
Yeah. So with Cyno talent, right? Oh yeah. Oh man. But wait a minute. Who goes first? Okay, Crab goes first. Crab though.
Crab skill, if stay on KevinZ, snipe with Cyno. Easy win.
Yeah.
If swap stall, skill on Crab.
But there is Fortress of Merpy though, taking into effect onto Crab, so...
We can't use Fast Swap. No, we can burn it with Mystique Soup. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Okay. Try to test the waters here. Try to be patient.
11 damage is the breakpoint. Can we play around? No Lotus in our opponent's hand, so no more like surprise healing coming out or shielding. If it's a skill here for Clohen, it's just barely within that 11 HP breakpoint.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that is still enough. Oh, what do you do here for Terry? Do you gamble? I think you have to play it around for the potential fast swap into Pyrorescence, because the fact that Ollie Crane played Countdown is able to draw a lot from their deck. I think now's the time you have to respect or predict that kind of play
Fast
coming
swap
from
into
Ollie Crane.
Pyro-Res is the only way you lose the game. You have more dice than your opponent. Your character is more dice efficient than their opponent. Just swap stall.
Yep, exactly. And now I think Crab will just keep spamming, the skill, get the shields up, and potentially go for the burst as well. Oh, this is smart play as well. Like swap stalling. Wait, we might actually gonna see both players just swap stalling, unironically.
Well, I think Ollie Crane actually should stop swap stalling here, because we won't have enough dice. Actually, no, we do have the Golden Troop, so maybe not. I think I might consider skilling on Sino here. Not going for it this time, though. With the Golden Troop, there was a genuine consideration for that, though.
Yeah, like Ollie Crane here will just swap stall until Terry just... Now I just swap back to Sino again, classic. Unless...
Swap between the two, burn the dice of the opponent.
I don't think... Yeah, I think at this point, because here's the thing, how many dice do you... Okay, goes for the Crab Burst.
The two piercing will help keep Clohand in check, unless the opponent swaps the Clohand and does a skill or something, but then...
Yeah.
No, we don't have enough dice to swap Sino anymore. Because because we need to use one dice to burn Mystique Soup. Sino's skill is free, that's fine. But we also need to do one to swap and use Pyro Rise. We're one dice short, because we do not have Don Winery on field right now.
Yep.
So we're just barely short on dice for the play.
And with these two dice remaining from Ollie Crane, I think after this Crab Burst, I think Ollie Crane will just pass and get that turn prio for next round.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think
now,
Terry will just end here as well.
Yeah, I think you do as well. Play the Von on it, just pass the dice over. I think Ollie Crane right now, we need to bait our opponent to going Clohend, so we can snipe with Sino Pyro-Res. For Teriri, though, we need to swap stall until either our opponent runs out of dice for the turn, and in which case we can go to Clohend safely, or we wait out Sino until he reverts to 2 stacks.
Yep. So there's gonna be a lot of swap stalling shenanigans for Ollie Crane for sure. And there's the Crab Burst coming down for pyro damage, because again, right, it's one base and every 2 stacks of every 2 shield points, it's pretty much +1 damage, right? So there you go. So with 6 shields, that's like 2, 4, 6, so
it's
+1,
and then the
3.
1 base.
Yep. And then 2 piercing damage across the board. Yeah, that is a lot of damage.
I wonder if Hoyo has considered buffing Crab to 2 base damage.
That would be something.
Honestly, it's not that big of a buff.
Yeah. Alright, ooh, dice rolls though, pretty nice for Terry here. Gets 5 Omni.
Nice.
But Ollie Crane as well. So both players got pretty good dice, if I do say so. So there's a lot of options here for both of these players. There is Mystic Soup for Terry. There's also Fast Swap as well. But I think Terry's gonna go for the Lore Master Burst. Equip the Lore Master technique onto Cloran here, so that Cloran will have basically +1 HP, right? Basic +1 shield the moment you equip it onto Cloran. And then you can pretty much go to Cloran safely, I guess, but not really, because again...
That'd be 9 HP on Cloran. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like, Ollie Crane has Fast Swap and Pyro Resonance and Sino Talent, so that's like 11 damage total from Sino.
It's certainly a lot. Can't go safely just yet. God, I think it's +1 max HP by the looks of it. I don't see any damage reduction, unless it's Providence. It might be Providence.
Yeah, it has to be Providence. Or maybe Fury, we shall see. But yeah, it has to be the -2 for sure. It's
That
most... Is it gonna be...
Ooh, 5 HP now.
Is it gonna be Skill or Burst? It has to be... Let's see it. Is it gonna be Fast Swap? Let's see it. I mean, you have to, right?
I mean, Fast Swap leaves us open to Sino. Like, if we attack on Cloquet, it leaves us open to Fast Swap Pyrus on Sino.
Yeah.
I think it's safer to likely just swap Sijuin here.
Yeah. Like, Terry has no choice but to swap stall. Because again, the moment you go to Cloran, then Oli Crane will just go for fast swap right into Sino with Pyro Resonance. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. And Sijuin doesn't do enough damage to threaten Toma, so Ollie Crane can match the swap stall this time, spending 1 dice for 1 dice.
What if you see Juin skill here and get the...
or
really? Not?
Okay.
Oh! Yeah, onto Lord Master, Elemental Skill, exactly 3 damage to take down Toma. Wait a minute.
It might be a Ghost Sino angle, right? Because our opponent
Yeah,
has 1 dice, we just normal attack, right? Normal attack is enough to get rid of Lore Master. If our opponent stays on Sijuin, we get rid of her as well with skill. And then all of a sudden it's down to Cloaking solo. Sino doesn't reset until 8 stacks now, right? Even with skill, it only puts him at 6. He still has 1 more turn of his enhanced state. I think it's a misplay for Terrari. I think Terrari rushed it a little bit. Like, he didn't play to his outs. He needed to wait out Sino, because that was the only way we lost. But because we didn't, it's looking a bit difficult here.
Right. So, Sino did normal attack onto Lord Master, and again, Sino has max stacks of Golden Troop, so as you can see at the top right now, Sino's elemental skill costs 0, and potentially for another elemental skill it's gonna cost 2, because again, there is 4 stacks currently onto Sino, unless I'm wrong. But yeah.
Should be 4 stacks. Terrari, just huge misplay there. Didn't play to his outs, right? He kind of rushed a little bit. I understand wanting to get rid of Toma, because with Toma live, like, it's just +1 character to carry a shield generating artifact for Crab, and you don't want Crab to stack out of control like that, but just leaving yourself open like this, surely that's not correct.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well. Like, you pretty much wasted the Mystic Soup onto Kuran, which is the Providence effect.
It was Providence.
Yeah, and there it is. Well. That is exactly enough to take down Kuran. GG, go next.
I mean, that's
what a Sino sweep.
That's a huge misplay for Terrari, though. Like, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that is definitely a big mistake for Terrari. So, congratulations for Ollie Crane for taking that game number 3.
Honestly, I personally believe this was in favor of Cloakman, because you're able to just out damage whatever shielding Crab has, but Ollie Crane was able to play it very well to the Sino win con, right? Like, at the perfect time, was able to get 4 stacks on the Sino, so Terrari wasn't able to sweep with Cloakman, and then Terrari needed to wait out the Sino's passive, and then at that point, the advantage would have swung back in his favor, but just did not play to his outs, rushed it with a kill on the Air Mine, and then just snowballed completely out of control from there.
Yeah, like that Sino sweep, because Tomo was like, gets knocked down, gets the free swap, and you just pick Sino, then you pretty much just go like triple kill with Sino from there. So, man, yeah, that is a big mistake coming there from Terry, unfortunately, but well, it is what it is. I really hope Terry will get his mental game back, especially for this next game, because again, if Ollie Crane gets to win here again, then this game is gonna keep dragging, longer, and the mental, and the mental game for this one is it's gonna be a pain for both of these players for sure.
Honestly, Terry just needs to get a mental reset there. The game was in our control. We just need to wait out 2 more turns, and then we could have easily taken it. Just calm down, take a deep breath. Yes, we made a mistake, but that's fine. Our next matchup looked pretty good. Hu Tao did fairly well into Chiori Zhongli last time I saw this matchup, and that Eula deck is looking a bit sus. So just take a breath, let's get a mental reset, and go from there.
Yep. Alright, so now we're gonna go ahead to game number 4. So Oli Crane now has 2 decks left. It's going to be Sayu with Eula and Chiori Zhongli still open. So I think my prediction for this game number 4 is that I think Oli Crane, this might be the crazy prediction. So I think Oli Crane will play Sayu Eula because again, if you cannot win with Sayu Eula, then you might as well just lose, right? So I think this is now the perfect time for Oli Crane to try and win with Sayu Eula, right? And then if you're able to win with Sayu Eula, then your last deck is going to be Chiori Zhongli, and then you can pretty much just chill from there. So
I agree.
I think Oli Crane will definitely play Sayu Eula next, and then for Terry, I think Terry will just play Karan again, but I feel like that is a bad matchup though, so we shall wait and see.
Honestly, I don't know how to feel about the matchups for this deck. Oli Crane does pick it, but yeah, I think the matchup for Sayu against Terry's decks is a bit mixed, but you know it will do fairly well against Bennett because both decks take a bit of time to ramp up. But with Wolf's Gravestone, you're able to kind of match the Bennett first. So I think you just slam this deck until you get that matchup, and then you know Chiori Zhongli will be able to just sweep the rest.
So yeah, there you go. My prediction was correct with the Sayu Eula matchup and with the Karan. So, oh boy, this is gonna be a very interesting game. But I think if Oli Crane was able to high roll everything, like early Wolf's Gravestone, like the fast swap as well, like after you elemental skill with Mirror Maiden, and then you get to swirl, Hydro Swirl, oh that would be crazy. But oh man, game number 4. Alright, I can't wait to where this match will go.
I absolutely can't either. It's such an old deck. Oli Crane is bringing back these old meta memories from last year with the Prince Cup and everything. Here is the Sayu deck. Honestly, this looks like a completely unchanged list from like 4.2. The only difference really would be the Mystique Soups instead of Lotus Flower Crisps and the Singer Hardo instead of I honestly forgot what this deck ran in that slot. Probably a second Sayu talent, honestly.
Yeah, actually, most of the time, right, in most of these Sayu decks, there's only one food, actually. And that one food is Lotus Crisp. And now we get to see 3 foods this time around with Double Mystic Soup and Singer Hardo.
Curiously enough, we're not running 6 companions, which I'm fairly sure means Dunyazard can't tutor us.
Oh yeah, one Junior Zard, very interesting actually. Like you only have like Timaeus and Libet, like that's pretty much it. So I mean, to be fair, right, if you're able to high roll Junior Zard, then you pretty much play second Timaeus in next round for like 1 cost, and that'd be really great. But again, 1 copy of Junior Zard, you pretty much have to get it, or else then yeah.
Yeah, you just have to hit it or else, honestly. It's not great. The consistency of like Sayu decks has gone down the drain ever since the Lumenstone nerfs, because it's not just that you have less dice going into rounds 2 and 3, it also means round 1 you have 1 less card to cycle through your deck to get draw as well. So in decks like this, round 1 is super important because you need to get your quips turn 1, and these decks are turn 2 oriented. If you don't have a good turn 2, most decks will outscale you by turn 3 onwards, so you really need to have an important first couple turns.
Exactly correct. So yeah, now it all comes down to these card draws, right? Getting these very card draws early, get these important cards, and hopefully you can pretty much strategize from there. And yeah, man, again, I actually cannot wait to see how this match will go, because again, if Oli Crane is able to high roll, right, with the decks and everything, oh man, that's gonna be absolute cinema. I can't wait.
And speaking of decks that will outscale turn 3 onwards, this is one such deck. Chlorine, fully equipped, will deal just as much, if not more damage than Sayu, and with self-healing as well, she'll be able to out-sustain whatever damage she takes to get above the Wolf's Gravestone breakpoint. And like, it feels so rough if you're not able to get like the perfect turn 1 ramp as Sayu.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Terry here in game number 4 is able to bottom deck the 2 weapons and potentially the artifact as well. That, oh boy, that could be rough for Terry. But hopefully that's not gonna happen. But the possibility is there.
True, it's always an option, right? Bottom taking the weapon would put Clean behind in terms of potential damage. And the dice efficiency per damage dealt would actually go down as well without the lo-fi. With it though, Clean will do more actions than Sayu in 2 actions for just as much, if not less dice. So it really just comes down to the turn 1 equips. Whoever gets weapon plus artifact, although Ollie Crane is less reliant on the artifact, whoever gets weapon plus setup will win this matchup. It's just who rolls better.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
And
here's the thing
Terrari
as well.
with a great start.
Oh yeah,
Go
I mean, here's the
next.
thing as well. Terry has extreme, so don't forget about that extreme. Because again, if Ollie Crane is able to draw a lot of cards, right, with these Gilded Dreams, Sire Talent, and potentially Sing Your Heart Out, then these like extreme from Terry could be like a good angle that we could see later down the line. So we'll see.
I just saw Ollie's hand. No Dun, no Liben, no Timaeus, no Wolf's Gravestone. I think it's go next angle.
Oh boy. But I think if I'm not mistaken, I feel like I did see, yeah, there's Sing Your Heart Out.
No Hydro Dice. I'd honestly go next.
Oh, wait a minute. It's so bad. What the hell?
Like, unironically, just go next. I would instantly top right here. I don't care if I'm in a
Wait,
tournament.
oh, no.
I'm not winning this. Oh my
no.
god.
Okay, this is bad. Yeah, just go next,
Oh
actually.
my god. No, like,
Oh,
actually,
no.
just go next.
Now, how are you gonna...
Oh,
yeah.
god.
This is so bad. Oh, no.
That Sing Your Heart Out was our only out. That was our only source of draw to potentially get more cards in hand.
Yeah, now you have no choice. Dude, no, here's the thing, no animal dice. So, if you want to go for the Sayu skill just to get that guaranteed swirl, you have to discard 3.
But we can't tune these cards. Liar Song is tuned point for a turn 2 combo, which is never going to happen. So it'll be turn 3 combo, because we need to delay it a turn for more ramp. We need the Boar Princesses as well. We need the fast swap to get guaranteed swirls later in case our plays don't pan out. And the Gambler is going to be important for finishing the game out. Like, we can't tune any of these.
Yeah, but what do you do here with 5 dice? You just pass turn, float 5, and that's it? Go next?
Well, you see, Ark, in every game of GITCG, there is that funny gear icon at the top right portion of your screen. I think in this situation, Ollie Crane should move their mouse to that little gear icon, click on it, scroll down to the 4th option, and left click.
Yep. I mean, we did see the quote a while ago, right? Like, you get bad dice, bricked hands, you just hit top right and hit the gear. Who said that actually? I forgot. Was it Ollie Crane?
It was
or
Ollie.
Terry? It was Ollie Crane. Yeah. Well, there you go. You might as well do it, you know, what you said in the profile, player profile. Funny enough. And, oh man, this is so sad for Ollie Crane. And most likely Terry will just win this next game. And now both players will just tie to 2-2. Interesting.
I mean, it keeps the score close, but like when it happens in such a fashion, is anyone really happy about it? Like, I think even Terry would be a bit unhappy about this match. Like, yeah, you even up the score, fine, whatever. But we didn't win because we played better. We win because our opponent bricked.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just unlucky, right? It is what it is. Like, you can't win them all, you can't get them all, and yeah, stuff like this do happen sometime.
Honestly, with how many bricks Ollie Crane has in their hand, they should, you know, maybe consider taking up a job as a construction worker to go build a house with those bricks.
Right. So now it's Terry's turn. Let's see. What do you even have? So they have Senior Heart Out. There's Countdown, right? You can play these cards just to draw more. Okay. Gets to play Senior Heart Out first, right? And then no weapon. Okay, no, never mind. Claret is already equipped. I didn't even notice
Yeah,
it.
turn 1 equip.
Okay, yeah, it's actually GG. No, yeah.
Oh, it's doomed.
Next,
it's
actually.
so doomed.
Oh, wait. Oh, pre-playing fast swap because you want to ramp 8 here, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, there's
Bro.
Timaeus finally. You're still overdrawing, I think. Like, you have 8 cards in your hand, and if you're just gonna pass with Libid, then you're gonna burn 2 cards. Like, what do you do here?
Bro, you can't even tune because we're,
Yeah, no, it's actually cool. I think you might as well just go for Elemental Skill with Mere Maiden here and apply Hydro onto Clorand, and then
No, but we
hopefully...
need the Liben to make up the damage difference next turn.
Yeah, but... Oh, man, like, how do you Like, what cards do you even play here just to avoid overdraw? Because you're gonna overdraw too if you're gonna go for the live and pass play here. And you can't even choose because you have Omni dice right
Yeah, so
now.
you're gonna reveal info. You're gonna be down a card, and your opponent's gonna know it.
Oh man.
A bit of a miscalculation for Ollie, I suppose.
Okay, Mystic Soup coming down onto Mirror Maiden. Like, I think Ollie Crane has to get the. Yep, it gets the. I forgot the official effect. The name. I think it
It's
was
-1 damage times 3.
Yeah, it was Soothing. I forgot the name. But yeah,
also
gets
don't know
the
the
Dave
names.
resistance kind of like effect from Mystic Soup, so that's pretty nice. Because again, Karan will deal a lot of damage here, right? With the normal attacks and stuff. So yeah. Like Karan will skill here, normal attack twice, and then you just pass, and yep. Next round you elemental skill, normal attack again, and yada yada yada. Yep.
I don't think Ollie's winning this match, like straight up. I
For
think
sure,
it's
yeah.
so lost since game 1, it's not even worth trying.
Yeah. Like, I don't think there's any coming back here for Ollie Crane for sure. Unless. Okay, maybe there's a miracle that's gonna happen. Like,
no,
we don't see it.
There is still a win con. Teruri needs to brick 3 rounds in a row. Teruri needs to get full rainbow dice next round, right? Like, just get 1 Electro, like 2 Geo, and then 1 of every other dice. And then they tune 1 for countdown. Next turn, they need to roll the exact same thing, no countdown, tune entire hand, and then on the 3rd round, if they brick again, they won't have enough to tune to clean skill. Our win con is our opponent bricking 3 turns straight.
And at that point, you might as well top right.
Actually, no. It need to be 4 turns straight. Because we'll get some Electro Dice refund if they attack Namillith, and Lo-Fi will give us some extra dice as well. 4 turns straight, and then that way we guarantee that our opponent doesn't have cards, because Countdown will give us cards to tune with.
Alright.
WinCon, Teruri needs to brick 4 turns straight.
Dude, you know what's funny? There is still no Wolf's Gravestone.
Bro, okay.
For Ollie
I mean, it's a
Crane.
1-of copy, you're not running Wagner, so like, I don't know what you expect.
Oh man, I wonder how many cards Ollie Crane has in their deck right now, but it's definitely like below 15 for sure.
Yeah, it's like low 20s.
Yeah,
No,
for
it's
sure.
definitely way lower than that. It's like mid 10s.
Yep. It's still no Wolf's Gravestone. That is kind of sad. Like again, there is no way for Ollie Crane coming back from here. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, no, there's 2 win cons.
I mean,
you can always rely on. Well, no, we can't rely on them, but 2 win cons are always present. Number 1, opponent bricks 4 rounds straight and can't use their skill. Number 2, our opponent's internet DCs and we win by default.
Yep, classic.
These 2 win cons are always present. Whether or not you'll hit, that's a different story.
Is it gonna be? Oh, I wonder if there's gonna be a Mirror Maiden burst. I think it's most like.
You gotta do something. Actually, maybe not. You want to preserve 4 dice.
It's fast swap, yeah, fast swap.
Oh,
into
yeah.
Eula skill. Now for Karan gets frozen. But then again, Terry has Tada, so Terry can just break out from freeze. And I think okay, here's the funny part. You can play
Lotus Tada.
Yep, exactly. There you go.
Strat first. What are you
Is
looking
he gonna
for?
do it though? That's
Got nothing.
the question.
I love strategizing into more draw. You know, it's just like when I saw like the very first Cat's Tail, people ramped to ramp more. Classic.
Classic indeed. And there's the another normal attack, 3 bottom of life right now. And most likely it's gonna be another elemental skill and then followed up by normal attack.
No. Yeah, no, I think that plays better. Turn the Golden House. I was considering just like normal twice because we don't want to have no bond of life starting next turn, but we do have enough for skill normal unless we want to swap off, in which case maybe just normal swap might be better. There's no end phase damage in this deck though, so it really depends.
Unless Eula burst.
Unless Eula burst, but no, we're not going for that.
Of course. So Ollie Crane decides to end the turn there. One of the Libets will proc, but the other Libet will definitely not proc, because again, if you want both Libets to proc, you need 4 dice total, but unfortunately, Ollie Crane only has 3 dice, so only one Libet will proc for next round, and most likely, Is Eula gonna die here? Nah, no shot.
No, Eula will
Yeah,
live
it's
on.
just gonna be
Wait,
another normal
no.
attack from Brand.
There's not enough for
then-
burst, so the Eula will live here. Not very healthily. Neither is Mirror Maiden for that matter, but at least they're alive.
Yeah. So elemental skill, right? And then into normal attack, you get to pass. You get to float one die, but it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
No Wolves Gravestone on the
Unfortunately,
natural draw.
Terry just got just draw the Vanarana. If only Terry got that Vanarana early, then he could have passed that one die on to the next round. But yeah, well, anyway.
No Wolves Gravestone. GG.
Still no Wolves Gravestone.
Oh my
my
God.
goodness. Ain't no way. The unluck. Like, how bad luck is this for Ole Crane? Like, what? Oh, man.
Honestly, I don't even know what
Absolutely.
you do here. Like 2 characters are one shot. Our opponent's full HP.
Yeah.
Sayu has no equips. It's been 4 turns. Our deck is in the single digits. Wolves Gravestone has still not appeared.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Ollie Crane is not running a 1-of Wolves Gravestone. That is 2 Wolves Gravestones.
Yep.
And he's
2
bottom
Wolves
decking
Gravestone.
both.
Oh, man. Alright, there's elemental skill from Eula that deals 5 damage. It is a lot, but not that enough because again, Koran will just heal back up again. Or just swap, right? Just chill. Right?
Doesn't
No
want to give
need
the freeze, doesn't want to give the Mirror Maiden Burst.
Yep, exactly.
Actually, your Mirror Maiden Burst might actually be... No, Mirror Maiden Burst
No, it's
definitely
not.
would have killed there. Because it's 5 base, plus 1 from freeze, plus 1 from refraction, because it also gives plus 1 Hydra damage.
No, actually, okay, Sumi, you haven't, so, lately, Mirror Maiden got nerfed. There is no more refraction anymore because the only curse that applies only to Quran is just the -2 dice from swapping.
Oh my god,
There is-
Hoyo, for the love of God, please stop touching this character.
Yep, so no
I
+1
can't
damage,
remember the
so,
changes.
yeah.
Like, it
Well,
went
it
from...
is what it is. Welcome
It
back,
went from
I
plus
guess.
Hydra damage with plus dice on swap to just with a 3 damage skill to 2 damage skill with plus 1 Hydra damage with plus 1 dice on swap on Talon to like I don't even know what Talon does anymore to 3 damage
Actually,
skill
the
to
Talon
plus
is
1
the
dice
plus
plus
1
Hydra
Hydra
damage
damage.
on swabs. Like, guys, please stop touching this character. I cannot keep up.
Oh man, well, there's been a lot of balance changes recently, and again, Hoya just loves the cooking, you know, with these balance changes. So, yeah, well, it is what it is. But yeah, there you go. So for those who don't know, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It pretty much swapped the talent effect, and then yeah, pretty much.
At some point, Mirror Maiden had both like talent and base effect on the skill, and then at some point as well, it was the plus 1 dice on swap on the skill with 2 damage with the plus 1 Hydra damage on talent as well. I remember that at some point. Like, guys, please.
Well. All right, now what is Terry gonna do here? Imagine normal attack with Sigewin. That might be.
Nah.
Imagine
I'd
that is
honestly
the
be
play,
down
right?
for it.
Because again, Olicrane doesn't run much of a sustain, right? I mean, sure, there's Mystic Soup, but that's pretty much it. Oh, okay.
Ooh, the freeze angle, maybe.
Yeah. Double freeze swirl from Sayu. Do you even care, honestly, if that happens?
I
Also,
think you
Eula
go for
burst.
skill.
I just realized.
Actually, no. Live Invana. That's the play here. Yes, our opponent, maybe, question mark. It has the damage to lethal here. Right? Because skill with end phase summon, actually, we're going to live on 1 if they have no Wolf's Gravestone. But that's fine, because we have ramp. We don't really need Aramite technique. Especially in a game like this, like, look at the opponent's HP. I think full ramp in their face is the play.
Yeah. Like, I feel Terry doesn't care. I mean, sure, double freeze me right here, right now.
Why
In the
would you
next
care?
round, yeah.
Like, we're relying on Wolf's Gravestone to even do anything, but we can't even equip Wolf's Gravestone. There's not enough dice to equip and do a skill. And then, like,
Oh,
just base
man.
Sayu skill isn't going to do anything. Even with the Eula summon out, it's not enough to actually lethal anyone. And we're
Here's
just
the
going to
thing.
ramp in their face. Go for it. Like, there's
Even-
literally no threat.
Yeah, here's
Okay,
the
we're a
thing.
coward.
Even if you do get Wolf's Gravestone, How are they gonna discount that? You don't even have the Arcane Legend, which is the courtyard.
I think that is a mistake by Terrori, by the way. We are a coward. We played the Senior Heart out. We wanted to get the healing from the Sijuin bubble that was put into our deck. Airmite was basically guaranteed to live on 1 HP. There was no way our opponent could have gotten the damage to kill. I have no clue why we're swap stalling right now. Just go for the full ramp. I do not understand.
Yeah. This is weird. Yeah, exactly, right. Okay, there's a strat. There is Wolf's Gravestone, but then again, how are you gonna discount this Wolf's Gravestone if you don't have the Arcane Legend, which is the courtyard?
The answer, we don't. Just play the Wolf's Gravestone outright.
Unless, wait a minute, plays the Shadow of the Sand King, doesn't get it, so unfortunately the Wolf's Gravestone equipped. Still no Arcane Legend, that is sad. That is sad. Oh man,
I'd like to say for the record, I think that was a misplay from Ollie Crane. What I would have liked to see instead, because we had 4 dice, equip Wolf's Gravestone and pass. Get the turn priority. Next turn, we can use value to just start rolling. Because now we're just down to Wolf's Gravestone for no reason. There was no reason to go for the skill there. We could have done that anyways next turn. Our opponent was always going to pass on either Sijuin or an Airmite. If they end on Airmite, great, we have turn prow. We get to have double freeze. If they end on Sijuin, that's fine. We have turn prio, but now our skills do even more damage because we have Wolf's Gravestone. I think both players are misplaying the end game right now.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Oliker's trying to be desperate here to get more draw early with Desired Talent. So that I feel like that's one of the reasons why. But wait a minute.
The thing is,
okay,
what are we drawing into? We already had Timaeus.
Unless you play Board Princess and go for another elemental skill here with Sayu, but with no Wolf's Gravestone, you can't. You don't deal much damage here. So
my problem here with all this crane from this play from Ollie Crane is what are we drawing into? We have our Wolf's Gravestone, we have full artifacts, we have Boar, we have Lyre Song. This would be like our Liven was 1 dice away. We had the perfect play to Gravestone pass and come in next turn with 10 dice, Wolf's Gravestone equipped, and then we just didn't. We could have Sayu Talent next turn, sure, get the draw there. We already had our entire deck at our disposal. Liven would have definitely drawn the rest of our deck. But now we just burnt a Lyre Song, we burnt a Gilded Dreams, we don't have Gravestone. Why are we throwing damage and dice into the void?
Right. Oh man. This could be a... What if, wait a minute. It would be... Nah, I was thinking I have no idea who's gonna win anymore, actually. I have no idea. Cause oh my... Dude! Okay. What if Terry's gonna go for that extreme play? Because again, look at Ollie Crane's hand.
Ollie has no deck. Ollie has no deck. If Ollie has not played Wolf's Gravestone up until now, it means Ollie does not have Gravestone. And if Ollie doesn't have Gravestone, now that there is no deck, it means that Ollie must have bottom deck Gravestone. Which means Ollie must have Gravestone now that there are no cards in the deck. Which means we should play Extreme, and Ollie will go home and cry.
I think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna go for it.
Do
Extreme decked out.
Do it. Literally nothing to lose. Whatever usable cards he has left in the deck, the Extreme will take care of it. Okay, that's good. Get rid of all our useful cards.
Yep.
Yeah. All our useful cards. I like this. I would have actually let them keep the countdown.
And there it is. 0 cards from your deck, 0 cards from your hand. Alright, GG, go next.
I'm top writing.
Yeah.
Also, this punishes us, because we should have played Gravestone last turn and gotten turn prio. I mean, this would have solved the problem, right? Turn prio, we put Wolf's Gravestone with turn prio, we still get to do our full combo in case of Extreme. And honestly, could have been a winnable situation, because our opponent would waste Extreme or something, question mark, down 4 dice, but now we just lose.
Yep. Dude, it would be funny if Ollie Crane just conceded a while ago, right? The moment Extreme was played, it would be funny to see Ollie Crane just conceded, just top right, and, just go next. But Ollie Crane here decides to want more, I guess. But, yeah, sure, man. Sure.
Sure, skill. Normal. It doesn't matter. Both will do fine.
Whatever Terry does here, it's always winning. No way out.
Okay, what are we doing? Question. Oh, gamblers. Yeah, okay, I'm down for that.
Yeah, we're cooking here.
We're cooking here. This is actually a pretty cool play. Like, unironically. Yep. I've criticized both these players. This is, like, unironically a really cool play.
Mm-hmm.
I actually really like that play. It doesn't absolve Terrori of the sins I've seen this match, but it was a cool play.
And there's the burst finally from Lore Master. Gonna get the technique. Doesn't matter because the game has pretty much already gonna end. Oh man, yep. Alright. Just go next.
Go next. It's unwinnable for this situation. I'm not sure why we did that.
Just cooking. Yeah, +1 stack. Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's also +1 card draw as well.
Okay, I mean, it's something, I guess. Not that it really matters. Sayu will go down to skill burst on Eremite. Right? Like, if Eremite goes down, that's fine. Clothine will clean it up with burst. Why is that such high saturation on Terry's side all of a sudden? Okay, that was odd.
Yeah, plays the technique to end the game. Oh man, what a BM. Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, game 4, it could have gone either way. Like, in theory, the matchup really could have gone either way. But
yeah,
after that turn 1, Ollie Crane got no usable dice, did not draw any of the ramp options. Terry had the perfect start with a turn 1 Clothine full equip. After that, it was just all downhill for Ollie. I think Ollie might have been able to make a comeback turn 3. I think Ollie misplayed that. Going Wolf's Gravestone and then Libin passing in order to get an advantage on turn 4. I think could have probably swung the tides of battle, but Ollie just misread the situation there, burnt all of our resources, didn't get the equip, and then coming into turn 4, Terrori gets the surprise extreme and just flips the match.
Yeah, like both of these players are now 2-2, and we might gonna see actually game 7 in this grand final, so that's gonna be something. But before we dive into game number 5, 6, and potentially 7, we're gonna take a quick break here because yeah, this grand finals is gonna be very long. Like the fact that both of these two players are now tied to 2-2, like it's pretty much gonna be a long series for sure. So we're gonna take quite a short break, right? And then we'll be right back. And then yeah, we're gonna see how it's gonna come down to game number 5. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait.
We'll see you guys then, but just be sure to sit tightly. We're going to be back with even more exciting gameplay.
See you later.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。
アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラットに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたらいつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空星々よ、静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女祭で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。
告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ、これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク、今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの剣能を持っている。
スルトロッチ、
経緯などとうの昔に消え去った貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
テリワットでは世界の外から来た世界の運命を変える者を降臨者と呼ぶ。だがお前にその資格はない。教会を開いたのは俺だからな。お前はただの密航者。
If your long journey makes you drift too far away, and if the dust and time still weigh you down, pulling you astray, if passing years change you somehow, let not this simple line still be there with you.
見て、流れ星だ。どこに落ちたんだろう。
俺に勝ちたければ俺の歩いた道をたどってみるがいい。
Please not that I stay to wait. Please not that I stay to see.
だがそこにお前は属さない。お前の家もない。
私アリスよ。旅の人おしゃべりしましょう。
その剣誰に習った？あいつはどこだ？
師匠、今日こそ両手を使ってよ。
本当にいいの？このまま始めて。いいの、
これぞリアリティよ。 どこのポートで取ってきたポータ風トリップ？発酵ジュースの海？全国の発酵ジュースに謝りなさい。
発酵ジュースごめんなさい。
ちょっとヒルチャールの盾よりも硬いじゃない。またフライヤーをほったらかしにしてたわね。あなたは一体何様なの？
俺はトリアタオのフライドフィッシュです。
サバナ、なぜこんな生地に？プリュイロータス入りだなんて花と実が大雨に降られたみたい。失敗しすぎて丸ごとそう使い切ってしまって、それしかなかったの。まあまるっきりダメってわけじゃないわ。水分が多いから他のお花や果実の香りが薄れちゃうのよ。かといって乾かすと食感は台無しになる。だから遠心機で旨味を抽出して生成すれば。新鮮でまるで雨上がりの虹のよう。草や湖が見えるみたい。フリュイロータスの風味が完全に溶け合ってて最高。早くレシピを完成させなきゃ。今日の授業はここまで。やっと。あ、明日はこのデザートを再現してみましょう。たったの43工程。簡単よね。
どう？フォンテーヌグルメ編のイントロとしては悪くないでしょ？
リアリティは置いといて確かに印象深いわね。ただエスコフィエさんが主演なのはいいけど、途中までが少し強烈すぎるんじゃない？いくら盛り上げるためとはいえ。
こんなの普段の半分の半分もいかないわよ。
誰か悪口でも言った？
Nod cry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be out.
Yo, what's up everybody? Welcome back to the Game 5 of the Grand Finale in AstraNox Invitational GITCG International Tournament. Again, it's your boy Ark, and alongside me is Sumi.
Hello everybody, welcome back from the break. It's good to be back and I'm excited for some more exciting gameplay. Before the games start though, why don't we take another gander at the next wonderful players that brought for us today.
Alright, so for those who don't know, again, this is the Grand Finale, right? Best of 7 conquest format, so there are 5 decks, but still with 1 ban. So currently, we are now halfway now, so both players are now tied to 2-2. And on the Crane side, Crab is already declared victory, and so does the Liver Armory as well, which is very interesting to see, especially in this meta. And then on Terry's side, Durand is already declared victory, and Chiori Zhongli as well.
For Ollie Crane right now, the priority is to just win with Sayu. You need to get a win on this deck, and then Zhongli will likely do well into the other two, more or less. For Teruri, though, Teruri is in an interesting place, at least in my opinion. This Hu Tao deck will do very well into Zhongli, but very poorly against Sayu. The Bennett one, on the other hand, will do kind of equal against both. So you need to snipe with the Hu Tao, in my opinion. You want to get a good matchup with this one. And then the Bennett one, it's a bit more iffy. Like, I think it'll do 50-50 against the Sayu deck, but it'll likely have a negative against Zhongli. So both decks are good against one deck in particular or like the opposing matchup. So you need to really snipe if you're Terrari here.
Yeah, so most likely Ollie Crane, right, will definitely play the Sayu Eula deck again. But for Terrari though, yeah, only 2 decks left. Like, what are you gonna choose? Like, are you just gonna coin flip and just let the fate decide on what you're gonna play? That would be something. But yeah, I think Terry will definitely play Hu Tao Overload next against Sayu, even though it is bad matchup, like what you said, right? So we'll see.
Honestly, it might just be for the Bennett play if you're play the Bennett deck if you're Terry. Like, this is a mind game for Ollie, right? Because Ollie will slam Sayu. Zhongli will do okay against either deck, but Sayu will do very, very poorly against one of them in particular. So you just slam Sayu until you win.
Pretty much, yeah. Because again, if you don't win, then you pretty much just, just lose, I guess. But if Ollie Crane is able to win with Sayu and Eula, then yeah, I think Ollie Crane is going for that golden road, going for that championship in this AstraNox Invitational. So yeah, like, again, it's just, I mean, at this point, right, anything can happen. Once again, I feel like I've said this a lot of times already. Like in this TCG, right, and actually all kinds of TCG, it's all about the dice rolls, the card draws, and everything, the mulligan as well. Yeah,
like,
it's just...
There's always the element of randomness at the end. It is a card game, after all. There's a chance that the dice roll bad, you don't draw what you want, so there's always that element of chance. But the way the players play it as well, I think, influence a lot more of the match than just luck.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's like, if luck is like the #1 factor that controls everything, then skill is like the #2 factor. And alright, so here we go, right? So both players are gonna pick their decks now, so let's see. So, okay. Ollie Crane decides to switch it up this time. Very interesting. And yeah, Terry will play Hu Tao Overload. Wait a minute.
I would favor Teriri in this matchup. I think whenever we've seen this matchup, Hu Tao has done very well. Because unlike Yoimiya, Hu Tao stacks her burst by just using skill, which you'll do fairly often. So like, she gets the burst quicker than you expect, because Hu Tao only really needs the normal twice in order to charge that up to full. Because once again, skilling will give energy as well. And Hu Tao burst is extremely threatening, like 6 damage, enhanced with Emblem, enhanced with Rightful Reward as well. With the amount of Electro applied by Kuki on top of that, like, this Hu Tao slaps. One burst will take Zhongli well under the HP threshold to be getting the +1 damage on his Geo summons.
Yep, exactly. So now we get to take a deck list, right, for Terry's Hu Tao Overload. I think most of the stuff here is very standard, right? There is Haven't Lost Yet, sure, and then there's Treasure as well. There's also double Junior Zard, right? Because you're playing 6 companions alongside with Judong as well. And yeah, the artifacts, right? Very classic. And yeah, most of the stuff here is pretty much standard.
Yeah, it's the standard list. Honestly, I think Terry did a very good job sniping this matchup. I personally would have went for the Bennett deck, expecting my opponent to keep spamming Sayu. But
Yeah.
like, Terry managed to find the snipe matchup. This is his opportunity to swing the tide of battle in his favor, because so far, Ollie Crane has been in the lead for games 1 and 2. Terry managing to even up for games 3 and 4. Game 5 though, maybe Terry finally takes the lead, getting a great matchup snipe on the opponent.
Yeah, this might be the start of reverse sweep from Terry. Now that we get to see, now, like, it all comes down to 2 remaining decks for both of these players, and yeah, man. So I really hope that Ollie Crane this time around will high roll, right? Because again, we did see Ollie Crane a while ago, right? Low rolling very badly, like especially round 1 doesn't get 5 Geo, and you're like Ollie Crane discard like 2 very good cards, right? And the Chiori talent also gets stolen. Oh my goodness. But now, I really hope Ollie Crane gets to chill in this next match, so yeah.
The good news, though, is that this time Ollie Crane doesn't need to worry about Yoink, right? No Extreme, no Yumkasaurus, there's no way our talents can get stolen. All we need to do is get the dice and get the cards.
Yep, get the Storm Terror, get the talents early. You might as well draw the Sing Your Heart Out, because again, if you're able to high roll with Sing Your Heart Out, then potentially round 2, not only you get the Chiori talent with the follow-up doll, but also you can try and aim for Kitching skill in round 2 and then proc that follow-up and get that guaranteed crystallized reaction. Oh man, that would be so good.
Yeah, it's like all Ollie Crane needs to do is just try to get the win con.
Just high roll, pretty much.
Just
End of
high roll,
story.
yeah.
Yep,
The thing is, Chiori Zhongli, very strong deck, right? Like 10 damage end phase, the summons absolutely slam you. Zhongli feels unkillable sometimes. But in a losing matchup such as this, where you're at a disadvantage, this deck doesn't really have alternate lines, right? You play something like Pyro Kek back in the day, right? There was alternate lines you could take, or like Sino Crab. Instead of playing for Shield Snag, you can try to snipe the opposing carry with Sino. And then if it's a good matchup, you just stick to usual, stack shields with Crab. With a deck like this though, you can't pivot. It's all or nothing. You need to go for the Zhongli and Chiori, because that's what this deck does, and that's the only thing this deck does. So like, if Macaulay needs to find a way to find like a creative workaround the Hu Tao, what that is though remains to be seen.
Yep, it's all about the card draws that we're gonna see here in a moment. So yeah, like I really hope that Ollie could write the Sleepy Meditation, aka the Sit Lolly card, and then discounts the Lightning Stiletto, and then plays that Lightning Stiletto to fast swap to Kaching and deals 3 damage. That would be really lovely to see. I really hope it's gonna happen for this next match. But yeah, like I said, and again, I've already said this a lot of times, like anything can happen. So yep.
Yeah,
again, Ollie Crane just needs to high roll. Like that's it. Just high roll. It's that easy. It's that simple.
We also need to hope our opponent low rolls a little bit as well, because like this Kuki Hu Tao, like it doesn't have necessarily a high roll, but also doesn't low roll necessarily either. You need to like try to keep your opponent down, make sure they don't draw the rightful to start stacking Hu Tao burst early. You could probably deal with 1 Hu Tao burst, 2 gets a little bit iffy, 3 definitely not.
Yeah, like imagine if Terry finds the opportunity to go for double Hu Tao burst in 1 round. Because with Rightful Reward, right? And with Macrons and all of the healing stuff as well, that would be crazy. But again, yeah, Terry also do need to get Rightful Reward early, because again, if you don't get Rightful Reward early, then that could be a little bit goofy, a little bit scuff, right?
That is the win con of this deck, right? Just Hu Tao burst spam. If you can't get the Hu Tao burst, this deck it doesn't do 0 damage, right? Hu Tao normals still hurt quite a bit, especially if you do get overloads with Kuki. But it's not gonna chunk through a Zhongli. Like you need to get 2, ideally 3 Hu Tao bursts to really feel comfortable securing the win. So you do need to get the rifle early. Oh my god.
And speaking of Rightful Reward, there it is, round 1. It's that simple. Just top deck it and yeah, just slap it with Hu Tao, and you can just cheer from there. Oh my goodness.
And the wise words of Ting, just draw your outs.
Yeah, it's that simple. Just draw it out and you're pretty much good to go. Like, come on. Alright, here we go. Wait a minute.
Ollie Crane.
No Zhongli talent, no Chiori talent, no Storm Terror.
Okay, that's Chiori
wait
talent.
a minute.
That's something.
There's Chiori talent. Yep. That's a guaranteed Zhongli talent.
Yeah, we got Stove too. That's good. Okay, that's fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah, that draw from Seeing Your Heart Out, that saved Ollie Crane there for sure. Because if not, then Ollie Crane has to pay for the 50-50 with his Stove God to get Zhongli talent. Then, yeah, it could have been ended differently if he got Chiori talent instead of Zhongli talent. Oh boy.
Ooh, here it's actually a bit rough for Terry, because you want to play the Timaeus into Veterans to get the free equip and then charge up a second one for free. But if you do that, you can't, like, you need to tune 1 card in order to skill Leiden. Which doesn't feel great. But if you don't, you need, like, tune the spare Veterans instead. Like, you can play Timaeus next turn and stuff, like, whatever. But then we don't get the free equip.
Here's the funny thing, you can just ramp 8 here for Terry. Like, you play Ver's Visage onto Kuki, and then Zhongli will definitely end first, right? No, wait. I mean, here's the thing, Ollie Crane has Seeing Your Heart Out, so it's definitely gonna swap, so... And again, if Terry ends first with Ver's Visage onto Cookie. Cookie will not get that +1 die from Ver's Visage and will not proc Liben.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because Terry can go for Timaeus, right? No, actually, Ver's Visage first onto Cookie. Like this one, right? Okay, and then Timaeus, and then you play Liben, but then again, all you can will just swap, you end first, and you're not gonna proc Liben, for sure. And you're just gonna float one because...
This does not feel great.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's pretty much what happened, and yep. Float one, because again, you end first. Liben will only get 2 dice, and oh boy. Okay, nice dice, though, but...
Pretty good dice.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that bad, right? 'Cause you can afford to play a slower early game, because like Cookie will heal herself back up eventually. You're fine taking this damage. Sure, he doesn't do that much damage. You gotta wait for end phase for that. No Storm Turns there to discount that skill either. Like, eventually this Cookie will heal up. Eventually. And Hu Tao is already at a couple stacks on that rifle. Do you equip the Veteran's Visage on her now? Probably. You're already going to get the free equip next turn as well from Timaeus, so you might as well get the free dice if they attack into you onto the Hu Tao. And just, you'll get the free equip on Emblem when you burst, eventually. So, yeah, it's fine.
Exactly. So now we get to see Ollie Crane here playing Chiori talent. Gets the follow-up doll, and now Ollie Crane is gonna do the round 2 elemental skill with Kaching. Get that guaranteed crystallized reaction. Oh boy. Here we go again. I think Ollie Crane definitely high rolled this time around with double Chef Mao, right? And everything.
Oh,
My
you know what? There's
goodness.
also a Calx there. Swap Keck, do a skill, get the crystallizer. That's nice. More importantly, though, next turn, Calx burst time. Cookie goes down.
Yep. Not to mention there is
no.
Mystic
Cookie won't go down.
Soup.
Cookie will be one off.
And there is Chef Mao as well still available. So if you play Mystic Soup onto
Get
Kaching,
Providence.
get the Providence, you can go for the skill, and potentially you can go for Burst. But then again, the dice, right? It's so bad, but imagine that. Oh my goodness. Imagine round 2 catching Burst. Insane,
No,
actually.
it's not worse. If Cookie was 1 HP lower, I would like unironically consider it, because then the piercing would take her out.
Yeah.
But she's too healthy for that right now.
Yeah,
it's not worth
exactly.
burning like what 5 dice to do that damage. I think it just puts us at too much of a deficit. You could consider normal attacking here as well. When not too much.
Yeah, Verdant Visage onto Hu Tao, and then you swap to Hu Tao, get Elemental Skill, and let's see what Ollie Crane does here. Because with double Chef Mao, I think Ollie Crane is gonna go for that Mystic Soup play. Yep, there it is, exactly. And hopefully, Ollie Crane will get Providence, which is a -2. Does he get it though? Let's see it.
Did immediately choose one, so I imagine so.
Whoa, okay, swap stalling? That's interesting.
Curious. Not sure why. Hu Tao doesn't have enough dice to do skill into normal here.
Yeah, we didn't get to see...
Oh, you know what? If we attack, we would give enough dice, because there's veterans on her.
Yeah,
right? Because veterans gives the dice the first time
was...
you take damage or heal. It doesn't matter, though. Cookie... No, that's the draw. Yeah. We don't want to attack into Hu Tao, because then we'd give enough dice for the Liben. Seeing as that's not the case, Terry will swap on response as well, just to not get damage out to Hu Tao, and then pass 1 dice over to Liben.
Just swap stall. And now... Oh, it's the +2 damage, not the Providence one, I see. Wait, so if you want Elemental Skill here with Kaching, you have to discard 1. But what do you discard here?
Spring Clock, everyone's full HP.
I can see
Or
Woven
Calx.
being discarded.
I think you don't do
Let's see.
Surfing Buddies.
Yeah, for sure.
You might do Calx. Calx seems a bit iffy here.
I think you discard Woven, get Elemental Skill out, and then just swap back to who, actually? I think you just stick with Kaching. Because again, if you swap back to Chiori, then next round Terry will just Elemental Skill with...
Oh, get rid of the Calx. Okay.
Swirl. Gets rid of
And
the
then he's
Calx.
going to go down to
Interesting.
summons. Do you Spring Clock here? I would consider it unironically. It'd be -1 summons needed to attack him end phase, then we get to... No, it's the same amount of attacks, though. It doesn't matter. No Surfing Buddies here. No reason to play it. Could do a swap. Could choose to stay coaching. I would maybe go Zhongli, actually. Because Venti's not going to skill, right? They're going to swap to either Cookie or Hu Tao.
Actually, they might because they want to get that free swap from Venti's skill. And it's gonna be very valuable.
In that case, I'd go Zhongli anyways, because then if they skill, I respond
Sure.
with a 5 cost, and if they swap off,
Yep.
if they go Kuki, I'd go Chiori. If not, I'd go. Oh, we're just giving
Ooh,
potential
Chiori.
free scroll value. I don't like this.
No,
Also,
wait, it doesn't matter
no,
because
Venti goes
Venti will
down. It doesn't
die
matter.
here. Yeah. No more swirl.
Oh,
Ooh,
because
that's
this is
actually
the
really
first
bad.
swap they do this turn, Chiori eats up the Electro. No, I like this play from Ollie Crane.
Ooh, who do you pick here even? Has to be Kuki for sure. Or probably Hu Tao. Yeah, Hu Tao.
It's gotta be
Because Hu
Hu.
Tao is at max HP, so you might as well tank some damage. And yeah, +1 energy as well from Rightful Reward. Perfect.
Need to start scaling. Being down Venti this early isn't great, because ideally you want to keep him alive a bit longer to tank damage.
Right.
I think with this deck you're fine with losing a character like around turn 4. Turn 2 feels a bit early.
Okay, so yeah, it's definitely gonna be another Hu Tao skill here. Get that energy, get that enhanced state as well. And then, man, you know what's crazy? Ollie Crane's character cards are still at max HP. Like Chiori at 10, Zhongli at 12, and then also Kaching
Yeah,
at
Teruri
10.
unfortunately just hasn't found an opportunity to go in on Hu Tao. Which, I mean, that just means Terry's feeling the pressure. The last time we saw this matchup, like the Hu Tao absolutely slammed, was able to do so much damage turn 2, but Terry not finding the opportunity to do so this time.
Wait, that surfing buddies was so good. The fact that it's 50-50, right? 2 summons. The other one was the bonus summon from Chiori's talent, and the other was the follow-up. And luckily, the other one proc, and that like the follow-up doll is still there. Like he could have lost that follow-up doll if you lose the 50-50 with the ultimate surfing buddies there, but that is quite a gamble. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
I think either way, though, for Ollie, we're angling to just do a skill on Chiori, so it might not
for
have
sure.
mattered either way.
Yeah, exactly.
Or not.
Or yeah,
This is
like
interesting.
you have the follow-up dolls, you might as well go for the Lightning Stiletto. And Hu Tao is very low, but Hu Tao can heal back up to 5 HP.
Hu Tao can't risk a burst though, because what if calcs?
Oh.
Right, what if calcs?
Okay.
We know Ollie tuned it.
Okay, here's the thing. Catching's burst only does 4 damage onto the active character, not 5.
Burst heals for 2 though, doesn't it? Not 3?
It's 3 because you're below 6 HP.
Oh, because you are below 6, that is correct.
Yep.
And we already used the extra time of the doll, so yeah, burst should be safe here.
You can also heal as well from Matsutake Mitros. So that's like +2 as well, so that's not bad.
If you're really worried
yeah,
yourself
here we
as
go.
well. All right.
Now I think you definitely gonna no. What do you do here? And you really at this point you really want to go back to Chiori, right? Get the summons
But
going.
you can't because you're gonna get overloaded.
Exactly. So
I think you should have Chiori skilled before going over to Cook.
Exactly. I think that was the better play, yeah.
Because you want to go to Chiori anyways and do the skill, and then this way you're just making it more difficult for yourself.
Yeah. Like actually if Chiori is able to go for the skill there and gets the damage doll, like increases the damage of other doll, and then you go for the follow-up with Lightning Stiletto, then that can deal +1 additional damage. And yeah, like if that happened, then Hu Tao could have been at 4 HP at this point, but nope. Decides to go for skip the and okay. Goes back to Chiori. I mean, yeah, sure, gets overloaded, right? There it is. And then what? Go back again? I mean, sure,
Go back, resummon.
right?
We have the dice for it.
Yeah. Like, it's not like Chiori will die here from another normal attack from Hu Tao anyway.
What if it's woven skill on Zhongli?
Oh, yeah. Like, you play Opera Epic Class, like, you have Chiori Zhongli talent anyway, and then you play the woven, you go for the 5 cost, yep.
We don't have the pillar down, so it's not going to do the bonus damage. But it will put Hu Tao down to very low HP.
Like, to 1 HP.
On the next turn, because... Oh no, Chiori's going to have Electro Aura, but that's fine, we can eat it. I mean, Pyro Aura, sorry. And then our opponent could swap off the Overload off, but that should be fine. We can go to Keck instead.
Yep, there it is. Woven, Opera Epic Class, 5 cost
9 equip
Zhongli.
value versus 6. I think I will proc here.
So Hu Tao will go down to 1 HP, just barely survived that. And now what?
Now as well, Teruri can't normal attack again on Hu Tao. Teruri needs to swap because Hu Tao will go down to summon, so yes.
Yep.
We preserve our HP as well by just forcing our opponent off the threatening character. Should just be an end. Oh, no. Okay, very nice.
Okay,
Throws the
yeah,
golden
very
troop
nice.
on.
Oh, is that? Oh, it's Matsutake onto Kuki.
Matsutake plus, what is it? The macarons.
Yeah, it's interesting that he played that onto Kuki, not Hu Tao.
Kuki is the one soaking the summon damage, but Macarons would have mitigated a lot of that. Is it a breakpoint thing with the summons and Macarons bringing Kuki down below 5 HP for the summons? Because then Zhongli has turn prio, right? So
Yeah.
maybe?
Dude, Terry needs fast swap here. And
It'd be
because look
5
at Hu
HP
Tao's
here. Yeah, no, it was a
energy.
breakpoint thing. If it wasn't for Matsutake, Kuki here would be at 5 HP, and then Zhongli's skill would eliminate her. So
Yeah.
it was to just avoid breakpoints. Nice calculation there from Terry. That being said, though, no, Terry does have turn. No, does Ollie or Terry have turn prio? I
Yeah,
can't
it's
remember who
Ollie.
I did first.
It's Ollie.
In that case, it might not matter. No, Cherry doll wore off, so no follow-up attack doll. So yeah, that's fine. All is well.
No fast swap for Terry. Like, how are you gonna go to Hu Tao here? Unless you have no choice but to sit here with Kuki.
I think it's a swap Keck play. Because if they swap to overload this off onto Cherry, we're happy with that, right? We just gotta summon our dolls. If they don't, that means they're swapping to Hu Tao, and then we just normal attack. And then she's gone.
Alright, so there's the sleepy meditation finally coming from Ollie Crane. Kind of a little bit late on that, but never late. Better to be late than never, right? So what do you do here for Ollie Crane? There's a lot of options.
I
actually,
personally
very
really
a
like
lot.
the Keck swap play. Because if they overload us off on a Cherry, we summon dolls and we're happy. If they like swap over to Hu Tao, we skill and we're happy. If they skill on Kuki, they're wasting dice. We swap back to Zhongli to swap stall and we're happy. I think no matter what, if we go to Keck, it's winning.
Plays the sleepy meditation, gets the Yumka Sars pretty much for free. Wait a minute, is this gonna be a Yumka Sars play onto Zhongli and try Yoink something?
Yoink will still Gilded. That is the... Or Singer Hideout. It's a 50-50 right now.
Yep.
Ideally, you get the Gilded. You're not too happy with the Singer Hideout.
For sure. Well, to be fair, you have double Chef Mao.
Yeah. And Ollie Crane agrees with me. Swaps over to Keck here. I think this is the correct play.
And now what do you do? Yeah, you
no
just
matter
swap
what
to
happens
Tao.
here, you are happy if you're Ollie Crane. This is an always winning position.
Normal attack,
that's
okay,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine.
It's
We
most
swap back
likely gonna
Zhongli.
be Cookie Burst coming down very soon. Like, two of the characters from Ollie Crane is applied with Pyro, so the overload here from Cookie is gonna be insane.
I think skill. Okay, I think skill is the safer option. I would be fine with swapping to Zhongli here. I can't remember if Teruri has this like a second fast swap in the deck. I think one was already used, but skilling here on Keck is the safer play. And you need to go for the Cookie Burst because otherwise Hu Tao goes down to the piercing.
Yeah, like Kitching Burst might happen here, and yeah.
But I think you're fine with this as well if you're Ollie.
And now you're just gonna summon with Chiori. Yeah, you're pretty much just chilling. You're summon, and then hopefully you get to play Hot Spring onto Chiori, get that plus 4 HP. That'd be really great.
Look at Chiruri's dice. You can't live and pass. At some point we messed up with auto dice. We did a misplay with our auto dice.
You can still play Mystic Soup because you have Chef Mao. Unless Chef Mao gives you Pyro and Electro, now that would be something.
That's true. Mystic
yeah, there's the summons.
For the Providence. Okay. Not Providence.
So there is the damage doll, and there's also the follow-up doll. So obviously, in this scenario, you want the damage doll. So there it is. Very nice.
Mystic Soup gets Soothing, which is the -1 times 3.
Yep.
Pray for no power or Electro Dice, live and pass. You can't go Hu Tao here, so that's impossible.
Yeah, unless you... No. Yeah, you have to play Mystic Soup here with Chef Mount.
Actually,
Exactly.
you have
Yep, yep,
Gilded.
yep.
You could Hu Tao Gilded,
But you
get
get
a normal attack off or burst off, swap back.
yeah, and then swap back. Yeah, sure. That can happen. Yeah, I can see it.
Normal attack would do the job as well. Then you could save burst for Zhongli. I think that might
Yeah,
be
there
the
it is.
play.
Mystic Soup. Wait a minute. But doesn't use the Pyro dive to play the Mystic Soup. Because
I
now
think
you have
you
2
messed up
Pyro.
for.
I mean, you can still discard the
You can
action
trade one for
something.
Electro as
Yeah,
long as you don't pull
yeah.
Electro. I think this
So
is
that you don't
still
overdraw. Yep. Because now, how many? 8? Oh,
unlucky.
9.
Okay,
Wait a minute. Okay, this is a lot of
that's unlucky.
cards.
Oh, we played in
Okay,
Hu
yeah.
Tao.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Our
is
opponent only
unlucky.
has 1 dice. I think the play here is swap Hu Tao because they're gonna stay Churi, right? They're not gonna eat free damage
For
from the
sure.
Zhongli.
Yeah. Yep.
And then we.
Ooh. Onto Cookie. I mean, yeah, because there's already the artifact onto Hotel, so makes sense.
Okay, I
Strategize?
suppose.
What?
I don't know what we're looking for. I think the play
Yeah,
was just a swap
what?
Hu Tao normal attack.
Exactly.
Right?
What are we
Or
fishing
they're going
for?
to Zhongli. Next turn we can threaten burst with emblem empowerment, right? And then swap back Cookie, tank all the damage, and like we're happy. No, like I don't understand what we're doing.
Yeah. Like, what are we fishing for even? I don't understand. Probably their resistance, actually. That
That's
could
not.
be the.
I don't think
I
that's
mean,
worth.
yeah, sure, right, yeah. I mean, here's okay. They can still swap to Hu Tao here, Hu Tao burst, and then Var's Visage will proc, gives you +1 die, and then you can still swap back to Cookie by the end of this round.
You can, but we didn't need to do that. We could have saved burst for Zhongli. I just really don't understand what we're trying to look for right now.
Oh.
Like we did all of that just to get to our original position with minus. Ooh.
Timaeus, interesting.
I don't understand. We did. Ooh, maidens.
Wait a minute. I think you could play that maidens. No, that's like +2 HP onto Hu Tao. Huh. Like actually.
I'm just looking at everything like Teruri did. It's like we did all of that for +1 maidens.
Oh no.
And a Timaeus.
Yeah, Yumkasaurus and then you yoink. What do you even yoink here? Adeptus?
It's
yeah,
flat.
sing your heart out. Okay, yeah.
That is unfortunate. Not what you really wanted to yoink.
Man.
I wish Teruri was keeping that in hand and didn't tune it, because I think at this stage of the game Teruri is never playing that card. Just as protection against the yoink. I mean, it worked out. It was a great play if that was what he was angling for.
Both characters are now low for Terry here, and at this point, yeah, Zhongli's just gonna win this one. Like, Zhongli's still at 12 HP, like...
There is a Electro on him, though, so there is a chance for Hu Tao Nuke to maybe bring him low, but with Chiori still out with the Hot Spring O'Clock as insurance, it seems quite unlikely.
I mean, there's also Geo Resonance as well, like... Only Crane has a lot of defensive options here, like, there's no need to be scared of anything, actually, like, anything. Oh, there's the fast swap, actually. I think that's what Terry's going to... Yeah, fast swap onto Hu Tao. Wait, is it gonna be enough? So... 12. So 5 plus 7 overload plus 3. No, it's exactly enough. You play Adeptus and then the Emblem of Severed Fate, and that exactly deals 12 damage onto
The
Zhongli.
issue, though, is that burns away 5 of our 7 dice, because it costs 2 to play Adeptus onto Hu Tao. We can't reduce the cost of our skill with Providence, so it's like...
And then Chiori will just burst, actually. And
then
Chiori,
burst normal attacks, and the summons win no matter what, because Kuki can't attack. At all.
Yep, exactly. Like, no matter what Terry does here, it's actually cooked. Oh, man,
This is always losing position.
And if only Crane wins here, then if he wants to get that championship, then he has to play, or rather, he has to win with the Eula Sayu Mere Maiden deck. Oh, boy.
I think that it has potential.
Yeah, Terry is already committed. in this play. Like
Yeah, we're committed.
The fact that Terry fast swap onto Hu Tao, yeah, you have no choice but to go for the Adeptus. Even Adeptus, is that even enough? It is enough.
It is,
Okay, never
clearly.
mind. Oh yeah, because you do have the rightful reward. I forgot to put that in the calculation.
Also,
yeah.
because Teruri pre-played Liven over Genyuzard and then just didn't use it, doesn't have the -1 reduction for Zhudong, because Genyuzard would have took the 1 cost and then it would have made Adeptus free, so it could have had playing with 6 dice here, right? Because Hu Tao, I don't know which summon that was, is either going to live on 1 HP or go down, in which case we get to use the Leave It to Me, or sorry, I haven't lost yet. And then we could have burst on Kuki, getting the overlap to Shiori, and then maybe we could have won, question mark. But because we do not have that extra reduction, there's no way we have enough dice to win.
Yeah, like at this point, there is like Ultimate Surfing Buddy, like all the credit will just NA, or put. Actually, you play the Ultimate Surfing Buddy and the NA to GG. Like, what can you do? Like, nothing. Alright, go next. Sure, you play Mystic Soup. I mean, that doesn't change anything. But man, you know what? Imagine that. Okay, imagine Terry played Maidens last round ago. Hu Tao could have got that +2 HP thanks to that Maidens. But unfortunately, decides not to play it. And what? Well, what do you know? Hu Tao's dead at exactly 6 HP. It could have been 8 HP if Terry played that Maidens last round ago before the round ended. So yeah,
if that
well,
Liven wasn't there as well, it could have been 6 dice, and in which case we might have actually been able to do something. Because Kuki Burst, it's like 6 damage plus 2, 8. That's 11 HP. We still would have been short.
Terry absolutely cooked this one. Like, the fact that, here's the weird part, the fact that most of your weapon is being played onto Kuki and not onto Hu Tao it feels weird. I mean, sure, you keep stacking, right, with the rightful reward stacks, but I don't know, it feels so wrong. But anyway, yeah.
I understand the Masake play because it was a breakpoint thing. If it wasn't for that, Zhongli still would have like taken her out. But I think that's an HP management problem on our part. Also, Venti went down round 2, which is like not great.
Yeah, like the fact that Venti didn't even get to skill once is just scuff.
I feel like the matchup was so close despite it being so favored for Ollie Crane early on by just being up a character. I think if Teruri invested more HP into Venti, like played the Macarons onto Venti early on as he was taking the summon damage, and like it forced Ollie Crane to spend more dice to eliminate him, this matchup probably could have swung, and with some better HP and resource management, likely could have squeezed out a victory.
Yeah, but to be fair though, Ollie Crane definitely high rolled with Zhongli and Chiori in this game, because again, he's able to get both talents right, and not only that, in round 2, Chiori talent gets the follow-up, and then Kaching as well goes for the elemental skill, get the guaranteed crystallize from that. So yeah, like very good game here overall for Ollie Crane, and definitely deserves the win here. So now, yeah, you play Ultimate Surfing Buddy, doesn't matter, and then you NA. All right, GG, go next.
Not much Terry can do in this situation. Ollie Crane did a very, very nice turn 1 high roll, played their cards perfectly, didn't start out with both talents, but did find a way to get both of them, and using just like the raw power of Churi Zhongli was able to just roll through Terry with sheer strength alone. I do believe Terry, if played slightly better, could have eked out a win by like preserving Venti HP a little bit more, maybe investing more resource into him to keep him alive longer than just turn 2. My squeeze out of victory was very close to a 3rd Hu Tao burst. If that went off, probably would have won outright. But
yeah,
some slight unoptimal plays here and there, a couple things not going his way. Ollie Crane, with the raw power of summons, is able to take game 5.
Yep, and now we're going to game number 6. Ollie Crane just needs one more win to take that number 1 spot, and yeah, so Ollie Crane's only deck is the Sayu Eula Mirror Maiden, and I think Terry here will play again Venti Hu Tao Overload.
I think
unless Terry wants to go for Bennett combo for some reason, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie Crane only has 1 deck remaining. I think going Bennett is like a 50-50 matchup. It's literally who draws better. Terry needs Bennett talent. Crane needs Wolf's Gravestone. To be fair though, Terry is able to draw Bennett Town a lot easier because he's probably playing things like Storm Terrors. I mean, it's cute, you're definitely playing Storm Terrors. As well as Stove God, whereas Ollie Crane is going to have a lot harder time trying to find that Wolf's Gravestone. And, like, you know that one's 50-50, but this one is not, for better or worse.
Yeah. So, imagine, okay, here's the funny thing. Ollie Crane did get a bad game, right? Like, Ollie Crane had a bad game a while ago with Choi Zhongli, and now, finally, he did high roll with Choi Zhongli. And now, we did see a while ago, right? Ollie Crane did have a bad game with Sayu Eula. We might be able to see this time around get a good game for Ollie Crane with Eula, Sayu, and Mirror Maiden. Who knows?
Honestly, Ollie Crane's game 2 Zhongli Mirror wasn't actually that bad. Ollie Crane rolled okay, right? You got both talents, had a very nice turn 1, would have set up for a perfect turn 2. It's just the Terry rolled harder.
Yep, exactly. So now we're just waiting for both players, right? Especially for Terry here to pick one of these two decks. I think it would be freaking insane and crazy if Terry picks Bennett combo here, but
you need to win with it anyways, right? We're down to our last 2 decks. Our opponent only has 1 remaining. You need to play Bennett against this deck anyways. So it could be one of those situations where it's like you either think, okay, let me play the deck that is not the 50-50 because my tournament life is on the line and I need to extend the match. Or the second thought, I need to beat this deck with Bennett to win anyway, so I might as well just do it now. If I don't win with this, it was never meant to be, and I'll just save everybody another game.
Yeah, exactly, you're right. So let's see what Terry's thought process in this one for game number 6. Is it gonna be Bennett combo, or will Terry stick with Hu Tao Overload? Again, we're still waiting, right? I mean, there is a timer, by the way, for those who don't know. There's like a certain timer for both of these players to pick their decks, and they're probably taking a break even right now, especially for Terry. Because again, dude, one more win for Ollie Crane and you pretty much get the second place. I mean, to be fair, getting the second place is not bad, but again, first place, like the prizes for first place is pretty big, like actually very big. So obviously you really want to win this one, so yeah.
It's like the difference between first and second place is slightly less than doubled it, so you definitely do want to try hard as much as possible to try to get that win. I'm a little bit disappointed though I didn't get to see some of like the more interesting decks of the patch. I would have loved to see an Emily Burning. I think it has potential into some of these decks. But
I guess no more Bingo for me.
It's an aggro deck, right? It's not the most reliable. Players tend to avoid that just because you're so reliant on both good dice and good cards, especially turn 1.
Alright. Yeah, Burning... Yeah, we only see the Burning deck actually in the qualifier stage in last few weeks ago. It was either in Prince Regional or in Fonta Regional. But here in Elimination stage, unfortunately we didn't get to see it, right? But, well, it is what it is. But, yeah, man.
Still waiting on these picks. Yuri is taking their sweet time and picking out. I would too. If my tournament life is on the line, it's the grand finals. If I don't pick good, I'm going home second. And no one wants to go home not a winner.
Alright. Oh man. So, by the way, chat, this is once again the last day, right? This is pretty much... This could be the final match, by the way. Like, game 6, it could be the final match. Like, we could probably see Ollie Crane just wins with this deck. So, yeah, like, we are now in the grand final of this elimination stage in AstraNox Invitational GITCG International Tournament. So, yeah, for those who missed out, right, the early days in the elimination stage, don't worry, because we have the VODs here, right, in the YouTube channel, or even in Twitch, right? So, you can pretty much check out the VODs, you can pretty much watch them, you have the free time, and yeah, so that you can pretty much caught up, right, in all of these matches so far that we have in this tournament. So, yeah, well, there you go! The match has been decided, the decks have already been picked, and now we're gonna advance to game number 6.
Terry going for the, I don't want to play the 50-50, I'm going to go try to extend my tournament life angle. I'm not really sure which of these two decks is favored. I think it really can go either way. If Sayu is able to get rolling with an early Wolf's Gravestone, this deck is just going to get stomped, because it does take a while to build up to that first Hu Tao burst. On the other hand, though, Ollie Crane 100% cannot tank more than one Hu Tao burst.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Hu Tao can just one-shot anyone here for Ollie Crane, and yeah, so that has to be, like, that has what Ollie Crane has to play around, right? And here's the thing, Terry got rightful reward, right, in the very first round. Will Terry get it again in this next game?
Generally been rolling pretty good in terms of equipment, right? Like, in every single game that the Clean deck was played, Terry got a round 1 or a round 2 full equipped carry.
Yep.
And by the looks of it, the trend is going to continue, because it was able to get a turn 2 rightful with a turn 1 veteran, so, like, honestly, the equipment rolling has been pretty good for Terry. Ollie Crane, though, need to catch up. That last game on Sayu, bottoming both Wolf's Gravestone, it was like bottom 5 cards. Not great.
Yeah, you don't wanna, you don't wanna have that for sure. And hopefully, yeah, I really hope that both of these players will high roll, right? It would be very fun to see because, again, if one player high rolls and then the other one low rolls, then at that point we can pretty much already predict like where this match will go, right? So hopefully that's not gonna happen because, again, that would be so sad. So yeah, again, I really hope that both of these players will high roll and will give their best performance because, again, this could be the last game, right? And oh, the game already started. And
well, no
round 1 is about to end, unfortunately.
No Wolf's Gravestone. I don't know what Ollie Crane did. It looked like it was a Mirror Maiden skill. Maybe 2 Mirror Maiden skill. No, only 1. I don't know where the rest of the dice went.
Yeah, only 1.
Oh, I think it was
probably
Countdown.
yeah, it was probably Countdown. Yeah. Like
Terry,
Countdown
though,
into Elemental Skill. You swap to Eula. Yeah, very interesting.
Terry getting the God start on this deck, by the way. To maze into Kuki skill veterans with a rightful reward equipped turn 1.
Oh
this
boy,
is
here we go again.
The start. This is exactly what you want on this deck.
For sure, yeah. Here we go again. Not again. Oh boy. Alright, so yeah, Terry high rolled this one for sure. But Ollie Crane, though, I don't know about that.
Turn 2 Gravestone, maybe? Doesn't look like it. Looks like Ollie Crane's gonna need to go this round without Gravestone. And honestly, I think this is a problem with Ollie Crane's deck building. Normally, when you play Sai, you either play with 2 Claymore characters, so that you can go... Sorry, either you... Like, in the Mew variation with Wanderer, you play, like, you play Wolf's Gravestone as well as the Thousand Floating Dreams plus a +1 weapon. That way you have Wagner, you can guarantee a draw. With the double Claymore version with Chong Sayu and Herald, the old one, you played like the Wolf's Gravestone with the Sapwood Greatsword or whatever it was called, and Sacrificial Greatsword. That way you always have at least a weapon on Sai, even though it's not always the one you wanted.
Yep.
With this version though, we have none of that searching. It's just raw draw.
Yep. You just have to pray and get it. Pretty much. Just high roll. Yep.
Just high roll, exactly. If you're building a deck around high roll and you low roll, you don't get to complain. Because you built your deck to brick.
Exactly. You can't complain. That's your deck, right? That's how your deck works. You're the one who built it, so suck it up, I guess. But yeah. Alright, here we go. Elemental skill onto Hu Tao. Applies the tax, as we call it, the tax. So you swap off from Hu Tao, you're gonna have to spend 2 dice if you want to do that. So yeah. And now, yeah, sure. Now you have 1 dice, you get taxed from Mirror Maiden. You cannot even swap off because, again, you have to pay 2 dice to swap off.
Time to go Sayu.
Yep, get guaranteed swirl. Yeah. Now you just Zhudong pass. Oh man.
Not the worst thing in the world for Ollie Crane, honestly. Because last time, not only was like the turn 1 a complete brick, didn't have any usable dice, and then turn 2 rolled literally 0 usable, and had to do some really wacky lines. This time it's a lot better. Turn 2 has like at least some of the equipments you want. No Wolf's Grace, which has been unfortunate, but at least you're able to get a swirl.
Yep. Alright, so Ollie Crane here actually can play here Golden House, gets to play Gilded Dreams for 0 cost, and with that, you can technically have 6 dice, and with that, potentially you can even go for double Elemental Skill for Sayu here. Like, with double Elemental Skill
like
here,
that.
you get to draw 2 cards from Gilded Dreams as well.
I like the double elemental skill, right? Because if you play the Gilded Dreams, it'll give you 1 card for the initial swirl, and then you're gonna reapply Hydra with the second part of Sayu's prepare skill, and then you get a swirl again. Which is another 2 cards you can draw to hopefully hit into that Wolf's Gravestone. The only worry is whether or not you overdraw, which shouldn't be an issue because you play 2 cards to gain 2 cards.
Yep, and here we go. We're gonna see it.
Sayu Talent, maybe? Wolf's Gravestone would be a nice draw as well. Unfortunate.
Ooh, another Timaeus. What if... Now here's the thing. Do you just swap to someone and just pass with Timaeus, or do you go for another elemental skill here? I think another elemental skill here would be great, for sure.
I think so as well, because you do not want to go Mirror Maiden, because Mirror Maiden will go down to a Hu Tao Burst. You don't want to go Eula, because Eula will go down to a Hu Tao Burst. So you kind of need to stay Sayu.
Exactly. But what do you discard here? I mean, you could discard the extra Timaeus, sure. Actually, you could even discard double Timaeus here.
I think Timaeus and Shadow of the Sand King.
What if you play Boy Princess here and do the funny stuff? Actually, no, you don't do that. Like, you say Boy Princess, once it... Okay, never mind, I guess. I mean, sure, but what? Okay, SSK...
Oh, that's Gravestone.
Yeah, Wolf's Gravestone, finally, but...
Can we get it for free? No.
Oh!
This is
Wait,
fine.
this is exactly enough to take down Hu Tao!
Oh, that's great! Ollie found the line with a bit of a high roll helping for the Wolf's Gravestone, top decking it off of whatever draw that just happened. I can't remember, but just barely enough to get the Hu Tao Bleak. That 6 HP breakpoint absolutely slams her into the dirt. No Hu Tao Burst for Teruri, and that might just be the game.
Oh boy! Yeah, that Wolf's Gravestone top deck coming in clutch. Absolutely insane play from Ollie Crane there. What? Wow. Absolute insane. Like, what an ultimate top decker for Ollie Crane there. Absolute cinema. What? And now what do you do here for Terry?
Our Terry is gone.
It's GG, actually.
Like, who expects the random Wolf's Gravestone top deck? Sorry, the Gilded Dreams into Boar Princess into random Wolf's Gravestone top deck, which I still have no clue where we got that from, by the way. Into just annihilating the Hu Tao.
Yeah.
I thought we didn't skill with SSK. No, we... Oh, like, wait, it gives you 1 on draw, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Oh, man. Like, there is no choice for Terry here, but yeah, like, you have to go for... You swap to Venti here, right? Because you apply the Electro with Cookie's Elemental Skill. I mean, sure, you get to swirl, but...
You don't care if you're Ollie.
You don't care.
Venti, who's that? Kookie, like, what? No burst? Oh, okay, that's an irrelevant character. I'm just gonna skill.
Yep, exactly. I mean, not to mention, there's also Mystic Soup. Like, oh my goodness. Like, if Ollie Crane is able to high roll here with the Mystic Soup, get that -2 dice, then potentially Terry can go for, like, double Elemental Skill again after this one, which is insane, actually, if you think about it.
Look, like, I mean, Ollie Crane has been having it rough. Terrori high-rolled in the Zhongli Mirror match. High-rolled last game a little bit. Like, high-rolled every single clean matchup there was. This time, though, finally things going Ollie Crane's way. High-rolls, the surprise Gravestone top deck. Honestly, I think getting the Gravestone there instead of earlier in the round was actually better, because Terrori just left Hu Tao wide open.
Yeah. I mean, what can we talk about at this point, honestly? Like, Terry will just lose here. Oh, man. But yeah, like, what do you do here? Like, here's the thing. You don't have Cookie talent. You don't have the weapon for Cookie. Like, Cookie cannot sustain herself for so long, right? Unless you're playing Cookie Shan Yun. Like just like in the old days, right? Cookie Shenyan and then
Mhm.
who else actually with Senior? Oh man, good times. But
You
yeah,
know,
no, this one is different. Like new
in
cookie
the
talent.
wise
No
words of Ting, just draw your outs.
oh man, unfortunate for Terry here. The fact that Ollie Crane just top deck just like that. Ha.
Just
It
draw
is
your
what
out.
it is. It's that simple. Just high roll,
Just
I
draw your
guess. Yep.
outs.
Uh-huh.
Probably a Mystique Soup here.
Yep, Mystic Soup here, and if you get the -2 dice, you get the Elemental Skill twice in this
And for
round. Again.
Providence. You're fine with Fury as well.
Yeah. Oh, gets a
Oh,
-2
you
damage instead. Interesting,
got
yeah.
Serenity. Okay, curious.
Hmm.
This is fine. Everyone's below 6 HP. Sayu is going to stay nice and healthy thanks to that Serenity. And there's always Eula to finish the match off with the double freeze potential. If you go Venti or Venti dies, you need to stay on Kuki, but Kuki's going to take a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah. You could potentially sacrifice Venti here so that there's no more element onto Kuki.
You could, but it doesn't matter for the freeze, because Eula's
Yeah.
still there, Mirror Maiden's still there.
Exactly.
And you need to try to preserve character HP in order to make sure the site doesn't just roll over Kuki with a prepare skill next turn. That's burst now. Maybe something can happen.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be Kuki burst here for sure. But we discard here.
Shun Makashose, there's not enough healing and there's not enough ways to
Oh
spread
yeah,
the damage.
because
We're never playing that.
yeah, also both characters are already equipped with the artifacts, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's use for everything else, especially the Day of Resistance. Because with the way that Sayu works, like, it's a prepare skill, so yeah, you get a double dip into Wolf's Gravestone, but that also means you're attacking twice, which means Day of Resistance gets double value.
Yep.
Not gonna burst.
Swaps to
Curious.
Venti.
Maybe
Interesting.
try to heal up with Matsutake at the end here?
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I think this is fine. Get out of breakpoint range, right? Try to stay alive.
Trying to
The
find
issue
the way out from this one, but I don't see any way out for Terry here.
The issue is Kuki is still below the 6 HP breakpoint for Wolf's Gravestone. And, like, Ollie Crane gets turn prow, so you get a swirl on Venti as well, which means Kuki is going to be way below the breakpoint. It's going to be at 4 HP. Basically never swap to her. Even with the Serenity effect from Mystique Soup doing -2 damage, like, you just can't swap over.
Yep.
Oh, you definitely can't swap over to Kuki now. Mirror Maid
Yeah,
versus
you have
Serenity.
to... Do you even NA here? Does it matter if you NA or skill here?
You could try to play Macarons and swap, because that will bring Kuki up to 6, which is 1 off, because Maiden Burst only does 5. With no refraction,
swap,
it
though.
will not be lethal.
Fast swap for Ollie Crane here is really good.
True.
I'm not gonna lie.
Fast up over to
It's
Sayu
very, very
with a
good.
normal attack? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. What do you do here? I think you just normal attack. Like, skill doesn't even make a difference, I think.
You could,
And you don't have the
no,
dice for it as well.
You don't want to waste Kuki Burst is the issue. Okay, no, it's fast up over to Kuki. The ring heals Kuki to 6.
Right. And then you normal attack.
Yeah, because the ring will attack right normal, it is 2. But you need to play Macarons first to stay above Wolf's Gravestone range.
Yeah.
I think
like,
Macarons swap
okay, here we
normal is
go.
the play.
Let's see it. Yeah, you have to swap. Slow swap here, actually, because again, if you kill Mirror Maiden here, then Ollie Crane will just go for a free swap onto either Sayu or, Eula for the freeze.
I think both are valid. Eula would put a stop to Kuki Burst, which is the only way Terrari is doing meaningful damage. But Sayu as well will bring the HPs that much lower for Eula next turn. I think either is a valid swap.
Kill.
This I am more unsure about. We do have a significant dice advantage, so I think this is fine.
Yeah.
I feel like I think if we're Ollie Crane, we actually just swap over to Sayu right now. The reason we didn't want to do that before is because we worried about Kuki Emblem Adeptus Burst. But that shouldn't be a problem right now because Kuki Burst does 4 base, Emblem is a +2 for 6 damage. Adept beat that 9, which would have been enough to kill Sayu. But with a Kuki being satiated because we were forced to play Macarons, that's not a threat. So we should be able to swap Sayu safely and just heal twice for the game.
Yep. And that should be enough actually, right? Like you elemental skill twice with Sayu, and that should be enough to close out the game.
If not, at the very least, they'll bring both characters extremely low, and then you can close it out next turn with Eula.
Yeah, exactly. But Ollie Crane here is taking their time. Oh, goes for the burst. Interesting. Okay. Probably wants to sacrifice Mirror Maiden here so bad, actually.
Free swap, yeah. We waste
you
the opponent's
swap?
dice, get free swap. I think this is fine.
Yeah. You have no choice here. Yeah. Like, no matter what Ollie, Terry does here, Mirror Maiden will die, and you give free swap to Ollie Crane, which is already really bad. Yep.
Play here
now
is
you.
if Venti attacks, you go Eula to normal. If it's a swap,
Okay, yeah, there's a swap.
It might be go Eula. I think Sayu's fine here as well, but it could be Eula to just stop the Cookie Burst for one more turn. And also take Grimheart stacked for the skill, which I think is quite important. But I am down to just go Sayu right now. I think either is an okay play.
Yeah. But let's see what Ollie Crane goes for here. Because again, yeah, any of these two characters is very okay, right, to play with. And okay, yeah, goes for the Sayu. Yep.
I personally was going to say I like Sayu a bit more as well. Because you get the Wolf's Gravestone and it's more damage as well, which I think is important. Preserving Eula HP right now, I think is more important than preserving Sayu HP. Because this is the late stage of the game, Sayu's done her job. Just get as much Wolf's Gravestone value as you can. And then sack for next turn, play for the freeze on Eula.
Yep. So this is gonna be... Imagine if this is Sayu Burst. Now that would be something.
I don't think so.
It has to be skill.
It's just skill. You want to get as much damage as possible.
Yeah, skill here. And now... Yeah, it's cool. Like, one of your characters will die from this next skill from Sayu here.
We need to sack
like,
here.
Burst with Dave Resistance is not enough. Like, yeah.
Burst with Dave Resistance might actually be enough. So that'll be 6 HP. Sayu should only do 5.
Wait. 5 elemental burst with Dave
Burst
Resistance.
heals to 5. Dave Resistance is -1, right? You'll live on 1.
Yeah. Yep.
What is this fast swap? What?
Fast swap? Adeptus Venti Burst? Sure, how many damage? That's like 5 damage, sure.
Yep. Yeah. Cool to see Adeptus for next turn, I guess.
Wait,
but we
and
also
then you
did
elemental burst with Cookie? Sayu will die.
Yeah, but it's a Eula 1v1 now. A Eula versus Cookie.
Like... Yep.
No talent. Unfortunately, the Gamblers came late.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Eula at the start of this next round could just chill, and yeah, like Cookie doesn't do much anyway.
There's two options available for Terraria right now. You either Libin Pass, pray for healing, finish outside with a normal attack, and save burst for Eula, or you go for the lethal right now. Ooh, okay.
Is that enough? With Board Princess? Is that Board Princess? It might be enough. It is! And now your elemental burst will close out the game! GG!
Extremely close match there in the final. There, Ollie Kareem had such a dominating early game. Well, I wouldn't say dominating. It was a bit of a slow early game, and then managed to top deck a Wolf's Gravestone off of a Shadow of the Sand King. And because the Wolf's Gravestone came late, Terry didn't see the equip, right? Because if Ollie Kareem had Wolf's Gravestone, surely Ollie Kareem equips it early. But because Ollie Kareem top decked it mid-round, Terry leaves Hu Tao up to dry, completely vulnerable to the surprise snipe, and using that advantage, Ollie Crane is able to sweep game number 6, taking the win 4-2 over Teriri.
Yeah, congratulations Ollie Crane for winning that championship and is able to take that first prize. Again, congratulations to Ollie Crane. Wow. Man, yeah, that was something. I mean, I didn't even notice that boy princess at the end of that game. So yeah, the fact that Olicra is able to close that out with Sayu Burst, absolute cinema. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it, guys. Once again, congratulations to Olicrane, and also big shoutouts, of course, to his opponent Terry for making it this far in the grand finals. Can you believe that?
It was an incredibly tight affair for both players, but this is the final day of our tournament. This is the end. Taking a look at our calendar once again, this is the final day. The AstraNox Invitational is over with Olicrane as your champion, Teruri as your runner-up, with Tofu taking in the 3rd place. So congratulations to our top placements on the podium. And also, once again, this is the last day of the AstraNox Invitational. Thank you, everybody, for watching. The English casting can be found on YouTube at GITCG. If you want to look at the VODs for the previous days, in case you've missed it, we have quite a few days on stream. You can find the Japanese cast on their respective YouTube channels if you want, at Omori Maitel and at Atoki for the VODs of the tournament. And you can find the Chinese cast of the tournament on Bilibili as well.
Yeah, but that's going to be it once again for AstraNox Invitational GITCG International Tournament. Man, it's been an incredible 3 weeks of tournaments, bringing players from all around the world to compete in this GITCG. Man, what a journey. And yeah, man, like, it's been like this whole thing runs pretty much like a total of 1 month. It's crazy, but yeah, like, oh man, like, honestly, I really wish, right, I really hope that we'll get to have more of these AstraNox, especially for next patch, because the next patch is technically big, so I can't wait. So yeah.
And speaking of sponsors, we are sponsored by the AstraNox. AstraNox is sponsored by ShiningSoul. If you've taken a look at the side of our bracket there, we see like the cool, very physical cards. We had a show match with that earlier today, by the way. That was cool. It's sponsored by ShiningSoul. If you want to play JTCG in person with all of your friends, look at all of those sweet peripherals. Set 2 is actually dropping soon, so feel free to collect your favorite cards and also to get all like the cool peripherals of all the dice box, the decks. You can order them on the ShiningSoul website or on the Genshin official merch section.
That is right, man. Guys, if you love GITCG overall, I would recommend you grab those from ShiningSoul, right? The cards and everything. I mean, if you guys watch this show match, right? The cards were so cool, and the fact that we see both players fighting in a physical IRL setting, it's just very, very lovely to see. And yeah, I hope we get to more of these stuff in the future. But yeah, so once again, big shout outs, right, to all of the event organizers, right, for the CN, right? We have a lot of stuff here, right? So we have CGR for the planning lead, we have George for the production lead, and then all the CN casters, right? I want to make a shout out for the CN casters. We have Ink, right, for the CN in Bilibili, and we also have Xiaoming as well, a very well-known CN caster for quite a long time. Check out their VODs as well, right, if you want to see it. The link is pretty much in the description below. And yeah, there's so many CN casters, actually. There's too many of them. Like, they're pretty much the ones who handle pretty much everything, right? The ones who make these AstraNox GITCG Invitational possible. And not only that, right, let's talk about the JP as well. So for the JP, right, we have Peteru in the behind the scenes for the production. There's also Koji as well, and we have Maitel, right, Meteru, who is casting right now, doing the live as well. Also Atoki as well, and not to mention also Kaitsu, right, for the JP team. Once again, big shout out to them, and yeah, very nice and very lovely to see them here in this AstraNox Invitational. But let's not forget, of course, the global side of all things. Of course, for the EN casters, oh my god, there's a lot of them, right? So let's start by randomly. Artemis, right? Thank you so much, Artemis. Even though she only cast once during the Prince Regional, she did cast once. So again, shout outs to Artemis. Minty as well, right? He did cast with me and then with Fufu as well. Again, thank you and big shout out to Minty. Also, KevinZ and Binzu, right? They did both cast the lower bracket final and the show match as well. I hope you guys had fun with that one. And also summation as well during the Prince Regional and then in the early days of the elimination stage. And also, of course, Fufu, right? In the first 4 days of elimination stage. And of course, let's not forget the ones who are speaking right now. Yeah, boy, Ark. And of course, Sumi alongside with me. And yeah, and let's not forget, of course, right now, not only the casters, right? There's so many of us, but also the behind the scenes in the production, right? Kojo Creations. Big shout out to Kojo Creations for handling all of this stuff, right? To, pretty much keeping everything organized and clean so far. Again, big shout out to Kojo, who is currently organizing, pretty much behind the scenes, like the big man, right? In the center as well. Damn. All right. And also, of course, 2QB, who is handling the social media stuff in YouTube, discord.gg/GITCG, and in Twitter as well. And we have Spectre, of course, for production consultation. And yeah, again, big shout out to everyone. Good work. And yeah, this tournament has been amazing. What a journey. And I'm glad that this tournament has been it went off without a hitch. I mean, sure, there are minor issues here and there, but overall, we did deliver a amazing quarterly overall in this tournament. So I hope you guys had fun overall. And yeah, again, if you guys enjoyed this tournament, don't forget to subscribe to GITCG and also to me as well. I do have my own YouTube channel. This will be my last promotion, right? Again, I do have my own YouTube channel, youtube.com/@ArcGenshinTCG. I do upload daily Genshin TCG YouTube video stuff. So yeah, and also next patch is coming as well, like new cards, right? With Chaska, Mawika, and of course Sitlolly. And yeah, man, this has been an amazing week overall, and hope you guys are excited for the next patch as well, and hopefully something big will happen, right? So again, thank you guys so much for your support, and again, thank you guys for all the event organizers that make this AstraNox Invitational possible, and I really hope there'll be more of this coming soon in the near future. With that said though, Sumi, do you have any final word before we close this out?
Yeah, thank you to all the players for joining us and making this event possible, as well as the organizers and sponsors for actually bringing us over to the main stage and giving incentives for the players to give us a good show. Thank you all to you for watching as well as showing interest in these events. You are what makes these sponsors come to us to put on these grand stages for the players to showcase their talents. With that though, this is the final day of the AstraNox Invitational. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully not for the last time, but certainly for this tournament, I'm signing off.
And it's been your boy Ark, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりな